Chapter 241 The 10th seal is opened. When Lu Chen returned to the Spirit Pagoda, Bai Ji was already standing next to the golden dragon statue waiting for him. Senior Bridget. Lu Chen waved to the graceful figure in emerald green and smiled, "Long time no see." Bridget smiled slightly, her emerald green eyes fixed on Lu Chen, and slowly said, "Your strength has increased even more. Now, even I can't see your true strength." Lu Chen looked at Bai Ji and cupped his hands, saying, "Compared to Senior Bai Ji, I am still far inferior." Bridget calmly gazed at Lu Chen, sensing that there seemed to be something extraordinary within him. Lu Chen used the golden dragon statue to sense the spirit transmission tower and asked, "Where is Titan? Why isn't he in this space?" Bridget thought for a moment and then slowly said, "He should be in a coastal city near the far north right now. After all, we need to prepare ships to cross the ocean, so I sent him there." Lu Chen nodded. Although the Spirit Pagoda could be built up to 20 stories using other rare metals, which was enough to help a soul master contract a 1,000-year-old soul spirit, it could not be built with metals to reach the higher level of 10,000 years. "Senior Bridget, I will be in seclusion here for a while." After hearing Lu Chen's words, Bridget turned to him and said, "Come with me." Lu Chen followed behind Bai Ji and walked towards a secret room. On the way, Bai Ji looked at Lu Chen and suddenly asked, "After the Soul Master competition ends, where will you go to train for a while?" Lu Chen looked at Bai Ji and slowly said, "I will go to a desolate place called a slaughter city, for training." Bridget suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked at Lu Chen, her tone filled with anticipation. "Lu Chen, how about I come with you?" Lu Chen was slightly taken aback, a look of doubt flashing in his eyes. In his memory, Bridget was gentle and quiet, and rarely left the Spirit Pagoda unless necessary. She was a complete homebody. Why would she volunteer to go to such a chaotic and dangerous place as the City of Slaughter? Seeing the doubt in Lu Chen's eyes, Bai Ji smiled and said, "With me here, I can heal you at any time, so you can train without any worries, right?" After a moment's thought, Lu Chen nodded in agreement. "All right then. With Bridget, the #1 healer on the continent, I can face danger with more composure." A barely perceptible hint of joy flickered in Brigitta's eyes. She led Lu Chen to her usual cultivation chamber and said, "This is where I usually stay. No one will disturb me here." Lu Chen nodded slightly and stepped into the secret room. The soul-guided door to the secret chamber closed, and Bai Ji slowly took out a silver dragon scale that shimmered with 7-colored light from her bosom, gently stroking the patterns on the scale with her fingertips. Well, she let out a sigh, never expecting Zg had been turned to the enemy by Lu Chen, and in the end, the task of monitoring Lu Chen fell to her. She wouldn't want to leave this place if it weren't for the Lord's orders. Being a working person, it's really tough. Inside the secret room, Lu Chen sat cross-legged and, with the flow of his soul power, quickly entered a meditative state. As he continued to digest the power of the Ice and Fire God level soul bones, the Ice and Fire Dragon Pearl in his dantian suddenly emitted a loud dragon roar. Then, 2 dragon souls, one golden red and one dark blue, appeared and hovered around Lu Chen. The 2 dragon souls suddenly stretched out their bodies. The azure ice dragon's scales, sculpted from ancient ice, caused glistening ice crystals to condense on the walls of the secret chamber with each breath. The golden red fire dragon was enveloped in scorching heat, its scales gleaming with a dazzling luster, and each swish of its tail stirred up a blazing airflow. The 2 completely different forces of ice and fire should have been in conflict, but at this moment, under the guidance of the Ice and Fire Dragon Pearl in his dantian, they transformed into 2 intertwined ribbons of light, flowing slowly along Lu Chen's meridians. The 7th spirit ring suddenly rose from Lu Chen's feet, and the dragon roar emitted by the dragon ball suddenly became higher and higher. The moment the spirit ring appeared, the Ice and Fire Dragon souls swooped down and merged into the spirit ring, causing dragon patterns to appear on the surface of the spirit ring and emitting a pressure far exceeding that of ordinary 10,000-year-old spirit rings. Outside the secret chamber, Bai Ji sensed the soul power fluctuation that pierced the sky and subconsciously clenched the 7-colored dragon scale in her palm. She conjured a pale green soul power barrier at her fingertips, firmly enveloping the strange phenomenon in the secret chamber to prevent it from alerting the others inside the spirit pagoda. As Bridget sensed that aura, her pupils contracted, and a storm raged in her heart. This is the aura of the ancient dragon race. This elemental fluctuation, could it be the ice, fire dragon kings? Just then, the silver dragon scale in her hand suddenly burst forth with a dazzling purple light, and a beautiful figure slowly emerged from the purple light. Yuina's silver hair cascaded down to her waist like moonlight, and her deep purple eyes seemed to float and sink. Even though it was just a phantom, she was still incredibly beautiful. Yuina's illusory image had not yet fully solidified. Bai Ji stiffened, instinctively bending her knees slightly and respectfully lowering her head. "My lord." Yuina's gaze did not fall on Bai Ji, but passé through the soul guidance gate and went straight to Lu Chen in the secret room. Her purple eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile curving her lips, her voice clear and cold like the clash of jade. Lu Chen actually gained the approval of those two. Interesting. Yuina looked at Bai Ji beside her and slowly said, "Bai Ji, you must protect him." The words abruptly stopped, and Yuina's phantom began to fade. The purple mist around her gradually dissipating. She glanced at Lu Chen one last time, a complex emotion flashing in her purple eyes, a mixture of expectation and wistfulness. The future of the dragon clan might change because of him. As the last word fell, Yuina's phantom completely dissipated, leaving only the seven-colored dragon scale flying back into Bai Ji's hand. However, the purple light on the dragon scale had now subsided, replaced by a warm luster. After Yuina left, Bai Ji looked helpless. "My lord, have you forgotten that I am not good at fighting at all? It's all Ziji's fault." After thinking it over, Bai Ji still blamed Ziji, who had already been confined to her quarters. Inside the sealed room, Lu Chen's breathing was even, and he entered a wonderful state. His consciousness was immersed in his spiritual sea, looking at the 10th seal that was about to break, and he slowly said, having refined the soul bone power of the ice and fire dragon kings, "My strength should now be enough to break through the 10th seal, right?" Lu Chen's eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. The last 9 layers of seals represent a complete transformation each time. But each time is also a test of life and death. A flash of golden light appeared in Lu Chen's hand, and the golden dragon spear appeared in his hand. A faint dragon's might emanated from the gun, and his body shimmered with golden light. Fine golden dragon scales slowly emerged from the panel, covering his limbs and exuding an incomparably powerful aura. A surge of powerful chi and blood erupted forth, causing faint dragon roars to appear around his body. Chapter 242 Soul Bone Armor Transformation. Lu Chen took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the 10th seal. Lu Chen could feel that inside the seal, a portion of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline power was also frantically impacting him. However, due to the combined sealing of the 5 great god kings, everything seemed exceptionally pale and powerless. He held the golden dragon spear in his hand, and as the golden light flashed, the golden dragon spear transformed into a heavy sword. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Chen raised the golden dragon sword and fiercely slashed at the 10th seal. Clang! The moment the golden dragon sword struck the seal, a deep, muffled hum resounded. The profound runes left behind by the 5 great god kings suddenly lit up the moment they were touched by the sword. The runes emitted a dazzling golden light, causing Lu Chen's golden dragon body to stagger backward. With a snap, the last remaining chain shattered instantly. The remaining chains shattered instantly, and a torrent of golden red energy surged forth, rushing into Lu Chen's bloodline. Lu Chen felt a violent tremor throughout his body, and an indescribable ferocious aura instantly spread throughout his body, as if it were about to slaughter everything in the world. Terrifying aura caused Lu Chen's entire body to tremble slightly. The golden red light emanating from the seal grew stronger and stronger, and the fierce aura became more and more obvious. Lu Chen felt as if his entire mind was being affected. The sea of spirits was instantly swallowed by blood, turning into a crimson inferno. Roar! A dragon roar filled with resentment and violence shook the walls of the secret chamber. The bloodline of the Golden Dragon King erupted instantly, and dragon scales emerged from Lu Chen's body. However, they were no longer pure gold, but bright red, as if they were soaked in endless blood. Lu Chen felt a violent tremor throughout his body, as if countless sharp knives were churning wildly in his blood. The violent feeling of wanting to slaughter everything in the world overwhelmed his reason like a tidal wave, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. In the sea of spirit, countless twisted phantoms of resentment roared and swirled in the sea of blood, pouncing on his original consciousness like hungry wolves. Just as Lu Chen was about to succumb, the Asura demon sword, which had been standing above the sea of spirit, suddenly shone with a crimson gold light. The blood-red negative energy, upon contact with the power of Asura, seemed to have encountered its natural enemy and slowly dissipated. Outside, his body began to expand uncontrollably, his originally well-proportioned body growing to more than 10 feet tall. Beneath his body, thick veins bulged out, like coiled dragons. With the veins bulging, a golden red halo flowed along the veins, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. Every bone in Lu Chen's body was making a cracking sound as if it were about to collapse under the strain. From the bone marrow to the surface of the bones, fine golden red dragon patterns spread rapidly, as if countless small dragons were coiled around them, making his bones indestructible. The excruciating pain of having one's body panels, flesh, and bones torn apart struck. At this moment, he could clearly feel that his body was transcending the human realm and transforming into a dragon form. Even more astonishingly, a massive amount of energy surged wildly towards his back. The backbone suddenly became thicker, with 2 ribs protruding outwards, pushing against the muscles and forcibly drilling outwards. Intense pain accompanied by an overwhelming surge of blood energy coursing through his body. Lu Chen suddenly seemed to realize something, and then there was a poof sound. His back panel was forcibly torn apart, and 2 thick ribs seemed to break free of their restraints. Then, a pair of golden red dragon wings suddenly burst out of his body and slowly unfolded and extended behind him. Lu Chen could feel his body becoming lighter, and the power of his bloodline seemed to have found an outlet, quickly spreading to the 2 still slightly damp dragon wings. The surface of the dragon wings was quickly covered with a layer of dragon scales, becoming increasingly solid and thick, and finally taking shape completely. At that moment, Lu Chen's arms suddenly shone with golden light, and the ice and fire Drago Pearl in his dantian began to spin wildly, absorbing the remaining power of the golden dragon king like a whale swallowing its prey. Sizzle. 10 crimson gold blades shot out from Lu Chen's 10 fingers, which were actually the left and right metacarpal bones of the dark gold terraclaw bear. This is, looking at his arms and hands enveloped in the brilliant golden power of his bloodline, Lu Chen suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "This seems to be a soul-bone fusion technique." Before Lu Chen's exclamation could even finish, the golden light on his arms had already surged to its maximum, and the golden red bloodline power spread wildly along the lines of the dark gold dinosaur claw bear's paw bones. He could clearly feel that the soul bones in his left and right arms were resonating with the dark gold dinosaur claw bear paw bones in his palms, and a clicking sound came from deep within the bones, as if 2 pieces of a puzzle had finally been put back in place. The ice and fire dragon pearl spun more and more rapidly within the dantian. The palm bones and claws, which were originally only dark gold, were now covered with a layer of glass-like luster, and the tips of the claws shimmered with a dual light of dark blue and crimson. Sizzle. The light suddenly solidified, starting from Lu Chen's shoulder, with scale-like armor growing along his arm bones, each piece clearly engraved with dragon scale patterns. On the main body of the golden red armor, 2 kinds of divine patterns, golden red and dark blue, are interwoven, like 2 small dragons that are constantly swimming. The changes to the palms were even more astonishing. The palm bones of the dark gold terraclaw bear merged into the palms, and 5 sharp claws extended to half a foot in length. Armor covered the palms from the base to the fingertips, forming a ferocious shape like dragon claws. Boom. The moment the armor on both arms was fully formed, a destructive aura far more concentrated than before soared into the sky. The air in the secret chamber was instantly compressed into a shock wave, and the surrounding walls instantly cracked like a spider web. Countless fragments of stone, along with dust, danced wildly in the air. Lu Chen clenched his fists, feeling his arms filled with earth-shattering power. He moved his arms, and the armor fit his arm bones perfectly without any stiffness. Instead, they were as flexible as his fingers. Is this the soul bone armor? Soul bone fusion skill, like martial soul fusion skill, is an extremely rare and special skill. Martial soul fusion skill is an ability that requires extremely high martial soul affinity or tacit understanding to be triggered. Its power is far beyond what ordinary soul skills of the same level can withstand. The requirements for the soul bone fusion technique are even more stringent. Not only do you need 6 extremely high-quality soul bones, but the 6 soul bones also need to influence or connect with each other for there to be a 1 in 1,000 chance of obtaining it. Of course, the power of the soul bone fusion technique is also much greater than that of the martial soul fusion technique. Lu Chen never expected that these soul bones, after being nourished by the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, would become of the same origin, which just met the conditions for the soul bone fusion skill. With a thought, Lu Chen slowly removed the armor from his arms, and a warm sensation came from his back as the dragon wings merged directly into his body. At this moment, the dragon scales on his body had transformed into 2 layers, overlapping each other, making them appear even thicker, tougher, and indestructible. Chapter 243 Emerging from Seclusion. Imminent departure for the City of Slaughter. Looking at the chaotic scene of cracked walls and scattered stones in the secret chamber, Lu Chen scratched the back of his head with his fingertips, his eyes darting around. And his tone was somewhat guilty. If Senior Bai Ji sees this, she shouldn't be angry, right? She shouldn't. Just as Lu Chen was about to clean up the mess, a cough tinged with anger rang out. Cough cough. Lu Chen froze, then turned to see Bai Ji walking in slowly, her emerald green dress spotless. But those eyes, brimming with life, were now fixed heavily on the cobweb-cracked walls and the scattered pebbles. Their gaze growing increasingly somber. Senior Biji. Lu Chen subconsciously suppressed his aura, the dragon scales quietly merging into his body. He scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. The commotion from the breaking of this seal was a bit too loud, I couldn't control it. Bridget didn't speak immediately. Her gaze swept over the mess on the ground, first pausing on the cracked wall, then scanning the floor like a radar. Her eyes, which always held a gentle smile, widened slightly in an instant, and her previously even breathing became a little rapid. You little rascal. With a swift movement, Bai Ji reached out her delicate hand directly towards Lu Chen's ear. Lu Chen instinctively wanted to dodge. With his current physical abilities, even a titled Douluo might not be able to touch him in a surprise attack. For some reason, he had a strange feeling that he couldn't dodge Brigitta's seemingly casual grab, and his ear was instantly pinched firmly by warm fingertips. Ouch! Senior! Ouch! 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 Lu Chen grimaced and stood on tiptoe, his ears burning from Bai Ji's pinching, but he didn't dare to really break free. He knew all too well how someone with homebody tendencies would feel if they saw their room vandalized. Bridget tightened her grip slightly, her eyes glancing at the corner buried under the rubble. Her tone a mixture of anger and heartache. Pain. This secret chamber is what I call pain. As she spoke, she grabbed Lu Chen's ear and dragged him to the corner, pointing her finger at the pile of M.S. All the information I've recorded since I came here is in here. Lu Chen gasped in pain, nodding his head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. I was wrong, I was wrong. Senior, please let go. I promise I'll clean this place up even better than before. He was filled with doubt. Why was his physical strength comparable to that of a soul beast, yet he was still in so much pain when Bai Ji taught him a lesson? HMPH. That's more like it. Bridget loosened her grip a little, but still didn't let go, her eyes sweeping over the lingering violent aura on Lu Chen. Her tone softened slightly, but it still carried a hint of resentment. It seems your strength has increased quite a bit. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Senior Bai Ji, you flatter me. I am still very inexperienced in front of you. Just then, Bridget suddenly loosened her grip on his ear and looked at Lu Chen, asking, why do I feel like you're not human anymore? Lu Chen stepped aside and looked at Bai Ji, slowly saying, Senior, even if I messed up your secret room, you don't have to scold me like this, do you? Seeing Lu Chen's expression, Bridget reached out her right hand towards him again. Stop being naughty. Lu Chen dodged, but still couldn't dodge Bai Ji's move. With a faint scent of herbs lingering on her fingertips, Bridget precisely touched Lu Chen's forehead. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback when he saw Bai Ji. He knew that even a titled Douluo who was good at agile attacks might not be able to hit him so easily. Bai Ji didn't notice anything strange about Lu Chen at all. She looked at Lu Chen and slowly asked, "Why is your human aura completely covered by your soul beast aura?" Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied, "It's probably because the 10th seal has been broken." As soon as the words fell, he no longer concealed himself and actively activated the Golden Dragon King bloodline within his body. A diamond-shaped dragon scale suddenly appeared between his brows, accompanied by a deep dragon roar that shook the secret chamber, and a golden halo instantly spread out. Lu Chen's original black eyes quickly faded, turning into a deep and dazzling gold. His pupils contracted into vertical pupils, like the sharpest golden blades, exuding an aura of supreme majesty that looked down upon the world. Golden dragon scales began at his neck and spread like a tide down his shoulders, arms, chest, and waist. Each scale shimmered with a brilliant luster, and its edges were tinged with faint scarlet lines. The scales are layered upon layered, yet they do not appear bulky at all. With each breath, the dragon scales ripple gently, emitting a vast and powerful energy fluctuation. Immediately afterwards, a soft cracking sound of bones stretching came, and two cracks suddenly appeared on Lu Chen's back, from which a pair of dragon wings wrapped in a golden and red halo burst forth. Its wingspan is over 3 jong, approximately 13 meters, and it is covered with shimmering golden scales of the same origin as its body. Bridget instinctively took a half step back, her delicate hand trembling slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. She could clearly feel the bloodline power within Lu Chen's body, which carried the supreme pressure. That power was vast and domineering, and even made her, a ferocious beast who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, feel a slight tremor in her heart. She had only ever seen this kind of intimidating aura emanating from one person. That is, her master, Silver Dragon King Jiu Yuina. Lu Chen smiled slightly at Bai Ji and asked, "Senior, how long have I been in seclusion?" Bridget held a notebook made of some kind of animal hide in her hand, her right hand writing something in it, and answered without looking up, "About 3 months. Then the souls of Huo Wu and Shui Binger." Bai Ji closed her notebook and replied, "Don't worry, I've already helped them form contracts with their spirits. Shui Binger Cho, say a 10,000-year-old frost crystal snow puppet, whose spirit is docile, so the contracting process went smoothly. Huo Wu contracted with a 10,000-year-old flame-tailed spirit fox, which perfectly matches her martial spirit." Upon hearing Brigette's reply, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Senior." He cupped his hands in greeting to Bridget. "Senior, I need to go home for a while. I will definitely come back here to meet you in a month." Bridget waved her hand at him and said casually, "Go ahead." Lu Chen's dragon wings flapped, and the golden and red aura suddenly surged. The moment the wingtip sliced through the air, a sharp explosion rang out, like a thunderclap from the heavens in the sealed room. The walls, which were already covered in cracks, broke open with several new lines. A golden light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He exerted force with his dragon wings and shot towards the exit of the secret chamber like a golden red lightning bolt, so fast that only a golden afterimage remained. "That brat." Bridget glared reproachfully in the direction he disappeared, but a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. She tapped her fingertips lightly on the leather notebook, a complex light flashing in her eyes. All signs indicate that Lu Chen is gradually absorbing the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. She turned to look at the pile of rubble in the corner. And with a wave of her hand, countless emerald green lights spilled from her fingertips and, as if alive, burrowed into the pile of rubble. The scattered stones slowly gathered together, and the cracks glowed with a faint green light. The damaged wall was repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, above Tiando City, Lu Chen was extremely fast. The residents of Tiando City only felt a golden red light flash across the sky. In less than half a minute, Lu Chen had already appeared above the bamboo building of Zhonyuan Academy. Lu Chen, I'm back." The moment Lu Chenlong's wings folded, the golden and red halo receded like a tide, The golden dragon scales on Lu Chen's body also disappeared into his skin, with only a faint golden light remaining between his eyebrows. His vertical pupils slowly returned to black, but still concealed a hint of imperceptible majesty. He landed lightly with his toes, his figure as light as a willow catkin, but the bluestone slab beneath his feet cracked instantly due to the pressure that was inadvertently revealed. Lu Chen. Deep in the bamboo forest, a pink and white figure darted out like a swallow returning to its nest. It was Xiao Wu. Her face was full of surprise and eagerness, her rabbit ears trembled slightly, and her eyes were fixed on Lu Chen's figure. Lu Chen instinctively opened his arms and caught the figure rushing towards him. Xiao Wu wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, burying her face in his chest. Lu Chen, you're finally back. Lu Chen tightened his arms slightly, gently embracing her. Feeling the softness in his arms, the violence and sharpness in his heart instantly faded, and he said in a gentle voice, you're back. Chapter 244 Jade-Faced Snow Lord. The Missing Yu Shaogang. 1 month later, Lu Chen finally enjoyed a rare period of peace. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows on the bluestone ground. Yu Chen leaned back on the cushioned bamboo chair, his eyes slightly closed, a lazy smile on his face, completely immersed in this rare relaxation. Lu Chen, try this. Xiao Wu hopped over, holding a plump red strawberry in her hands. She bent down and carefully offered the strawberry to Lu Chen's lips, her fluffy bunny ear hair ornament swaying gently with the movement. Lu Chen opened his mouth and took it in, the sweet juice melting on his tongue. Before he could speak, Zhu Zuqing on the other side reached out, her fingertips touching his shoulder with a slightly cool touch. Awake, he wields a sword of slaughter. Drunk, he rests on a beauty's lap. This is probably the most burning dream in the heart of every passionate young man, isn't it? Just then, Yi Lingling placed a spatial storage soul tool in front of Lu Chen and asked, Lu Chen, is the time you agreed to meet with Senior Baiji approaching? Here are healing medicines, soul power replenishing pills, and a few changes of clothes that will help you. I've packed them all according to your habits. Lu Chen nodded, opened his eyes, and took the palm-sized soul tool. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, and he could clearly feel the neatly arranged items inside. It's time to go. Surrounded by the women, Lu Chen arrived outside the bamboo forest. Xiao Wu held his hand tightly, her eyes filled with reluctance. Lu Chen, you must come back safely. Rest assured. Lu Chen smiled and pinched her soft right cheek, his voice gentle yet full of confidence. With my current strength, there aren't many soul masters who can hurt me anymore. After saying that, he looked at the women around him with their various expressions, waved his hand, and said, I'm leaving. Before he finished speaking, a dazzling golden red light suddenly burst forth from behind Lu Chen, and 2 dragon wings, each over 3 zhong wide, suddenly unfolded. The moment the dragon's wings unfolded, a powerful gust of air caused the women's hair to fly wildly. He lightly touched the ground with his toes, and his body soared into the air like an arrow, his red and gold dragon wings slowly flapping behind him. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the women's sight. A few minutes later, Lu Chen landed steadily next to the golden dragon statue in front of the spirit transmission tower. Baiji was already waiting there, her green dress fluttering in the wind. Her expression serene. Looking at Baiji, Lu Chen said, Senior Baiji, the killing capital is in the north. At our speed, we can reach it in about a month. Bridget nodded slightly, her red lips parted, and a clear, ethereal whistle rang out. The sound was unlike any ordinary whistle, it carried a faint fluctuation of soul power, like a clear spring flowing through the forest. Or the cry of a spirit bird in the clouds. Within moments, a slight tremor came from the ground. A snow-white figure sped by at an astonishing speed, causing the grass and trees along the way to bend to both sides by the airflow, yet not a speck of dust was raised. Lu Chen stared intently and saw that it was a lion-type soul beast with a robust body. Its fur was as white as snow, without a single blemish. The sunlight shone on its fur, reflecting a lustrous sheen, as if it were carved from the finest mud-and-fat jade. Its mane is fluffy and thick, like snowflakes falling from the sky, hanging down to its chest and abdomen. Its limbs are strong and powerful, and it walks lightly and silently on the ground. Each time it lands, a faint ripple of soul power will appear on the ground. What's most peculiar is its eyes. They aren't the amber or gold color commonly found in lions, but rather a pair of clear, glass-like ice blue eyes that exude a gentle and lively aura. Without a trace of the ferocity of a beast. Call out. The whistling stopped abruptly as the white-maned lion-like spirit beast rushed over and landed steadily beside Bridget. Its massive head gently nuzzled her palm, and a low, affectionate whimper escaped its throat. Looking at the snow lion, Lu Chen exclaimed in surprise, could this be the jade-faced Snow Lord? Its name is Shui Ling, a variant of the jade-faced Snow Lord clan. It is naturally skilled in speed and its combat strength is also quite remarkable. Bridget gently stroked Snow Spirit's fluffy mane, her tone soft, He journey to the city of slaughter is long. Having it as a mode of transport will save time and allow you to maintain peak condition. Looking at the magnificent Shui Ling before him, Lu Chen's eyes flashed with admiration. If I'm not mistaken, this jade-faced Snow Lord is already close to 100,000 years old, isn't he? Bridget smiled and nodded, then flipped herself onto Shui Ling's back, turning to face Lu Chen. It's gentle. Come on up, let's set off immediately. Shui Ling seemed to understand Bai Ji's words. Her icy blue eyes turned to Lu Chen, and she blinked at him in a friendly manner. Then she slowly bent down, bending her forelimbs to indicate that he should climb onto her back. Lu Chen nodded, lightly leapt onto Shui Ling's back, and sat down beside Bai Ji. Its back is broad and flat, with soft, thick white fur. Like a warm, velvety cushion. As soon as Shui Ling sensed that the two were settled, she slowly stood up, her icy blue eyes gazing northward. She let out a clear, resonant lion's roar, which sounded less like a howl and more like a horn signaling the start of a journey. The next moment, it exerted force with its limbs, and its body once again transformed into a streak of snow-white lightning. Rushing towards the north. At the same time, located within the Haoshan sect, 300 miles east of Tiando City. Behind the mountain, a magnificent waterfall cascades down from the sky. Carrying abundant water vapor, a deafening roar echoed continuously from below the waterfall. Tang San, who had been expelled from Blue Tyrant Academy, was standing directly below the waterfall. His body spinning continuously as the clear sky hammer flew up and down in his hands. With each swing of the hammer, the waterfall cascading from the sky rises a few degrees. The mistress. Tang Xiao's figure quietly appeared beside the waterfall, his gaze falling on Tang San, full of satisfaction and praise. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Tang San swiftly emerged from the waterfall. Walked quickly to Tang Xiao, put away the clear sky hammer, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Uncle." Tang Xiao helped Tang San up, his voice steady. "Now that your hammer technique has reached its peak, you can completely relax today. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to the city of slaughter. There, you can take your strength to the next level." Tang San nodded, then suddenly asked, "Uncle, do you have any news about my teacher?" Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible glint of killing intent flashed in Tang Xiao's eyes. He patted Tang San's shoulder and said, "Not yet. Don't worry, I'll let you know as soon as I get the first news." Hearing Tang Xiao's words, a trace of melancholy flashed in Tang San's eyes. Teacher, could he have encountered some danger on his way to find a method for cultivating twin martial souls for me? Tang Xiao looked at his dejected expression, sighed inwardly, and said softly, "All right, go back and rest first. Get plenty of rest, we still have to travel tomorrow." "Okay," Tang San responded, turned around and slowly left the back mountain. Sigh. Tang Xiao sighed as he looked at Tang San's retreating figure. He simply couldn't bear to tell him the fact that Tang San's twin martial souls were already useless. He may appear to be able to cultivate normally now, but in reality, his foundation has been damaged, and he can only reach level 69 at most. Once he attempts to break through to the 7th spirit ring, the two spirit powers will completely spiral out of control. At that time, his body will be torn apart and swelled by the two forces, resulting in a miserable end. Unless one of their martial souls is destroyed. The Clear Sky sect, with its 1,000-year-old heritage, happens to possess this method, but it's far too cruel for Tang San. What if things take a turn for the better? Chapter 245 Arrival in the Killing City. Inside the Papal Palace in Wuhan City. Beneath the gilded dome, Bibi Dong's calm gaze fell upon Hu Liena, who was kneeling on the ground. Are you really sure about this? Hu Liena nodded firmly. Your Majesty, I am willing to take the risk for the Spirit Hall. She paused slightly, a faint blush rising to the tips of her ears, and her tone suddenly became hesitant. And according to reliable sources, Lu Chen also went to the city of slaughter for training, is that right? Bibi Dong interrupted her, her beautiful eyes remaining calm, yet she precisely struck at her disciple's heart. Hu Liena lowered her head and softly hummed in agreement. Bibi Dong remained calm and spoke up, reminding him, even if you were to train there, you might not come back. Wouldn't it be better to train in Death Valley like Xiaoyu and Yan did? Hu Liena shook her head. No, Your Majesty. If we do that, Lu Chen and I will only grow further apart. Bibi Dong looked at Hu Liena, who was still feeling the lingering Asura power in her buttocks, and a hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes. Silly girl, do you know that even if you go to the city of slaughter, it won't bring you closer to Lu Chen? Hu Liena looked into the Pope's eyes. Teacher, didn't you that failure is the mother of success. This time I'll definitely come back alive from there. At this moment, there was not a trace of allure on her face, only unparalleled determination. Bibi do. Ing reached out and pulled Hu Liena up from the ground. Nana, I agree to let you go. Hu Liena nodded vigorously, her eyes slightly reddening. Thank you, teacher. Bibi Dong raised her hand, and a ring on her hand shone brightly. When she turned her palm over, a white skull appeared in her hand. Absorb it before you leave. Bibi Dong placed the soul bone into Hu Liena's hand and then said, there's one more thing I must remind you. If you encounter Lu Chen alone, never fight him. His strength far exceeds what he displayed in the Soul Master competition, even if Chrysanthemum and Demon joined forces. They might not be able to defeat him. Yes, teacher. Amidst the howling north wind and swirling snow, Lu Chen and Bai Ji traveled northward. The closer you get to the far north, the drier and colder the air becomes. Lu Chen stroked the jade-faced Snow King beneath him and said enviously, Senior Bai Ji, do you have any more jade-faced Snow King cubs? I want to raise one too. Biji looked at Lu Chen, her tone teasing, and said, didn't you already have a 100,000-year-old, little white rabbit? What, have you already bored the old for the new, so quickly? Lu Chen choked. Was this still the kindest soul beast he knew? When did she become like this? Fine, if you don't want me to raise you, I didn't want you that much anyway. Lu Chen pouted and turned his head to tea. He sighed to enjoy the scenery along the way. For half a month, although the two traveled through the Soul Beast mountain range, no soul beasts disturbed them because of jade-faced Snow Lady's presence. Soon, the destination came into Lu Chen's view. Ahead lay a small town, and even before they got close, the Asura power within Lu Chen's body began to circulate autonomously. The town didn't look big, but as soon as he stepped in, a deep sword cry rang out, and the Asura demon sword emerged from Lu Chen's body and landed in his hand. The demonic runes on the sword gleamed, greedily absorbing the malevolent energy in the air. Biji gently patted Shuiling's head and said softly, go to the far north and stay there. With the ferocious beast aura I left on you, no soul beasts will attack you. Shuiling rubbed her palm, turned around and transformed into a white shadow, rushing towards the vast snowfield. Lu Chen sensed the faint aura of bloodlust in the town, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Lu Chen led Bai Ji into a tavern in the town. The air inside the tavern was very stuffy, and all the decorations were black. Although it was daytime outside, stepping inside gave one a feeling of coldness and darkness. At this time, the tavern was about 30% full. Although the air was stuffy, very few people were talking, so it was very quiet. Bridget frowned. As a member of the Emerald Swan clan, she was naturally fond of cleanliness and found this filthy environment extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, some lewd-looking men were staring at her greedily, a feeling that almost made her lose control and attack. Soon, a waiter dressed in black with an indifferent expression walked over. What would you like to order? Looking at Brigitta's expression, Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. 2 Bloody Marys. The waiter's expression changed slightly. Are you sure? Lu Chen didn't say anything, and directly planted the Asura demon sword in the ground. A dense aura of killing intent spread along the sword, causing the temperature in the entire tavern to drop several degrees. The waiter turned pale and dared not ask any more questions. He turned and quickly walked back to the back. In a short while, 2 glasses of murky liquid were brought up. The liquid was dark red and had a strong, fishy smell, as pungent as fresh blood. Lu Chen placed a Bloody Mary in front of Bridget and said slowly, "Senior Bridget, would you like to try some? Do I look like an idiot to you? This stuff is almost like a slow-acting poison, and it creates a strong dependency." Bridget glared at him, her tone tinged with displeasure. "Hurry up and get on with your work." Lu Chen smiled faintly, threw the blood in his hand onto the ground, and before the waiter could speak, he flicked his demonic sword. A burst of crimson gold sword energy severed his head. PFF'd. The moment the head rolled off, a jet of dark red blood splattered onto the black tablecloth, like a blooming flower of death. The tavern was deathly silent for a moment, then someone suddenly shouted, "This is a test from the City of Slaughter. Kill him, and we can enter the City of Slaughter." Everyone's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and they rushed towards Lu Chen and Bai Ji. Lu Chen stood still, and a blood-red domain suddenly spread out from beneath his feet, with dark red blood mist surging and enveloping the entire tavern. What kind of domain is this?" A burly man at the front trembled violently, his originally bloodshot eyes instantly filled with fear. The people behind him also stopped in their tracks, their greed and madness replaced by despair. Some even knelt down uncontrollably, clutching their heads with their hands, as if their souls were being cut by invisible blades. Lu Chen stood in the center of the domain, his black hair moving without wind, the Asura demon sword trembling slightly in his hand, emitting an excited hum. "Kill." As the word fell, the blood mist within the domain churned violently, and several ferocious figures slowly emerged. The blood fiend tiger arrived, its fangs gleaming coldly, riding on a cloud of blood mist. The emerald demon bird hovered and spun in the air, its beak adorned with blood-red light, and its sharp cry was particularly piercing. The blood falcon's wings flapped, stirring up gusts of eerie wind. He dark gold terraclaw bear crashed to the ground, its massive claws slamming into the earth and instantly creating several deep trenches. The bloodthirsty glutton lay lurking in the blood mist, a low growl rumbling in its throat. Saliva mixed with blood dripping down. And then there was that azure bull python, its body wreathed in crimson lightning, its serpentine eyes icy and chilling. Chapter 246 Dread Night, Scott. Your horse knows more awe than you do. No, this isn't a test. It's the devil, a devil from hell. The man who had been yelling, "Kill him," earlier now seemed to have all his bones removed, collapsing to the ground, clutching his head tightly with both hands. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the blood fiend tiger in front of him. The blood fiend tiger's thick claws pressed down on the man's trembling shoulders. The next instant, the gaping maw snapped shut, and sharp canines pierced the skull with a crisp crack, as a mixture of red and white matter and warm blood mist gushed out. Soul power. My soul power is being suppressed. He is a devil from hell. Run now. ... A piercing scream shattered the dim light of the tavern. Some tried to turn around and escape from the tavern, but as soon as their feet stepped across the threshold, they were pinned to the spot by an invisible force of domain. Dark gold terraclaw bear was approaching him with heavy steps, its huge shadow completely enveloping him, and blood dripping from its claws. The man's pupils suddenly contracted, and a desperate, hoarse roar escaped his throat. His trousers were instantly soaked with cold sweat. "Don't come any closer. Don't eat me. I don't want to die." The sharp cry of the emerald bird pierced his eardrums. He curled up in a corner, clutching his head, and with a plop, a fist-sized hole appeared in his head. Bridget frowned and took a half-step back. The purifying power of the emerald swan circulated around her, keeping the blood mist that tried to approach away. Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly and reached out to condense a crimson gold protective shield around Bai Ji, causing the surrounding bloodthirsty energy to shun her. Biji looked at Lu Chen, the appearances of those ferocious beasts recorded in her notebook, and said, "Could it be that the soul rings you absorbed have all Biko?" Me these puppets that only know how to kill. Lu Chen waved his hand. Look at their races, which one of them is a kind soul beast? Especially that bloodthirsty gluttonous wolf. But don't worry, THEY are completely obedient to me and will not kill indiscriminately. When the words were spoken, there was no one left alive in the tavern except for the two of them. Looking at the blood and mangled bodies scattered on the ground, Lu Chen flicked his right index finger, and a golden red flame flew out. The moment the golden red flames touched the filthy blood, they did not ignite into a raging inferno. Instead, they transformed into fine, thread-like flames that seemed to come alive as they coiled around the mangled body and bloodstains. Strangely, the flames did not scorch the wooden tables and chairs. They only emitted a slight burning sound when they came into contact with the remains of living beings, and even the strong smell of blood in the air was dispelled. Watching this scene, Bridget exclaimed in genuine admiration, such powerful control. The Asura domain receded like a tide, and the figures of the 6 ferocious beasts turned into blood mist and merged into the Asura demon sword in Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen took out 2 masks from his pocket to conceal his identity and handed one to Bai Ji. Senior Bai Ji, it's best not to reveal your identity here. This will avoid a lot of trouble. Bridget nodded slightly, took the mask, and put it on her face, covering most of her features. Lu Chen smiled slightly, strode to the bar counter of the tavern, and slammed his hand down heavily. With a deafening roar, the bar counter shattered into pieces, scattering them everywhere and revealing the ground beneath. Without the slightest hesitation, he slammed his fist heavily into the ground. Another loud bang, and a huge hole appeared in the ground. A cold, damp wind blew up from below the cave. Lu Chen and Bai Ji exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, they jumped down and landed directly in the hole. After falling several meters, the two landed steadily on the ground. Beneath my feet was a long passageway that sloped downwards, with a chilling aura emanating from its depths. The two walked side by side for several minutes when a cold voice suddenly came from all directions. Welcome to the city of slaughter. This is the capital of hell, a world filled with carnage. Here, you can obtain anything you desire, but the price is your life. Lu Chen touched the material of the surrounding passageway and said coldly, playing tricks. The two continued forward, and a faint light appeared ahead, revealing a heavy stone door that was half open. The moment they stepped out of the passageway, dozens of dark figures suddenly surrounded them, completely encircling them. These people were all dressed in black armor, and even their faces were completely covered by helmets. 100 of them were carrying heavy swords. Only one person sat atop a tall warhorse, whose body was also covered in thick black armor. You have broken the rules. The deep voice sounded extremely cold, as if it didn't come from a human being. The one who spoke was the black-armored knight who was sitting upright on horseback. Lu Chen didn't look at him. His gaze passed over the many figures and landed behind the knight. It was a black city. The thick, dark city walls were majestic and wide, making it a real city. Above the city, a purple moon hung precariously, incredibly low, less than 500 meters above the ground. Above that, there was only endless darkness, like an eternal night. He could clearly feel the Asura demon sword within his body trembling violently, its blade buzzing as if yearning for something. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "So what if I broke the rules?" The black-armored knight's voice remained icy, devoid of any human warmth. "Then you must accept your punishment. Defeat me, and you will gain the right to enter the city of slaughter." The black-armored knight slowly raised his long lance, and the black-armored warriors on either side of Lu Chen slowly retreated, leaving a clear space. Seeing this, Bridget took a few steps back, leaving the battlefield to Lu Chen. She had already realized that there were special rules in this city of slaughter, where no soul skill was effective. Even a soul master can only use the most basic power and display the most basic form of their martial soul. However, this restriction only has a slight effect on her, since her soul power does not come from her martial soul. "I am the Dread Knight, Scott." The warhorse suddenly accelerated, and the black-armored knight charged straight at Lu Chen with a fierce aura. A chilling aura filled the air, and a chilling illing intent rushed towards them head-on. Lu Chen looked at Scott, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He slowly raised the Asura demon sword and coldly commanded, "Kneel down." An even more violent Ki Ling intent swept directly towards Scott. Scott's warhorse seemed to sense the threat, its front hooves suddenly rearing up, letting out a deep neigh. Boom! The warhorse's forelegs slammed heavily onto the hard stone slab, and its thick black armor collided with the ground, sending up tiny sparks. The horse trembled violently, its once proud head pressed firmly against the ground, thick height breaths billowing from its nostrils, and its limbs twitching uncontrollably. Scott's body lurched forward, the belt around his waist tightening in his chest. Had he not gripped the reins tightly, he would have been thrown from his horse by the sudden turn of events. Impossible. How could you possibly possess such terrifying killing intent? Lu Chen said calmly, "Your horse understands respect better than you do." Chapter 247 Slaughter City. Lu Chen's Paradise. Scott suddenly looked up, his eyes beneath his helmet flashing with cold light. He abruptly released the reins, gripped his lance tightly, and pointed the tip directly at Lu Chen. Unorthodox methods. The city of slaughter only recognizes strength. Before he finished speaking, Scott suddenly leapt up from his kneeling warhorse. The heavy armor did not hinder his movement, on the contrary, it made his fall carry immense force. The lance sliced through the air, hurtling towards Lu Chen with a sharp whistle. Lu Chen looked at the heavy knight's lance. He didn't make any extra movements, but simply swung the Asura demon sword in his hand fiercely. When a crisp sound of metal breaking rang out, the remaining half of the gun barrel, still bearing the tip, flew out with its momentum, embedding itself firmly in the distant stone wall and sending up a spray of gravel. The remaining half of the gun barrel trembled violently in Scott's hand. His pupils contracted sharply, and his shock and anger under his helmet almost overflowed. Without hesitation, Lu Chen flashed to Scott's side and swung the Asura demon sword down at his head. Impossible! Scott roared and hastily held the broken gun barrel across his chest to block. With a loud clang, the immense force caused Scott's arms to slump downwards, and his knees to slam uncontrollably into the ground. Fine cracks appeared in his heavy armor under the sword strike, his chest heaved with blood and chi, and a metallic taste rose in his throat. "I told you, kneel down," Lu Chen shouted coldly, his wrist sinking slightly as he added 3 more points of force. Snap! Fine cracks spread wildly across the armor, from the chest to the shoulders, and metal fragments fell off with Scott's trembling. Scott's eyes were bloodshot, and the blood spurting from his throat splattered onto his helmet visor, blurring his vision. He said his last bit of strength to try to straighten his spine, but Lu Chen's sword was like a mountain pressing down on him. With each step he sank, his knees sank deeper into the gravel, until his calves were completely encased in rock and soil, and he could not move. Scott's knees buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. Bang! His helmet shattered instantly, revealing a ferocious middle-aged man's face. His voice trembled as he pleaded, You have passed my test and are qualified to enter the city of slaughter." He really didn't understand why ordinary soul masters would be shocked when they came here because they couldn't use their soul skills, but this boy in front of him seemed to be completely unaffected. That powerful physical body is practically that of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. A humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. That was his only impression of Lu Chen at that moment. Lu Chen flicked his wrist, and the tip of the Asura demon sword grazed Scott's neck, drawing a thin line of blood. The cold blade sent chills down Scott's spine, and he didn't dare to breathe. Test. Lu Chen's voice was devoid of warmth as his gaze swept over Scott's disheveled appearance. As the threshold of the killing city so easily breached, Scott's face was deathly pale, and the stinging pain in his neck constantly reminded him of the terror of the boy before him. He suppressed the surging blood in his chest and said in a trembling voice, It was my fault for being blind and underestimating your strength." As he spoke, he shakily pulled a black token from his pocket. The sign has a skull engraved on it, and below it is a number, 9501. "This is your proof of presence in the killing city. Please enter the city. Someone will guide you at the city gate." Lu Chen gripped the sign, not glancing at the terrifying knight again. Spare his life. It will help maintain order in the killing city, since this place will eventually become his territory. Watching Lu Chen's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Scott breathed a sigh of relief. As for Bridget following behind Lu Chen, isn't it normal for a powerful person to have a few women by their side? Besides, the city of slaughter is itself a decadent paradise. Lu Chen arrived at the city gate of the killing city. The pitch-black city gate gave people an extremely oppressive feeling, and the 4 large characters, Slaughter City, were hung high on the huge gate. 2 rows of black-armored warriors stood silently in front of the door. Before Lu Chen could show his identity token, a woman with a black veil came out from inside. "Welcome to the city of slaughter." The woman's voice was very pleasant, and her beautiful face could be seen through the thin veil. But Lu Chen only glanced at them before looking away. After spending so much time with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing, even beauties seemed like pink skulls in his eyes. Unless it's someone of Bibi Dong's caliber, only someone he could give a second glance. The girl in black gauze glanced at Bai Ji beside Lu Chen with a hint of doubt, but still introduced herself. "I am your guide. You can ask me anything you don't understand. Within 12 hours, I will answer all your questions. After 12 hours, this will be your residence. You will officially become a member of the killing city." Lu Chen nodded and asked, "What's your name?" The girl in the black veil twitched her fingertips almost imperceptibly, seemingly not expecting Lu Chen to ask his name first. She lowered her eyes, her voice still gentle but now tinged with caution. "Your Excellency, in the city of slaughter, we only have code names. You may call Meshado." Lu Chen grunted in response, and without stopping, stepped straight into the dark city gate. He understood that this was obviously not the woman's real name, so he didn't take it to heart. Stepping through the city gates, one is greeted by a bizarre world of blue and purple hues. The streetlights hanging along the streets emit only these 2 eerie glows. Looking at the city of slaughter, Bridget asked, "How did the city of slaughter come to be?" Ying thought for a moment and replied, "The city of slaughter has existed for 1,000 years. Legend has it that it was the domain left behind by a powerful soul master after breaking through to level 100. Here, all soul master skills cannot be used. People can only survive by relying on their instincts and their own strength. Soul power can serve as the source of power. Level 100 to become a god." Bai Ji stared at Lu Chen with her beautiful green eyes. She seemed to have understood Lu Chen's purpose in coming to the city of slaughter for training. Cough cough. Lu Chen coughed lightly and changed the subject, saying, "How can you believe such a thing? Why don't you tell us about the rules of the killing city and some things to be aware of?" The girl in black veil calmly said, "The rule here is that there are no rules. As a member of this place, you can do whatever you want. Plunder, kill, indulge yourself, and no one will stop you. Even if a titled Douluo from outside the realm were to enter this place, their strength would plummet due to the ineffectiveness of their soul skills. But under the rule of the King of Slaughter, we have nothing to fear from any outsiders. But I must remind you." Shadow lowered his voice slightly. "Precisely because there are no rules here, you could face deadly danger at any time. In a sense, this is a paradise of sin." Lu Chen smiled faintly. He couldn't use his soul skills. This wasn't a paradise of sins, it was clearly his heaven. Seeing Lu Chen's relaxed demeanor, Ying spoke up to remind him, "There's something I must warn you. Entering the city of slaughter is easy, but getting out is almost impossible." Upon hearing this, Bridget frowned slightly, her tone tinged with doubt, "Only in, but not out." Ying nodded and said, "Within the city of slaughter, there is a special enforcement team. The great King of Slaughter controls everything here. The real powerhouses in the enforcement team are all soul Douluos who have been granted the ability to use soul skills by the King of Slaughter. The captain is also a titled Douluo. Many have tried to break through, but without exception, they all perished." Upon hearing this, Bai Ji's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. She had thought there was a limit Douluo here. There is only one way to leave the city of slaughter. That is to win the championship of the Hell Slaughter Arena, gain the qualification to challenge the Hell Road, and then break through the Hell Road to leave the city of slaughter. All those powerful individuals were bestowed the title of God of Slaughter. The city of Slough, GHTER, has a history of over 1,000 years, and a total of 8 gods of slaughter have emerged from it. Chapter 248: A Bloodstained World. A slaughtering journey. Lu Chen and Ying chatted casually for a while, and soon arrived at a simple courtyard. Ying addressed Lu Chen and Bai Ji, saying, "In the city of slaughter, there is no currency, and all food and drink are provided free of charge. Of course, there is a possibility that it may be poisonous. Here, the dead are the most valuable. Everyone uses the number of skulls they possess as a symbol of power. The blood and skulls of opponents that you have personally killed can be used to exchange for other items." Lu Chen nodded and handed a spatial storage soul tool to Bai Ji. "This is yours now." Baiji scanned the storage soul tool with her mental power. It was filled with countless soul tools, including attack, defense, and life-saving tools. All kinds of soul tools filled the entire storage space. Brigette's red lips curved slightly, revealing a composed smile. "Don't worry." Lu Chen said no more and turned to look at Ying. "All right, take me to the Hell Slaughter Arena." Ying paused, then said, "Are you sure? Less than on. E-tenth of those who go in come out alive. I'm sure, I'll go now." Before Ying could finish speaking, Lu Chen's voice interrupted her, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable resolve. "In that case, please follow me." With that, Ying led Lu Chen into the city. On the streets of the Killing City, one can see desperate criminals everywhere, their eyes fierce and their bodies exuding a bloody aura. But the moment they catch a glimpse of a figure, the hostility and greed in their eyes vanish instantly, and they instinctively step aside, not daring to offend in the slightest. Lu Chen looked at Ying and smiled. "It seems you have a high status in the city of slaughter." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Ying's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of pride. "I am the envoy of the King of Slaughter. In the city of slaughter, no one dares to offend the King of Slaughter's majesty. For the first 12 hours after you enter this world, you are in a period of protection as a newcomer. My precinct, by your side is the best protection for your life. After this period, your fate is left to destiny." As they spoke, the two had already stepped into the inner city of the Killing City. The atmosphere here is completely different from that of the outer city. If the outer city is a desolate and indifferent world, then the inner city is a world of luxury and extravagance. The inner city was in utter chaos. Everywhere there were excited laughs, painful cries, and many other chilling sounds. Just then, a chilling killing intent suddenly swept over. Lu Chen leaned back slightly, and a dagger, gleaming with a cold light, grazed his long hair. The attacker was a thin man with sinister eyes. When he missed his attack, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by greed and ruthlessness. "You're asking for death." Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, and he slammed a punch into the man's chest. Bang! The dull thud shook the surrounding air. Lu Chen's fist contained immense power, and the moment it landed on the thin man's chest, it was like a heavy hammer smashing through thin ice. The next instant, the scarlet flesh suddenly exploded. Scalding hot blood mixed with fine bits of flesh and broken bone fragments splattered everywhere, like a sudden rain of blood, splashing over a radius of several feet. Lu Chen dodged, preventing a single drop of blood from falling on him. Ho! The deathly silence lasted only a breath before the surrounding onlookers suddenly erupted into frenzied roars. These people were all dressed in rags, with more or less hideous scars on their faces. At this moment, the splattered blood completely ignited the bloodlust in their bones. A burly man with a face full of scars pounced first. He opened his mouth, which was full of yellow teeth, and licked the blood droplets that had not yet hit the ground. Crimson blood flowed down the corner of his mouth, but he showed a satisfied and twisted smile, and made a beast-like growl in his throat. Fresh blood. Tastes like power. More people flocked to the scene, no longer paying attention to Lu Chen, the instigator, but instead frantically scrambling around the pool of blood and flesh. Some people grabbed scraps of meat with their bare hands, stuffed them into their mouths, and chewed them up, the chewing sounds mixed with whimpering, excited roars. Some even lay in the bloodstains, letting the warm blood soak through their clothes, smearing their bodies with their hands, laughing maniacally and shouting, "Good kill. Kill another one. Let the blood flow even more fiercely." Ying stood to the side, her beautiful eyes calm and unwavering, as if she had long been accustomed to this scene, but there was a hint of scrutiny in her gaze as she looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at the chaotic scene and said calmly, "Let's go. Take me to the Hell Slaughter Arena. The hellish killing field is just ahead." Led by Ying, Lu Chen saw a peculiar building. The building was circular, with the largest area at the bottom, narrowing towards the top. It only extends upwards with the same diameter when it reaches a height of about 30 meters above the ground, all the way up to 50 meters. Once inside, register using your own ID card. Then wait for the competition to begin. Fighting is not allowed while waiting. Each group will consist of 10 people entering the killing arena. No matter what method you use, as long as you manage to get out alive in the end, that's all that matters. Only one person from each group can survive. Lu Chen soon found himself standing on the hellish killing field. His 9 opponents formed a fan shape around him, each exuding a fierce aura, holding a bloodstained weapon in their hands, their eyes filled with bloodlust and greed. A newbie. Looks delicate and tender, perfect for filling my teeth. The man next to Lu Chen looked at him with greed in his eyes. Lu Chen didn't speak, looking indifferently at everything around him. As the word, start, faded away, Lu Chen flashed and suddenly appeared behind the man who had just spoken provocatively. Before the man could react, Lu Chen punched him right through his chest. Blood gushed out instantly, and the burly man didn't even have time to let out a scream before his body went limp and he collapsed. In just a few seconds, one person had already been eliminated. Kill him. Attack together. The remaining 8 men, their eyes bloodshot from the bloody scene, charged forward wielding various weapons. Lu Chen's eyes remained unchanged as he sidestepped one of the attackers. Then gripped the other's wrist with his right hand like a steel claw. Snap! A crisp cracking sound pierced the noise as the scarred man's arm was twisted into a pretzel shape. Lu Chen pulled him up and swung him around like a heavy weapon, smashing him down on the remaining desperados. Bang! A muffled thud, the sound of flesh and bone shattering mixed with a shrill scream. And a spray of scarlet blood mist erupted. This attack added 2 more corpses. Before the others could react, Lu Chen appeared behind the 2 of them like a ghost. He punched him in the back with both fists. Puff! The 2 men's chests suddenly bulged outwards, and blood mixed with broken internal organs gushed from their mouths. Their bodies flew out like kites with broken strings, crashing heavily into the stands, triggering a frenzy of looting. Chapter 249 The Asura Demon Sword Stirs Up. Asura God King. This kid has finally arrived. Just then, a short sword gleaming, with a cold light shot out from the side, aiming straight for Lu Chen's back. Without turning his head, Lu Chen turned around and delivered a flying kick, his toes striking the end of the short sword hilt with lightning speed. The short sword shot out like an arrow, heading in the opposite direction towards a man wielding a giant axe on the left, its spinning blade producing a sharp whistling sound. No! The man's pupils contracted sharply, and he hastily swung his axe to block the attack. Snap! With a crisp sound, the heavy giant axe was cleaved in 2 by the short sword. A flash of cold light, and the short sword pierced through his back, the tip dripping with crimson blood, before plunging into the chest of another short sword-wielding man who was attempting to ambush him from behind. The 2 bodies pressed together instantly, the short sword piercing through them from front to back, stringing them together. Crimson flesh mixed with broken ribs gushed out, splashing 10 feet high like a fountain. PFF'd. The 2 piercing screams came to an abrupt halt almost simultaneously. Spare my life. The last man looked at the dismembered limbs scattered all over the ground, his legs went weak. And he knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly. Lu Chen did not stop walking, he lifted his foot and lightly tapped the other's head. Snap! The skull collapsed like mud, and blood and brain matter stained the floor red. From the moment the 8 men pounced on each other until they all perished, it took only 7 breaths. Lu Chen stood in the center of the corpses, his body spotless. He raised his hand to brush away non-existent dust from his sleeves, his eyes calm as if he had just accomplished a trivial task. The frenzied roars from the stands reached their peak in an instant. A god of slaughter. The true god of slaughter. 7 breaths, 9 kills. That's terrifying. Blood. More blood. Let him keep killing. Ying stood at the edge of the stands, her beautiful eyes fixed on the figure in the center of the field, her breathing becoming rapid involuntarily. She had seen countless powerful figures in the killing field, but never had anyone been able to portray violence to such an extreme. As Lu Chen walked out of the hellish slaughter arena, Ying immediately came to greet him. You. Through Lu Chen's slightly immature eyes beneath his mask, she could clearly sense that the person in front of her was just a young boy. But this very boy possesses godlike killing skills. You're clearly not that old, how could you? Ying took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and said with a hint of difficulty, even assassins who have lived in the killing city for decades probably don't have your skills. Lu Chen glanced at her, his eyes beneath the mask remaining calm and unwavering, as if he had merely crushed a few ants. Strength and age are not necessarily related. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable certainty. When does the next match start? The next game. Ying's pupils contracted slightly, and she subconsciously advised, you just finished a battle. Even if you're not physically exhausted, you still need to rest. Ying paused, then continued, furthermore, I must remind you of another rule of the Hell Slaughter Arena. In each new match, your opponent cannot have participated in fewer than 5 Hell Slaughter Arena matches than you, unless everyone else has participated in more than that number. Lu Chen nodded, and suddenly, the Asura demon sword in his sea of consciousness began to tremble. I have something to attend to. He uttered these 3 words, then his figure transformed into a blur as he sped towards the small courtyard outside the city. Hey! Ying watched his disappearing figure, a slight smile playing on her lips, and murmured softly, I still don't know your name. The Shura demon sword trembled more and more violently, and the Mson gold demonic light spread along Lu Chen's meridians, condensing into a faint Shura phantom around him, bearing its fangs and exuding a murderous aura. Just then, 2 burly men, each carrying a giant hammer as thick as a water vat, blocked his way. The 2 burly men exchanged a glance, and one of them revealed a malicious smile, saying, young man, you seem to be in very poor condition. The burly man on the right held his giant hammer horizontally in front of his chest, his eyes cruel. If you know what's good for you, hand over a Bloody Mary, or else. Get out. Lu Chen shouted coldly. A ray of golden light shone between his brows, and his hands instantly transformed into ferocious golden dragon claws. The golden dragon claw, wrapped in Asura demonic light, drew 2 distorted afterimages in midair and struck the 2 burly men. Seeing that Lu Chen was in bad shape and still dared to attack, the burly man with the hammer sneered, you won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. Come at me all at once. 2 massive hammers, each as thick as a water vat, came crashing down on Lu Chen's head from the left and right with a whooshing sound. Lu Chen didn't stop. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The golden light between his brows was dazzling, and the phantom of Asura around him suddenly opened its blood-red maw, a chilling aura pressing down on the 2 burly men, making them gasp for breath. With his left hand, he reached straight for the giant hammer on the left side with his dragon claw. His 5 fingers gripped the hammer handle like steel pincers, and the seemingly indestructible iron hammer handle was snapped off with a crack. The burly man on the left exclaimed in shock and anger. Lu Chen slammed his left hand down, sending the giant hammer crashing back into the burly man's own face. Bang! Teeth mixed with blood spurted out, the burly man's eyes bulged, and an expression of disbelief remained on his face. At the same time, the giant hammer of the strong man on the right was already above Lu Chen's head, but he met it head-on with his right dragon claw. The moment the golden dragon claw collides with the hammerhead, a terrifying force struck, and the strong man's hammer-wielding arm was severed from the shoulder. The mangled arm, along with the giant hammer, flew out and smashed into the stone wall on the side of the street, creating a crater half a meter deep. Lu Chen's eyes were icy cold. With a light step, his figure moved like a ghost to approach the burly man on the right, and his golden dragon claw swiftly reached into the man's chest. PFF'd. With a flick of his wrist, he actually grabbed the burly man's heart in his hand. Puff! The moment the dragon claw crushed his heart, blood gushed out from between its fingers, staining Lu Chen's shirt red. 2 burly men, one with his face smashed to pieces, the other with his heart ripped out, collapsed to the ground with a thud. The 2 deaths occurring in the blink of an eye. In the shadowy corner, the fallen ones who had originally planned to take advantage of the situation were terrified at the sight and fled in panic. Lu Chen naturally sensed that someone was secretly plotting against him, but he had no time to deal with them at the moment. This was because the already raging Asura demon sword within his body became even more violent after he was stained with blood. Only then did he realize that a wisp of blood-red gas had quietly drifted out from the corpses of the two burly men and merged into the Asura demon sword within his body. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, and golden-red dragon wings burst forth from his body. A ferocious dragon roar followed, and Lu Chen's figure disappeared from the inner city. At this moment, in the realm of gods, the Asura God King and the Destruction God King looked at the water mirror before them and smiled. This kid has finally arrived. How can one master true killing power without experiencing mountains of corpses and seas of blood? The Asura God King and the Destruction God King exchanged a glance and said, once he obtains the Killing God domain to complete the Asura domain, he can use the Asura demon sword to begin the Asura God trial. The God of Destruction nodded, his gaze fixed on Lu Chen, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 250 The Trial of the Demonic Sword. The Phantom of the Demon God. Squeak. Lu Chen forcefully smashed open the wooden door of the outer courtyard. At this moment, Bridget was setting up the last defensive soul tool. She turned her head to look at Lu Chen. At this moment, the crimson gold demonic light surrounding Lu Chen had become so dense as to be almost tangible. The Asura phantom was baring its fangs and claws, and the golden light between its brows intertwined and collided with the demonic light. The blood stained his chest turned into wisps of blood mist, which were forcibly pulled by the Asura demo. Soared within his body and surged along his meridians into his sea of consciousness. Lu Chen. Bai Ji exclaimed and stepped forward, but as soon as her fingertips touched his arm, she was thrown back by a violent force. Lu Chen raised his hand and pressed it to his brow. The trembling of the Asura demon sword in his sea of consciousness was almost a roar. The patterns on the sword body lit up with an eerie red light, as if it was about to burst out of his body. Lu Chen looked at Bai Ji, his originally dark eyes now bloodshot. He could feel the murderous aura of the city of slaughter constantly surging into his sea of consciousness, transforming into nourishment for the growth of the Asura demon sword. Come with me. Without delay, Biji led Lu Chen directly into the room. Lu Chen sat cross-legged on the cold, hard bed. Within the sea of consciousness, the blade of the Asura demon sword had turned from dark red to crimson. The Asura patterns on the blade seemed to come alive, climbing and spreading along the blade. Each pattern oozed viscous blood droplets, which dripped into the void of the sea of consciousness, transforming into fleeting crimson lotus flowers. The sound of the sword was no longer a tremor, but like the roar of thousands of evil spirits, making Lu Chen's sea of consciousness vibrate and seem as if it would collapse at any moment. Even more terrifying, the sword tip slowly condensed into the face of an Asura demon god, its eyes empty yet radiating a chilling killing intent, facing off against Lu Chen's blood-red eyes. What's going on? Lu Chen looked at the strange appearance of the Asura demon sword with a puzzled expression. Buzz. A sword cry that pierced the universe suddenly resounded in the void of the sea of consciousness. The crimson sea of consciousness was torn apart by a golden pillar of light, and within the pillar of light, a Shura god king clad in dark red divine armor slowly emerged. Lu Chen bowed to the Asura god king and said, Junior Lu Chen greets the Asura god king. The Asura god king looked at Lu Chen with a satisfied smile on his face. This is the test of the Asura demon sword. You merely used the power of the demonic sword to unleash the potential of the Asura, without truly controlling it. Now that the demonic sword has awakened, demonic miasma is growing. The Asura god king's gaze fell on the restless Asura demon sword, and his tone was solemn. The path of Asura is to defy the heavens and prove the way through battle. He paused, then said, word by word, if you want to completely master the power of Asura, you only have one path to take. Defeat it. As soon as he finished speaking, the Asura demon sword suddenly burst out with a blinding red light, and the demon god phantom on the sword tip opened its blood-red maw and spewed out a thick cloud of blood mist. Within the blood mist, countless demonic figures roared and pounced on Lu Chen. The phantom of the Asura god king slowly retreated, and the golden pillar of light gradually receded. This is your trial, and I cannot interfere. The phantom of the Asura god king began to slowly dissipate. Remember, the will of Asura is enough to surpass all power. If you cannot even subdue your own source power, you are not worthy of the name Asura. As Lu Chen watched the approaching demonic figure and felt the stinging pain from the depths of his soul, his blood-red eyes, instead of showing fear, ignited a fierce fighting spirit. I see. Lu Chen spoke in a deep voice, and a crimson gold light suddenly shone from his body. Forming a crimson gold light sword in his hand, facing the approaching demonic shadow, Lu Chen swung his crimson gold light sword fiercely. The crimson gold light sword sliced through the ood mist and collided head-on with the leading blue-faced, fanged demonic figure. The golden and red light exploded, and the demonic shadow let out a piercing shriek. It was cleaved in two by the sword light, but it did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into two smaller black shadows and pounced again from both sides. Good timing. Lu Chen let out a deep shout, tapped the void in his mind with his toes. And his figure darted like an arrow. His light sword spun in layers of sword flowers, and streaks of crimson gold sword energy were unleashed from his hand, shattering the approaching black shadows one by one. But these demonic shadows seemed endless, and the shattered shadows quickly reformed in the blood mist, becoming even more ferocious. A jet-black demonic blade materialized in the demonic figure's hand. Its blade wreathed in bone-corroding black flames as it slashed towards Lu Chen. Sizzle. The black flame demon blade struck the crimson gold light sword, sparks flying everywhere. The bone-corroding black flames spread along the light sword, and Lu Chen felt a needle-like pain in his palm. He suddenly spun around to dissipate the force, and his lightsaber swept across with the momentum. With a bang, the demonic shadow exploded instantly. Lu Chen suddenly discovered that after the demonic shadow exploded, it actually transformed into a dark red demonic roux. Nay, and merged into Lu Chen's sea of consciousness. It didn't recoagulate as it had before. Looks like you're not invincible after all. Thinking of this, Lu Chen swung his crimson gold light sword even more fiercely. As the demonic shadows vanished completely, turning into demonic runes, strands of dark red demonic runes began to entwine around the crimson gold light sword in Lu Chen's hand, giving it a faint resemblance to the Asura demon sword. The demonic runes on the lightsaber became increasingly dense, and the originally pure crimson gold sword energy gained a touch of Asura's ferocity, with each swing of the sword accompanied by a sharp whistling sound that tore through the void. Lu Chen used the unsynchronized technique to weave through the demonic shadows. His sword moves were sometimes fierce and unparalleled, shattering swaths of demonic shadows with each strike. At other times, they were agile and unpredictable, with a single touch of the sword tip causing a demonic shadow to vanish. In the center of his mind, the sword cry of the Asura demon sword became rapid and sharp. The demon god phantom on the sword's tip stared intently at Lu Chen, and for the first time, human-like surprise and rage appeared in its empty eyes. When the last demonic shadow disappeared, Lu Chen appeared in front of the Asura demon sword. He looked at the demon god on the sword's tip and knew that it had no offensive capabilities at this moment. Goodbye. Lu Chen slashed down with his lightsaber. No. The demonic phantom let out a desperate roar, its demonic body shattering inch by inch amidst the golden red sword light. It stared intently at Lu Chen, slowly raising its right hand in a chilling throat-slitting gesture. I will definitely return. I will. Without the support of the demon god's phantom, the Asura demon sword trembled and slowly flew towards Lu Chen. The violent aura on the sword gradually subsided, replaced by an intimate connection with Lu Chen's aura. Next time, I'll be waiting for you. Lu Chen reached out his hand, and the Asura demon sword landed steadily in his palm. He looked at the Asura demon sword in his hand and smiled. It seems that the greatest danger in getting through this city of slaughter is actually myself. Lu Chen's consciousness slowly withdrew from the consciousness space. At this time, 3 whole days had passed outside. He had just opened his eyes when he saw Bridget leaning against his lap, fast asleep. Her emerald green hair shimmered under the glow of the soul-guiding lamp. The moment Lu Chen's fingertips touched Bai Ji's soft hair, she jolted awake. Her brows were like distant mountains shrouded in mist, her eyes like autumn waters rippling across the sky. Even though she was weary, her gentle and exquisite beauty remained captivating. You're awake. Brigette's voice was a little hoarse. She subconsciously stood up and raised her hand to touch Lu Chen's brow. This time, she was not burned by the violent power, but only felt a warm and steady breath. She gazed at Lu Chen with her beautiful eyes and said slowly, "It seems that this killing city is really suitable for you." Lu Chen smiled faintly, concealing his guilty conscience. He had a feeling that Bai Ji had figured something out. Chapter 251 First Encounter with Hu Liena. A month later, when Lu Chen walked out of the hell-killing fields again, Ying immediately came to greet him. She stared at the bloodshot look in Lu Chen's eyes and asked in confusion, "Why do I feel like there's something wrong with you?" Lu Chen smiled faintly upon hearing this, and without saying anything more, walked straight towards the outer city. Ying walked side by side with Lu Chen. She looked at Lu Chen's white robe, which was spotless and stained with no scarlet blood, and slowly said, "Do you know what code name the people here have given you?" Lu Chen shook his head slightly. "Dragon Demon Emperor Slayer." Ying looked at Lu Chen curiously. "In the past month, the number of people who have died at your hands is probably no less than 1,000, right?" Lu Chen nodded slightly. Ever since he started the demon sword trial, his killing intent had grown stronger. Anyone who showed hostility towards him would be personally tortured and killed by him. If it weren't for Bridget calming his restless soul after each battle, he would probably have already turned the inner city into a bloodbath by now. Just as Lu Chen was about to leave, a familiar face walked towards him. It was a young girl. He was dressed entirely in black, his long hair neatly combed down his back and tied with a rope. He held a short sword, about a foot long, that gleamed with a cold light. Her beautiful eyes, brimming with an alluring charm, sparkled like a pure white lotus rising from the mud, untouched by its surroundings. Her near-perfect figure and her previously cold demeanor drew attention. A drop of blood was quietly sliding down the smooth, mirror-like dagger in her hand. The onlookers looked at her with fear in their eyes. Hu Liena. Lu Chen was taken aback. She's arrived way too early. With her current strength, she'll probably have a hard time getting out alive. Just as Lu Chen was looking at Hu Liena seemed to notice Lu Chen's gaze. She looked up at Lu Chen. The moment Hu Liena's gaze met Lu Chen's, her beautiful, enchanting eyes suddenly narrowed, as if she hadn't expected to meet him here. Lu Chen. She didn't call out Lu Chen's name on the spot. She slowly walked up to Lu Chen, her voice as cold as ice. "I didn't expect that Dragon Demon Emperor Slayer would actually be you." The onlookers instinctively took several steps back, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire of these two menacing figures. Lu Chen, who had killed over 1,000 people in a month, was already a taboo in the hellish killing field, and Hu Liena's ruthlessness when she made her move just now made her someone that everyone avoided. Lu Chen's gaze swept over her somewhat frail figure, and he kindly advised, "You shouldn't have come here. With your strength, you have no chance of getting out of the city of slaughter." His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable warning. Hu Liena's lips curled into a cold smile, and a hint of stubbornness flashed in her eerie eyes. "Whether I come or not is none of your business." She raised her hand to wipe the bloodstains from the blade. "If you can kill your way to a code name, why can't I?" Seeing this, Lu Chen didn't say anything. He secretly handed a note to Hu Liena and turned to walk towards the outer city. After the crowd dispersed, Hu Liena looked at the small piece of paper, about the size of a fingernail, in her hand, a meaningful look appearing in her beautiful eyes. "If you want to survive, you'd better stay away from this woman," Ying suddenly said to Lu Chen on the road. "Why?" Lu Chen's tone was calm, still revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Ying glanced at Lu Chen, her tone tinged with mockery. "Mr. Dragon Slayer, no one here will be your friend. Everyone could be plotting against you. Even the woman moaning and groaning beneath you." As she spoke, she moved closer to Lu Chen, emphasizing the word, "woman," at the end. Lu Chen dodged Ying's body and slowly said, "Thank you for the reminder." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen's figure vanished. Seeing Lu Chen's unromantic attitude, Ying gritted her teeth in anger. "Dragon Slayer, just you wait. I'll make you fall at my feet sooner or later." Lu Chen walked straight towards his small courtyard, which had already undergone a complete transformation. The once dark and dilapidated courtyard has long since shed its former desolate. On thanks to the soul tool and Brigette's modifications. The dark blue rammed earth wall was covered with a layer of lustrous white jade soul stone, completely isolating it from the bloody smell of the killing field. The courtyard was paved with smooth bluestone slabs, with tiny specks of moss dotting the gaps. Several pots of spiritual plants, nurtured by Bai Ji, were placed in the corner, there. Emerald vines climbing up the flower racks made from soul tools. The entire courtyard was full of life, a completely different atmosphere from the outside world. As soon as Lu Chen stepped into the courtyard, a figure in emerald green slowly walked out of the house. Brigitte was still wearing that simple green dress, her long hair tied up with a simple jade hairpin, and her beautiful face was adorned with a gentle smile. She took a few steps forward, her fingertips gently brushing against Lu Chen's sleeve. A gentle life energy quietly flowed in, probing the fluctuations of his soul. The aura of killing has intensified. As Brigitte spoke, she took out her notebook and jotted something down. Looking at her like this, Lu Chen said helplessly, "Senior Bai Ji, I feel like I'm becoming more and more like your guinea pig." Upon hearing this, Brigette's lips curled up slightly. "Since you know that, just cooperate." Just as Lu Chen and Bai Ji were talking, a crisp knock sounded on the door. Brigitte slowly picked up a soul-guided screen from the table. As Brigitte operated it, the figure of a girl appeared on the screen from a top-down angle. Lu Chen glanced at it. She really came. Outside the door, Juliana tried to push it open, but found that with her current soul power, she was unable to open the door at all. She even had a vague feeling that something was watching her. Just as Juliana was puzzled, the door creaked open from the inside. "Haven't seen you for a long time." Lu Chen looked at Juliana, reached out his right hand, and pulled Juliana into the courtyard. As soon as Juliana entered the courtyard, she was shocked by the scene inside. A refreshing and invigorating scent wafted over, forcefully suppressing most of the fierceness emanating from her. She opened her eyes wide in disbelief and reached out to touch the lush green vines climbing beside her. The soft touch from her fingertips felt so real, unlike anything she'd ever seen in the killing city. In this city where even the air is filled with the stench of blood, there is a hidden paradise full of life. Here, Juliana's voice trembled slightly, her eyes sweeping over every scene in the courtyard before finally settling on Brigitte. When she saw Brigette's face clearly, her pupils contracted slightly, and she subconsciously gripped the short sword in her hand. Junior Juliana greets Senior Brigitte. Brigette's aura was too pure, so pure that it was out of place in the city of slaughter. Yet, her seemingly gentle eyes held a chilling pressure that made her heart pound. As if all her thoughts could be seen through. Although Bai Ji rarely appears in public, the Spirit Hall still managed to find some information about her, a healing-type soul master who was suspected to be a peerless Douluo. Brigitte put away her notebook, her gaze falling on Juliana's hand gripping the short sword. Her smile remained unchanged. "Little girl, now that you're here, put aside your murderous intent. No one in this courtyard will lay a hand on you." Her voice was soft, yet it carried a strange soothing quality, causing Juliana's tense shoulders and back to relax slightly involuntarily. Chapter 252 The Proud Saintess will not serve you tea or water. Juliana nodded and tucked the short sword back into her waistband. She turned to look at Lu Chen, who was sitting in the courtyard drinking tea, and asked, "What is the purpose of calling me here?" Juliana was quite cautious. Even in the courtyard, she didn't call out Lu Chen's real name. Although she had only been there for a week, she already had a clear understanding of this sinful city filled with depravity and cunning. Lu Chen put down his teacup, his expression calm. "Relax. Here, let alone those wandering fallen ones. Even if the King of Slaughter himself came, I could still protect you and Brigitte and ensure your safe retreat." Juliana's beautiful eyes were immediately filled with shock upon hearing this. She knew that Lu Chen was not a boastful person. Since he said this, it meant that Lu Chen must have something that could threaten the King of Slaughter, or even kill the King of Slaughter. Ignoring her shock, Lu Chen turned to exchange a glance with Brigitte beside him before looking at Juliana. "Juliana, you know how to do housework, right?" "What are you doing? Housework?" Juliana doubted she had heard correctly. Her eyebrows furrowed, and disbelief filled her delicate face. "Lu Chen, are you kidding me? I'm a member of the Spirit Hall's Golden Generation, and I'm also the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall. I came to the city of slaughter to train, not to be your maid. How could a proud saintess possibly serve tea and water to Lu Chen? Lu Chen glanced helplessly at Bai Ji beside him. It was during this time that he realized that Bai Ji was actually terrible at housework. If he hadn't stopped her, this courtyard would probably have been blown to rubble by Bai Ji by now. He looked at her flustered appearance, calmly raised his hand, and bent 3 fingers. I will exchange 3 things with you. First, I can neutralize the toxins in your body caused by the injection of Bloody Mary. His gaze swept over the faint glint of bloodlust in Hu Liena's eyes, and he slowly said, you probably don't know this yet, but Bloody Mary contains a slow-acting poison that can subtly control people's minds. The King of Slaughter used this to control the entire Slaughter City. That is its true secret. Hu Liena was taken aback upon hearing this. She knew Lu Chen had no reason to lie to her. Lu Chen slowly withdrew his ring finger. Secondly, after you come out of the Hell Slaughter Arena, you can rest in this courtyard. Not only will you not have to worry about safety here, but it will also soothe the restless killing intent within you. Before Hu Liena could respond, he withdrew his middle finger and added a touch of seduction to his tone. Third, I will help you leave the city of slaughter and successfully obtain the God of Slaughter domain. Although Lu Chen's 3 conditions were very tempting, Hu Liena was not in a hurry to agree. What good would it do you? Lu Chen smiled faintly. The senior Bridget standing in front of you, entering the kitchen once is no less than starting a war. I'm worried she'll blow up the city of slaughter. Actually, there was one more thing he didn't mention. The Asura demon sword within his body could absorb the killing intent of others to strengthen itself. Leaving Hu Liena here will not only solve the house-ing problem for both Bridget and himself, but also accelerate his mastery of the Asura demon sword. Why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Hu Liena's fingertips unconsciously rubbed the hilt of the short sword at her waist. Her eyes filled with resentment and struggle. Looking into Lu Chen's calm eyes, she recalled the increasingly restless blood within her body. Domain of the God of Slaughter, she murmured softly, and after a long while, she suddenly looked up, bit her lower lip, and showed a resolute expression like a warrior cutting off his own arm. I promise you. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately added, but I have a condition. You are not allowed to treat me like a real maid and order me around. A smile flashed in Lu Chen's eyes upon hearing this, and he put down his teacup. No problem. He raised his hand and flicked his finger, sending a shimmering white pill flying towards Hu Liena. This is a heart-cleansing pill. Taking it will eliminate toxins from your body. Hu Liena caught the pill with her hand, and a refreshing aura wafted over, which actually calmed the burning restlessness in her body a little. Her heart stirred slightly, and her trust in Lu Chen grew even stronger. But she still wouldn't let it go. Don't expect me to do anything great. The Spirit Hall didn't teach any of this. Certainly. Lu Chen smiled slightly, turned around and went directly into the room. He had a vague feeling that the test of the Asura demon sword in his body was about to begin again tonight. As night fell, Lu Chen sat cross-legged in his room, surrounded by a scarlet glow. Within the Sea of Spirit, on the tip of the Asura demon sword, the faded phantom of the demon god reappeared. Compared to before, the phantom of the demon god is now several times more solid. No longer a hazy outline, it transformed into a terrifying giant shadow several meters tall, with crimson malevolent energy swirling around it like mist, turning Lu Hen's entire spiritual sea into a blood-red inferno. Its head has 3 curved, jet-black horns, the tips of which gleam with a ghostly green light, as if they could pierce through the void. Its face is full of grotesque lines. And its eyes are bottomless blood holes, within which 2 clusters of scarlet flames dance, filled with terrifying killing intent. Roar. Upon seeing Lu Chen, the Tom of the demon god let out a roar like that of a wild beast. We meet again. The crimson gold light sword in Lu Chen's hand slowly materialized. Sizzle. The crimson aura surrounding the demon god's phantom suddenly contracted, transforming into countless sharp blades of energy that rained down on Lu Chen's spiritual body. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, and with a slight thought, the crimson gall D sword in his hand emitted a clear and melodious sword cry. Dense Asura patterns appeared on the sword's blade, and the crimson gold light surged, instantly enveloping Lu Chen. Clang clang clang. Countless air blades struck the crimson gold light shield, emitting a dense clang of metal against metal, and sparks flew everywhere. This is much better than last time, Lu Chen thought to himself. The demon god phantom last time was just a test. Now, thanks to this period of concealing its strength, it is no longer comparable to before. Roar. Seeing that its attack was ineffective, the demonic phantom took a step forward. And its towering shadow stirred up a monstrous blood wave within the sea of consciousness. It raised its giant hand covered in bone spurs, and dark demonic flames burned fiercely in its palm, condensing into a ferocious demonic axe, which it slashed down fiercely at Lu Chen. Before the demonic axe even fell, the terrifying pressure made it difficult for Lu Chen to breathe. The space of his spiritual sea seemed to freeze, and the energy within the space instantly split in two. Even the light was swallowed up by this power. 7 kills of Asura. Lu Chen let out a low shout, and the crimson gold sword in his hand solidified even more. He could clearly feel that the light sword formed from the power of Asura in his hand had already vaguely resembled the Asura demon sword. Kill one living being. Lu Chen gripped the Asura light sword, transforming it into a crimson lightning bolt as he slashed towards the demon axe. Boom! As the sword and axe clashed, a terrifying energy shockwave spread outwards from the point of impact. The crimson waters within the Sea of Spirit instantly surged violently, unleashing towering waves. Chapter 253 The Demon God Rises Again. A triple slaying of the demon. Lu Chen was thrown several meters away by the shockwave, his feet leaving long scratches on the blood-red sea, his blood and chi surging within him. Such powerful strength. Lu Chen slowly stood up, tightened his grip on the Asura light sword, and his eyes grew even more intense. At this moment, the Asura light sword in his hand trembled incessantly on its own. The Asura patterns engraved on the blade seemed to break free from their restraints, pulsating wildly like a living thing, greedily devouring every wisp of malevolent energy permeating the air. Within the originally dazzling crimson gold light, a deep, ink-like dark red is slowly spreading. The demonic phantom opposite them ignited even fiercer flames in its blood-soaked eyes. It suddenly swung its giant arm, and the demonic axe, carrying demonic flames that could incinerate everything, crashed down on Lu Chen like a falling meteor. At the same time, the crimson aura around it condensed into countless ferocious chains, which wrapped around Lu Chen from all directions, attempting to trap him to death on the spot. Kill the hungry ghost twice. Lu Chen's eyes lit up with a crimson gold light, and his killing intent instantly surged to its peak. A crimson light erupted from the Asura light sword, and an extremely dense killing intent surged from Lu Chen's body, condensing into a blurry Asura phantom behind him. Throat acupuncture for abdominal fire. Lu Chen took a step forward, and the crimson sea beneath his feet exploded with a deafening roar. His eyes were fixed on the approaching phantom of the demon god, and his voice boomed like thunder, seeing food turn to filth, weeping in vain. With a sudden twist of his wrist, the Asura light sword, imbued with unparalleled killing intent, slashed out fiercely. The ultimate killing intent of the Asura sword condensed at the sword's edge, suddenly forming a demonic avatar with bared fangs and ferocious claws. Carrying an overwhelming killing intent, Lu Chen charged straight at the incoming demonic axe, his evil spirit form unleashing a fierce strike with the power of the Asura light sword. Sizzle. The sword energy collided with the fragments of demonic flame, instantly igniting a large amount of malevolent energy. The pitch-black demonic flames and dark red sword energy intertwined and burned, forming a terrifying energy turbulence. The attacking chains of malevolent energy were severed by the sword energy, turning into specks of scarlet mist. Just as they were about to dissipate, they were forcibly drawn away by the Asura light sword, becoming nourishment for the sword's body. The demonic phantom realized that its power was being absorbed by Lu Chen. Its black flames trembled, and several demonic shadows rushed towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled faintly, and with a gentle wave of his Asura light sword, a crimson gold sword aura instantly crushed those demonic shadows. The phantom of the demon god let out a deafening roar, and the flames in its blood-filled eyes almost solidified. It was clearly enraged by Lu Chen's actions. Its thick demonic arm bulged with veins, and it suddenly raised the giant axe that blotted out the sky high. In an instant, the endless malevolent energy that had accumulated in the killing capital for thousands of years seemed to have found an outlet. surging wildly into this sea of spirits and converging on the giant axe in the demon god's hand. These malevolent energies converged on the demonic axe in the demon god's hand, ca. Using the demonic flames on the axe blade to surge 100 feet, with an eerie blood-red light shining through the darkness. Roar! The demon god's phantom roared, and its giant axe, carrying He forced to destroy the heavens and the earth, slashed down fiercely at Lu Chen once again. This axe blow was far more brutal than any of the previous attacks. Before the axe arrived, the strong wind came first. A bottomless chasm was forcibly cleaved open in the blood-red sea, and the water on both sides was so suppressed by the terrifying pressure that it could not close up. Triple kill hell. Lu Chen's figure transformed into a streak of crimson gold light, leaving a long afterimage in the air, 8 hot 8 cold soul-shattering abyss. The Asura phantom behind him suddenly solidified, its 3 heads and 6 arms stretching out, each hand holding a heavy crimson gold sword. Kill! Lu Chen charged straight up at the giant axe that seemed to split the sky and cleave the earth. His figure appearing and disappearing amidst the surging baleful aura. The 3-headed, 6-armed Asura Dharma form moved in unison, unleashing 6 crimson gold heavy swords simultaneously. 6 extremely condensed dark red sword energies, carrying the power to crush everything, shot towards the giant axe. Lu Chen's hair danced wildly, but his eyes remained terrifyingly calm in the face of the demon god's phantom attack. As if the world-destroying force before him was nothing but a mirage. Clang! A crisp cracking sound rang out, and the giant axe of the demon god's phantom, which blotted out the sky, was actually blocked by the sword net. Dense cracks spread across the dark axe body. Lu Chen's figure burst out from the shattered axe blade fragments, lightly touching the fragments with his toes. His figure darted around like a ghost, and in a few breaths he had already crossed 1,000 feet, appearing in front of the demon god's phantom. Goodbye. Lu Chen's eyes turned old as he pierced the chest of the demon god's phantom with his Asura light sword. The Asura patterns on the sword instantly burst forth with intense light, binding the demon god's phantom tightly like a giant net. The phantom of the demon god let out a mournful roar, and its massive body, under the refinement of the light sword, gradually transformed into pure crimson gold demonic runes, which air completely absorbed by the Asura light sword. Its eyes still held that same resentful look of unwillingness. I will definitely come back. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon god's phantom revealed a ferocious smile, and its figure slowly dissipated. As the last wisp of malevolent energy was absorbed into the sword, the Asura light sword emitted a clear and melodious sword cry. The dark red of the sword gradually faded, replaced by a deep and restrained crimson gold luster. The crimson waters within the sea of spirit gradually calmed down. Looking at the Asura light sword floating in front of him, Lu Chen said with a hint of anticipation, "I'll be waiting for you." The demon god just now was not in its complete form, and he never used his true strength. He had a vague premonition that the demon god's phantom would disappear this time, and the next time it reappeared, it would surely be their final battle. That will be the starting point for him to truly embark on the path of Asura. Looking at the Asura demon sword floating in the center of the 18 golden suns, Lu Chen's eyes revealed a hint of longing. If I could master both the power of the Gold N Dragon King and the power of the Asura God King, what level of strength would I reach? Lu Chen smiled slightly, shook his head, and temporarily suppressed these thoughts. As Lu Chen's consciousness returned to his body, the crimson vortex that had been hovering above the courtyard for so long gradually dissipated into nothingness. The murderous aura emanating from him slowly receded into his body like a tide, disappearing without a trace. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Bridget holding a pen in one hand and a notebook in the other, writing something down on it. Bridget murmured softly, "I woke up an hour later this time than last time." The bloodlust in Lu Chen's eyes dissipated, and he stared at the notebook in Bai Ji's hand, made of some kind of animal hide, covered with dense writing by Bai Ji. Without even looking, one can guess that it must record the duration of each of his cultivation awakenings, the fluctuations in his aura, and even the peak energy he unleashed during his battle with the demon god's phantom. "Senior Bridget," Lu Chen's tone held a hint of helplessness, "what is this?" Bridget looked up, her clear eyes showing no emotion. She simply turned a page in the booklet. the pen scratching softly on the paper. She frankly stated, "I'm recording your growth data. If my analysis is correct, it seems something extraordinary has awakened within you." Lu Chen gave a wry smile and tried to get up to stretch his aching body. "Don't move." Brigitta's voice was soft yet carried an undeniable power. She put away her notebook and quickly walked up to Lu Chen. A faint, shimmering green light emanated from her fingertips as she gently placed them on Lu Chen's shoulder. The emerald green energy, like a gentle stream, slowly seeped into Lu Chen's body. In an instant, the emerald green healing power had spread throughout Lu Chen's body, and his damaged meridians were rapidly repaired. Lu Chen felt a long-lost sense of ease throughout his body. And his mind became clear and lucid, with the lingering violent aura completely gone. Chapter 254 Encountering the Scoundrel Again. Another month later, when Lu Chen's figure stood once again on the blood-red stone slab of the Hell Slaughter Arena, the clamor in the stands suddenly rose, and then turned into a boiling uproar. "Dragon Demon Emperor Slayer! Dragon Demon Emperor Slayer!" The deafening shouts nearly lifted the dome of this killing capital. The moment the 9 contestants saw the black-robed figure, the bloodlust and madness that had been burning in their eyes were instantly replaced by a bone-chilling fear. The referee looked at the 9 people who had already been called upon by the King of Hell, and a hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. In his eyes, it was already a blessing from heaven that these 9 people could leave with intact corpses after this battle. "The match begins," the referee announced. Lu Chen gripped the Asura demon's sword and moved like lightning, charging straight toward the strongest man among the 9. "Brothers, charge. Even if we die, we'll tear a piece of his flesh off." The burly man who was the leader of the 9 men had bloodshot eyes. He swung his 100-pound black iron axe down at Lu Chen's head with both hands, creating a whooshing sound as it cleaved through the air. The other 8 people who have survived to this day are all seasoned veterans, and they naturally understand that there is no way to retreat now. Only by fighting to the death might there be a glimmer of hope. The 9 men each displayed their unique skills, their swords flashing and their shadows weaving into an impenetrable killing net. Poisonous thorns and chains surged toward Lu Chen's vital points, intending to exchange their lives for his and perish together. Ridiculous. Lu Chen snorted coldly, ignoring the oncoming killing move. His Asura demon's sword hummed and trembled as it clashed violently with the giant black iron axe. Clang! The burly man felt a devastating force spread from his arm throughout his body. The crisp sound of his bones shattering was clearly audible. He was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the barrier of the killing field. Puff! He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the strong man's aura instantly weakened to the extreme. His body slumped down and collapsed in the corner, his soul returning to hell. One move. With just one move, he killed the strongest of the 9. Lu Chen dodged the flying poisonous thorn by sidestepping, his wrist slightly lowered, and the tip of his sword struck the gravel at his feet. Whoosh! The shattered stones pierced the air, as fast as shooting stars. Before the man who had used the poison thorns could dodge, a muffled bang was heard, and a shocking blood-red lotus flower exploded from his chest. How? As the man lay dying, he stared at his ruptured chest, his eyes filled with shock. In their first encounter, both men were killed. Kill him! Kill him! The remaining 7 were driven mad by the bloody scene, their eyes bloodshot, and they roared as they charged forward again. Lu Chen's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as if the people before him were not 7 lives, but 7 ants. He flicked his wrist, and the Asura demon's sword drew a strange arc. Its dark red sword energy piercing directly through the chest of the person closest to him. Pff'd. Blood gushed out, staining Lu Chen's robes red and making his murderous aura even more intense. Without pausing, he flashed and appeared behind a contestant using chains. The Asura demon's sword slashed horizontally, and a sharp sword aura instantly cut the opponent in half at the waist. Internal organs and blood splattered all over the ground, a gruesome scene. The pungent stench of blood permeated the entire hellish killing arena, while the screams of the audience grew increasingly frenzied, their eyes gleaming with an extreme thirst for blood and death. Dragon Demon Emperor Slayer! Dragon Demon Emperor Slayer! The Asura demon's sword in Lu Chen's hand trembled slightly. Within the corpse, wisps of pure blood energy were greedily devoured by the sword. He knew this was the demon god gathering power for the final battle. Eat, otherwise, this city of slaughter will become rather boring. Looking at the remaining few people, Lu Chen's killing intent intensified under the influence of the Asura demon sword. Here, there was no one of good character, so he simply stopped suppressing his murderous intent. Amidst the flashing sword light, screams of agony rose and fell. In just a short while, only one of the 9 people who were originally besieging Lu Chen remained. The man was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground, losing control of his bladder and bowels, trembling as he begged for mercy. "Spare me. Dragon Demon Emperor, spare me. I, hellish killing field, it's either kill or die, there is no third way." Lu Chen walked slowly to him, looking down at him without a trace of pity in his eyes. The Asura demon sword pointed directly at his brow. With a flash of light, the last person's head fell to the ground, rolling away. His eyes were wide open, filled with resentment and fear. "Dragon Demon Emperor Slayer! Dragon Demon Emperor Slayer!" The shouts from the audience reached their peak, with countless people waving their arms wildly, their eyes filled with fanatical worship. Lu Chen ignored the cheers of the crowd, but looked up at the gray sky above the killing field, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He took the token engraved with his number of wins from the respectfully approaching staff member, then turned and walked off the field. As soon as I stepped out of the killing field, a pretty figure came to greet me. "Dragon Slayer, guess who I just saw?" Hu Liena approached Lu Chen with a mysterious look on her face and whispered something. "How?" Looking at her like this, Lu Chen slowly said, "Could it be that Tang San has arrived?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Liena's eyes widened instantly. You already know that Tang San would come to the city of slaughter." The two spoke without any regard for those around them. The fallen ones around them wisely kept their distance, leaving space for Hu Liena and Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled faintly, but thought to himself, "I not only know he's here, but I also know that Tang Chen is secretly observing me right now." Hu Liena leaned closer, lowering her voice even further. "I think Tang San's strength has increased, should we?" At this point, Hu Liena made a throat-slitting gesture. Lu Chen extended his index finger and gently flicked her fair forehead. "That Tang San isn't so easy to kill. And if that guy has some trump card, you might not be able to handle him." "Ouch." Hu Liena covered her forehead, pouting her red lips in dissatisfaction. "Why did you hit me?" Lu Chen smiled slightly. Tang San was now nothing more than an ant that could be crushed with a flick of his hand. He really wanted to see how far Tang San could go after being tricked by Yu Shaogang. If Tang Hao and Tang San saw Ah Yin transformed into one of their own, I wonder what their expressions would be. As Lu Chen was thinking this, a clear and cold footstep came from the shadows not far away. Steady and firm, in stark contrast to the sluggishness of the fallen people around him. Lu Chen looked up and saw a black figure slowly walking out, his black robes still stained with undried blood. It was Tang San, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. His aura was more restrained yet stronger than when he participated in the all-continent elite tournament of advanced Soul Master Academies. A faint killing intent surrounded him, indicating that he had already participated in many battles in the city of slaughter. Those eyes remained sharp, sweeping over Lu Chen with undisguised vigilance and inquiry, while when they fell on Hu Liena, they held an added air of aloofness and coldness. "Lu Chen." Tang San spoke first, his voice slightly lower than he remembered. "I never expected to meet you here. Tang San, long time no see. By the way, how is Tang Hao?" He paused, then added a touch of mockery to his tone. "Don't let him run around, or things will get complicated if something happens to him." Chapter 255 Tang San, fighting with all his might. Unable to get close, Tang San's eyes suddenly turned cold as he listened to Lu Chen's words. He reached for the 24 bridges under the moon, sword at his waist with his right hand and said coldly, "Lu Chen, I will not allow you to insult my father." Lu Chen looked at Tang San's agitated state with disdain in his eyes. "What, do you think you have the strength to fight me in the city of slaughter?" Tang San remained silent, his eyes fixed on Lu Chen. "Do you really think you see and hurt me with your ridiculous hidden weapons?" Lu Chen took a step forward, and a terrifying killing intent instantly surged toward Tang San. In Tang San's eyes, the world around him was instantly stained with blood. And every breath he took was filled with a bone-chilling cold. Lu Chen's murderous aura was like a peerless, deadly blade drawn from its sheath, as if it would strike him at any moment. Tang San clenched his teeth, and the veins on his forehead throbbed slightly. The overwhelming killing intent did not make him back down. Instead, it stirred up the arrogance in his bones. A faint blue light flashed across the 24 bridges under the bright moonlight, and 3 bone-piercing needles had quietly slipped into the palm of the hand. Ridiculous. Tang San's voice was deep, carrying a hint of cold mockery. In this city of slaughter, the difference in soul power between you and me has long since vanished. Before he finished speaking, he slammed his left foot into the ground, his body sliding out sideways like an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, he flipped his wrist, and 3 bone-piercing needles, accompanied by the sound of tearing through the air, attacked Lu Chen's 3 vital points: throat, brow, and dantian. The trajectory of the hidden weapon was unpredictable and strange. Under the shroud of blood-red killing intent, it actually drew 3 faint silver streaks. Yeah, Lu Chen smiled faintly, shielding Hu Liena behind him. He stomped his left foot hard on the ground, and 3 pebbles flew up instantly. Clang, clang, clang. 3 crisp metallic clangs almost overlapped as the pebbles struck the tip of the bone-piercing needle with pinpoint accuracy. The bone-piercing nail, originally aimed at Lu Chen's vital points, flew past Lu Chen's ear and embedded itself deeply into the stone wall behind him, leaving 3 small holes. Tang San's expression turned serious upon seeing this. His hidden weapon was incredibly fast and cunning. Yet Lu Chen had blocked it unharmed even without any soul power. Lu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Is that all the strength you've got? Tang San, all you've learned during your time in the city of slaughter is to hide. Hu Liena, who was behind him, peeked out with half her face, her gaze sweeping over Tang San, her voice tinged with provocation. Tang San, your father was impulsive back then, which is why the spirit hall mobilized its entire force. Shut up. Tang San's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Hu Liena. He had already learned from Tang Hao that his mother had been persecuted by the spirit hall. He quietly placed his left hand on his waist, and the 24 bridges under the moonlight once again lit up with a faint light. This time with 7 hair-thin dragon whisker needles. He swayed, advancing instead of retreating, unleashing the ghost shadow steps, his figure becoming a blurry afterimage amidst the blood-red killing intent. At the same time, his wrist flicked, and 7 dragon beard needles shot out at Hu Liena's limbs and bones, clearly intending to take her life. Seeing that Tang San was intent on killing and was targeting Hu Liena's vitals, Lu Chen stepped to the side to block Hu Liena. At the same time, the golden rhombus-shaped dragon scale between his eyebrows lit up. His eyes transformed into golden dragon pupils, and his right hand instantly transformed into a golden dragon claw. With the help of the golden dragon eye, Lu Chen reached directly for the dragon beard needle with his right hand. Overestimating yourself. Tang San snorted coldly. The dragon beard needle is the 8th most sophisticated hidden weapon among the inner hidden weapons of the Tang sect. It is made of natural gold-plated crystal gold and is specifically designed to break through protective qi. Moreover, the dragon whisker needle is as thin as a cow's hair and is hidden in the afterimage. Ordinary people can hardly even catch its trajectory, let alone grab it with their bare hands. But the next second, something astonishing happened. With a few soft, plop plop plop, sounds, he managed to trap all 7 dragon whisker needles between his fingers. The dragon whisker needle, powerful enough to pierce metal and stone, was like harmless cotton wool in his palm, leaving not even a scratch. Your hidden weapons are useless against me. Lu Chen flicked his right hand, and the 7 dragon beard needles flew out in the most direct way, faster than when they came, adding straight for Tang San's major acupoints. Tang San's pupils shrank sharply. He quickly twisted his body and used the ghost shadow step to its fullest extent to barely avoid the flying dragon beard needle. Bang! The moment the 7 dragon whisker needles shot out from the wall behind them, the wall exploded instantly, turning into a cloud of dust that enveloped the 3 of them. Before The smoke and dust had cleared and Tang San had even regained his footing. A fierce gust of wind rushed towards him. Lu Chen had already closed in, and a resounding dragon roar echoed through the alley, making the air tremble. His right fist, brimming with overwhelming killing intent, slammed towards Tang San's chest. The wind howled as he punched, condensing the surrounding blood-red killing intent into a vortex in his right fist. Tang San felt a tremendous force, like a mountain collapsing, pressing down on him. His blood surged in his chest, and he almost coughed up blood from the force of the punch. He gritted his teeth, his left hand blazed with light, and the jet-black Hoshin hammer suddenly appeared, its body covered with ferocious patterns, and swung fiercely toward Lu Chen's fist. Boom! The Hoshin hammer and the exposed right fist collided with a deafening roar, and the shockwave spread outwards from the two of them, instantly dispersing the dust and smoke. Tang San felt an irresistible force surge into his arms through the hammer handle, his bones creaking under the strain. He felt as if he had been struck by a ferocious beast, his feet carving deep furrows in the ground. He staggered back 3 jong before barely managing to regain his footing. He looked down at his left hand, where the web of his hand had been shattered, and blood was slowly dripping down the shaft of the Hoshin hammer. Lu Chen looked calmly at Tang San, then slowly said to Hu Liena, "Let's go." Hu Liena looked at him suspiciously. "Aren't we going to kill him?" Upon hearing Hu Liena's words, Tang San suppressed his anger and resentment. Without delay, he quickly put away the clear sky hammer, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and turned to rush off in the opposite direction. He unleashed the ghostly shadow step to its fullest potential, his figure transforming into a blur as he weaved through the intricate alleyways of the City of Slaughter. At this moment, he had lost all his previous arrogance and composure, leaving only a disheveled and anxious state. Hu Liena watched Tang San's hasty retreat and chuckled. She put her right hand on Lu Chen's shoulder and said teasingly, "Look at you. You scared him half to death." Lu Chen withdrew his right fist, and the golden dragon eyes slowly lost their luster. The diamond-shaped dragon scale between his brows disappeared beneath the panel, leaving only a faint golden pattern. He stared at the direction Tang San had fled, his eyes devoid of any emotion. "You saw it just now too." Tang San was carrying quite a few weapons called hidden weapons. As far as I know, he possesses a hidden weapon that even a titled Douluo might not be able to escape unscathed. After saying that, before Hu Liena could ask any questions, Lu Chen had already walked straight towards the outer city. At this moment, Tang San was speeding through the maze-like alleyways of the City of Slaughter, not daring to stop for even a moment. He retrieved a needle-shaped hidden weapon that shimmered with a dark light from the moonlit night of the 24 bridges. The hidden weapon was entirely black, yet it faintly exuded a chilling aura of death. "Now is not the time to use it," Tang San said resolutely. "I must leave the City of Slaughter alive." If Lu Chen were present, he would definitely recognize this hidden weapon as the Yama's decree, which ranks 3rd on the Tang clan's intersect hidden weapon list. Unexpectedly, Tang San managed to forge such a peerless hidden weapon even without the help of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Chapter 256 The King of Slaughter's Fear. 1 year later, Lu Chen was sitting cross-legged in the room, suppressing the restless bloodthirsty energy within his body. Not long ago, he and Hu Liena had already achieved 99 victories in the hell-killing arena. If he hadn't been suppressing the increasingly restless killing intent within him, he could have won to the Slaughter City half a year ago. Within the sea of consciousness, the originally crimson gold space was now shrouded in a layer of dark red blood mist. The Asura demon sword stood in the center of the space, greedily devouring the surrounding evil energy, and the demonic patterns on it moved constantly as if they were alive. The original killing intent transformed into black mist and slowly merged into the demon god phantom in the center of the Asura demon sword. Lu Chen looked at this scene with helplessness in his eyes. He had also examined Hu Liena's body. The killing intent and her body would at most affect her mind, and it was not as complicated as his situation. Just as Lu Chen was pondering, a crisp knock sounded on the door. Hu Liena stood outside the door and said softly, "Lu Chen, I need to talk to you about something." Lu Chen regained consciousness and got up to open the door. "What's wrong?" Hu Liena stood outside the door, no longer wearing the combat-ready outfit she usually wore. but a tailor-made dark red bodysuit. The fabric clung tightly to her shapely curves, perfectly outlining her slender waist and rounded hips. The hem of the dress barely covered the middle of her thighs, revealing a pair of straight and long jade-like legs. Juliana looked at Lu Chen and said softly, "Can we go inside and talk?" Lu Chen nodded slightly and stepped aside to make way for the doorway, allowing Juliana to gracefully enter the room. A faint aura of bloodlust lingered in the air. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her gaze unconsciously swept across Lu Chen's face. Deep in his eyes, there was a barely perceptible hint of dark red. "Why is it so hard to control the murderous aura within you?" Juliana asked curiously. Lu Chen shook his head and slowly said, "Or tell me. What is your purpose in coming to see me? Could you please not use such harsh language?" Juliana curled her lips slightly. "I came to see you because I have something important to discuss with you." She sat down on a chair nearby and said, "I came to find you to share information about the road to hell." Juliana stared intently into Lu Chen's eyes, hoping to see a hint of curiosity in him. Lu Chen simply nodded indifferently, his tone calm and unwavering. "Speak." Juliana choked slightly, but continued, "The entrance to Hell Road is in the Hell Slaw Tear Field, the place where we fight every day. The blood and soul of everyone who dies there will be completely devoured by Hell Road." As she spoke, she kept a close eye on Lu Chen's expression, not missing a single change. "I don't know the specifics of what's inside the Hell Road, but I do know that to get in, you need a powerful killing intent, otherwise, you'll be instantly devoured by the ferocious energy inside. If one can pass through the Hell Road, it is equivalent to gaining the approval of the God of Slaughter Domain. The God of Slaughter Domain will absorb his own killing intent, forming his own domain, which will be attributed to his martial soul, also known as the martial soul's innate domain. This boost is equivalent to a soul master who has passed the Hell Road test G, gaining an extra skill compared to an ordinary soul master. Moreover, it's a highly valuable domain-type skill." Looking at Lu Chen, who remained calm and composed, Juliana finally couldn't hold back any longer and said somewhat angrily, "Lu Chen, do you know that's a domain-type soul skill? Something that countless soul masters dream of their entire lives." Looking at her coquettish expression, Lu Chen finally smiled faintly. "All right, I understand." Next, Juliana told Lu Chen all the information she had obtained from Bibi Dong. Lu Chen nodded slightly. He hadn't known much about the Hell Road before, but with Juliana's reminder, he could better plan what to do next. He looked up at Juliana and said in a deep voice, "I will have my final match in 3 days." 3 days later, in the Hellish Slaughter Arena. Boom. When the last opponent died at Lu Chen's hands. At that very moment, the killing intent that Lu Chen had suppressed for so long burst forth like a ferocious beast breaking free of its shackles, surging straight into the sky. In an instant, crimson light swept across the entire area, and a vast and boundless aura of bloodlust condensed into a crimson dragon that blotted out the sky. The dragon's body was as thick as a mountain, and its scales were formed from blood and evil energy condensed to the extreme, each scale shimmering with an eerie dark red luster. Above the dragon's head, 2 curved horns were sharp as demonic blades. There were no pupils in its eye sockets, only thick blood energy surging, exuding a ferocious aura that could tear the mind apart. As soon as the blood fiend dragon appeared, the temperature in the entire Hell Slaughter Arena plummeted. The stench of blood that filled the air seemed to have found its home, frantic ally converging towards the dragon's body, causing its size to swell even further. In the stands, the surviving spectators were already paralyzed with fear, their faces ashen, unable to even scream. They could only watch helplessly as the colossal beast formed from the aura of slaughter circled and roared in the center of the arena. "Congratulations, Dragon Demon Emperor Slayer." A deep, sharp voice suddenly came from all directions, and a blood-red figure was descending from the sky. It was a tall man, his entire body wrapped in a huge scarlet cloak. With a pale face and completely blood-red eyes, his body slowly descended from the air. As if sensing the provocation, the blood fiend dragon suddenly raised its head and let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Roar. The roar swept across, causing the entire hellish killing field to tremble violently. The stone stands rattled, and pebbles kept falling down. The next second, the blood fiend dragon swung its massive body violently, its claws whistling through the air with a devastating force, fiercely grabbing at the King of Slaughter in midair. Wherever the claw tip passed, faint crimson ripples appeared in the space. As if even nothingness was about to be torn apart by this extremely condensed bloodthirsty aura. The King of Slaughter's crimson pupils suddenly contracted. He hadn't expected that the Drago N Emperor's killing intent would be so overwhelming. As the ruler of the killing city, he had gathered the ferocious energy of countless fallen people over the years. He should have been the ultimate embodiment of the killing power in the world. However, when facing this blood dragon, he felt a suppression from the depths of his soul. Presumptuous. The King of Slaughter let out a cold shout, his right hand glowing with a scarlet light, containing terrifying power, and he slammed it down towards the blood-fiend dragon's claw. Bang! The crimson palm print and the dragon claw collided with a deafening roar. And a terrifying energy shockwave swept across the entire hellish killing field from the point of impact like a tsunami. The dark red luster on the scales of the blood-fiend dragon flickered violently. And tiny wisps of killing intent emanated from the gaps in the scales. The King of Slaughter hovered in midair, a hint of surprise flashing in his scarlet pupils. An ordinary title Douluo would probably die on the spot from this palm strike, but this giant dragon formed from Lu Chen's killing intent only paused for a moment before unleashing a deafening roar once again. Roar! The blood energy in the blood-fiend dragon's eye sockets surged even more violently, and the blood mist that had been scattered did not dissipate, but instead recondensed around its body. Return. Chapter 257 The Road to Hell. Lu Chen's voice suddenly rang out, his clear and cold tone piercing through the turbulent energy flow and reaching the ears of everyone present. Upon hearing the sound, the bloodthirsty dragon's massive, mountain-like body suddenly paused, and its ferocious roar that had shaken the heavens and earth abruptly ceased. It slowly turned its head, and a pair of eyes without pupils, only blood surging in them, were aimed at Lu Chen. The surging scarlet blood miraculously calmed down. The next second, the sky-covering dragon body rapidly receded, transforming into a thick, dark red blood mist that swept back with a howling wind and poured into Lu Chen's body. In the blink of an eye, the colossal beast that blotted out the sky vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint, lingering pressure in the air, proving that the terrifying scene was not an illusion. Lu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his black robe fluttering even without wind. The bloodthirsty light in his eyes not only did not diminish, but became even more intense, like two dancing crimson flames. He looked up at the King of Slaughter in midair, his tone calm and indifferent. King of Slaughter. The King of Slaughter hovered in midair, his scarlet pupils fixed on Lu Chen, his fingers trembling slightly beneath his cloak. He could clearly sense an extremely dangerous aura emanating from Lu Chen. If that aura were to erupt, killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. Dragon Demon Emperor Slaughter. 99 consecutive wins, plus this last one. You have achieved 100 wins. Hovering 5 meters above the ground, the King of Slaughter stopped descending and looked down at Lu Chen. His deep yet sharp voice rang out again, please summon the messenger of hell. The gate on the other side of the Hell Slaughter arena opened, and Juliana, with a hint of worry on her pretty face, came to Lu Chen's side. He glanced at Lu Chen. ND breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lu Chen was unharmed. You're always so scary, Juliana scolded playfully, then looked up at the King of Slaughter, a hint of wariness flashing in her eyes. The King of Slaughter's gaze fell on the viewing platform of the Hell Slaughter arena, as if nothing had just happened. I am delighted to witness the birth of 2 killing arena champions today. The glory of 100 victories, which has not been seen for decades, has been reborn in the lives of you 2 young people. You make them tremble with your overwhelming strength and terrifying killing intent, don't you, my people? Yes. 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 The King of Slaughter seemed to possess a unique magic. The previously defeated fallen ones instantly went mad upon seeing him. The King of Slaughter lowered his head and looked at Lu Chen and Juliana, Dragon Demon Emperor, Hell Messenger. Thank you for letting me feel the presence of passion again. To recognize your achievements, I.H. Avenue decided to exceptionally bestow upon you the title of Gods of Slaughter. From this day forward, you may freely enter and leave the City of Slaughter, and you will be appointed as guest retainers of the City of Slaughter. Subordinate to me. He paused, his crimson gaze focusing intently on Lu Chen. Dragon Slayer, if you wish, you can stand shoulder to shoulder with me in the City of Slaughter. Becoming the second emperor of this dark world. Lu Chen shook his head, raised his eyes to meet the gaze of the King of Slaughter, his eyes showing no fear. My purpose in coming here is only for the road to hell. The King of Slaughter seemed to have expected this, his face expressionless. He turned his gaze to Juliana, and you? Are you willing to accept my reward and become a distinguished guest of the Slaughter capital? Juliana felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Why is Lu Chen able to sit on equal footing with you, but I'm just a guest here? Juliana said coldly, no need. I am willing to undergo the trials of the Hell Road and then receive your reward. I hope to rely on my own strength to walk out of here and become a true god of death. A faint red halo emanated from the King of Slaughter. Since that's the case, then you shall walk the path to hell. Thick, inky red mist swept in like a tsunami, and a massive, evil aura pressed down on Lu Chen and Juliana. The evil, cold red ripples slowly spread out, and in the blink of an eye, they had already spread throughout the entire area. The King of Slaughter did not exude murderous intent, but rather an aura of extreme evil. A chilling cold that could freeze one's very bones. Lu Chen immediately stepped forward, a flash of crimson gold light in his hand, and the Asura demon's sword stood before him. As soon as the demonic sword appeared, it suddenly unleashed a burst of black mist, which swept outwards, absorbing all the killing intent and malevolent energy in its path. Even the evil aura on the King of Slaughter was uncontrollably drawn towards the Asura demonic sword. The black mist from the Asura demon's sword, like a greedy glutton, frantically devoured the evil aura released by the King of Slaughter. The red mist that originally filled the entire area began to recede at a speed visible to the naked eye. The King of Slaughter's crimson pupils suddenly contracted, and his fingers beneath his cloak trembled even more noticeably. This sword, put it away immediately. Otherwise, the road to hell cannot be opened. Lu Chen did not respond, but simply gripped the hilt of the Asura demon's sword tightly. The sword emitted a series of humming sounds, as if it were enjoying this gluttonous feast. He could clearly sense that within the Asura demon's sword, the phantom of the demon god had condensed into a ball of pitch-black light. Its aura becoming increasingly solid and terrifying. With a thought, the Asura demon's sword returned to his sea of consciousness, and the black mist also surged into his body. The King of Slaughter gave Lu Chen a meaningful look, and the red light emanating from his body suddenly intensified. The fallen ones, who had been cheering wildly, gradually quieted as the red light descended onto the viewing platform. The eyes of each fallen one gradually became dull, and then turned from dull to bloodshot red. Before long, as the red light formed a huge barrier across the entire hellish killing field, shrill screams began to emanate from those who were the first to come into contact with the red light. Influenced by the red light, the fallen seemed to have gone mad, frantically scratching their faces and bodies. Those screams were mixed with an intense sense of pleasure. The panel was torn up, and blood splattered everywhere. They even pulled their own internal organs out of their bodies, going completely mad until the end of their lives. More and more people fell into this depravity, until it spread throughout the entire area. The entire hellish killing field instantly turned into a living hell. The flowing blood did not spread everywhere. Instead, fine grooves appeared on the ground, and the blood slowly gathered along the grooves, gradually outlining a huge blood-red pattern in the center of the area. It was a bat with outstretched wings, eerie and malevolent. A massive red light shot into the sky, instantly engulfing the two of them, blurring all senses around them. Only the Lord of Slaughter's deep, piercing voice echoed in my ears, "Good luck on your road to hell." Under the engulfing crimson light, Lu Chen and Juliana simultaneously felt their feet sink into the void, their bodies plunging into an endless abyss, everything around them becoming illusory and distorted. Chapter 258 Juliana, who takes off her clothes at the drop of a hat. When the surrounding light came back on, Lu Chen and Juliana were already on a circular platform. The platform was only about 5 meters in diameter, and everything around it was a faint blood-red color. Beyond the circular platform with a diameter of 5 meters, there was a bottomless abyss. Besides this, there was only a narrow path, less than half a foot wide and barely wide enough for 2 feet to stand at the same time, leading into the unknown darkness. This was also the only way for their platform to reach the outside world. He looked at Juliana, who was sleeping beside him, and gently touched her forehead with a faint blue light emanating from the tip of his left finger. A bone-chilling cold instantly filled Juliana's entire body. Juliana's body suddenly trembled violently, her already furrowed brows furrowed even more, and then she suddenly opened her eyes and sat up abruptly. It's so cold. As soon as she woke up, Juliana couldn't help but shiver. She subconsciously pulled her dark red bodysuit tighter around her. Lu Chen, did you do this on purpose? Juliana turned and glared at Lu Chen, her face showing a hint of coquettish complaint. Looking at her like this, Lu Chen said calmly, by the time you wake up, you'll probably have been devoured by the ferocious beasts here. As soon as she finished speaking, a faint blood mist suddenly enveloped Juliana, her eyes instantly turned an eerie blood red, and her soul power became restless and agitated. Seeing this, Lu Chen knew that the killing intent within Juliana was about to go berserk. Before Juliana could speak, a wisp of crimson gold soul power had detached from Lu Chen's brow and merged into Juliana's body. Juliana's trembling body gradually returned to normal, and the bloodshot in her eyes also faded. Juliana gasped for breath, her eyes filled with disbelief. The killing intent within me had long been stabilized thanks to Senior Brigette's intervention. What exactly is hidden in this hell road that could detonate the killing intent within me? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen glanced at the churning dark red mist below and said coldly. Beneath this abyss lies a pool of blood, likely accumulated over thousands of years by the City of Slaughter. And this pool of blood is precisely the energy source of that strange domain of the City of Slaughter. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Juliana did not hesitate for a moment and reached out to untie the belt around her waist. The dark red coat slipped off with a sound, revealing the underwear underneath. Her underwear was pink, and she wore a pink tank top that barely covered her soft breasts, and pink hot pants that just reached her upper thighs. Juliana was about the same height as Xiao Wu. Her fair and smooth skin was bathed in the dim red light around her, giving it a soft, rosy glow. Her slender waist was exposed, so delicate that it could be encircled by a single hand. And it formed a stunning S curve with her pert buttocks behind her. She subconsciously tensed her legs, the straight lines extending from her waist and hips to her ankles, and there wasn't an ounce of excess fat on her body. Looking at Juliana's expression, Lu Chen said, "You don't mean to use your clothes as a rope, do you?" Juliana glared at him, her tone tinged with barely perceptible shyness. On such a narrow path, connecting the two of you with a rope would greatly increase safety. Lu Chen smiled helplessly, and lightly touched the storage soul tool at his waist with his fingertip. A metal rope about 7 meters long appeared in his hand. When Juliana saw the rope in Lu Chen's hand, her cheeks instantly turned bright red. She quickly looked away, bent down to pick up the dark red coat from the ground, and said, "Why didn't you bring this out sooner? You made me waste my time." As she spoke, she quickly put her coat back on. Lu Chen smiled slightly. "Lin Gling prepared this for me before we left. It's because you took it off without saying a word." "Shut up." Before he could finish speaking, Juliana reached out and covered his mouth, her eyes welling up with tears, as if she was about to cry. Looking at Juliana's expression, Lu Chen stopped teasing her and channeled his soul power into the metal rope in his hand. The seemingly ordinary metal rope suddenly shone with a pale golden luster, and its originally stiff body instantly became as supple as silk, yet it also subtly revealed an inescapable resilience. The next second, before Juliana could react, the metal rope seemed to have a mind of its own, suddenly shooting out from Lu Chen's palm and turning into a stream of light that wrapped around her waist. "Why?" Juliana gasped and instinctively tried to back away. But the rope was moving incredibly fast, wrapping around her slender waist twice in the blink of an eye. "Is this also a soul tool?" She tried to pull it, but that she couldn't even budge it with her strength. Lu Chen nodded, looked at the path shrouded in darkness ahead, and said, "I'll go first, you follow closely behind me." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and stepped onto the narrow path. His speed remained at a pace that Juliana could easily keep up with. The two slowly disappeared into the dark red mist, and the circular platform behind them gradually vanished from sight. A few minutes later, Juliana suddenly spoke up. "Lu Chen, have you noticed that it seems to be getting hotter around us? With a thought, Lu Chen's eyes instantly transformed into golden dragon pupils, and the golden dragon king's senses swept outwards. They sensed a red cloud rapidly approaching them. To be precise, they were blood-red bats. Each bat was about a foot long, but its wingspan exceeded 1 meter. A swarm of bats is approaching, Lu Chen said in a deep voice, while taking out a pair of earplug-shaped soul tools and handing them to Juliana. Pull your ears shut, quote. Juliana glanced at Lu Chen with a puzzled look. Although she didn't quite understand, she obediently put the soul tool into her ear. The blood-red bats flew very fast and appeared in front of Lu Chen and Juliana in no time. Their eyes were also blood-red, and the moment they spotted Lu Chen, they let out a squeaking sound and revealed their sharp fangs. Thousands of blood bats flapped their wings together, bringing a stench. The diamond-shaped dragon scale between Lu Chen's eyebrows suddenly shone with a brilliant golden light, and with a deep dragon roar. The brilliant golden dragon scale instantly covered his entire body. 5 radiant golden spirit rings emerged from within Lu Chen's body, continuously circulating around him. Golden dragon roar. The third chi and blood soul ring on Lu Chen's body lit up with a dazzling golden light. A golden light suddenly burst forth from his body, and every dragon scale shone with a magnificent golden light. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently, and the space around him began to distort and vibrate, with golden energy gathering and compressing in front of him like a vortex. Drink! A deafening dragon roar suddenly erupted. Golden sound waves emanated from Lu Chen in a ring and spread outwards in all directions, instantly dissipating the surrounding blood mist wherever they passed. The golden sound waves were like a nuclear bomb dropped on an island. The blood bats in the front row didn't even have time to scream before their bodies twisted violently under the shockwaves. And their fine fur burst open instantly. The dark red body was repeatedly crushed as if by an invisible giant hammer, and was forcibly disintegrated into a sky full of scarlet blood mist. Chapter 259 Dark Gold Three-Headed Bat. The restlessness of the Asura demon sword. Even though Juliana had earplugs in, she could still feel the deafening roar that shook her to her very bones. The path beneath our feet was trembling slightly. She instinctively gripped the metal rope around her waist. When she looked up, she saw only a sky full of blood mist. The originally bright red bat had been violently shaken apart into a bloody fog, and the stench of blood in the air was so strong that it was almost nauseating. When the last blood bat was shattered into a blood mist, a scarlet light suddenly burst forth from Lu Chen's body. A scarlet light shot out from the Asura demon sword in Lu Chen's sea of consciousness, spreading along his meridians to his entire body and condensing into a blurry sword shadow behind him. The sword is long and narrow, dark red in color, but it is enveloped in a thick scarlet aura. Juliana's pupils contracted sharply, and she instinctively took a half-step back. What is this? Lu Chen himself was somewhat surprised. He could feel the demon god within the Asura demon sword awakening, and a strong suction force emanated from the sword shadow, sweeping towards the surrounding blood mist. The blood mist, formed from the shattered blood bats, which was originally slowly dissipating in the air, was now being drawn by an invisible vortex, and surging wildly toward the Asura demon sword within Lu Chen's body. The crimson blood mist filled the sky like a rushing river, converging into streams of blood that surged into the Asura demon sword. The crimson aura on the sword grew stronger, and the originally blurry sword shadow behind it gradually became clearer. Fine blood-red patterns appeared on the black sword blade, slowly undulating like blood vessels, emitting a heart-palpitating light. The stench of blood in the air dissipated at a visible speed, completely devoured by the Asura demon sword. Thump, thump, thump. A clear heartbeat surprisingly came from inside the Asura demon sword, deep and powerful, as if an ancient demon god was slowly opening its eyes within the sword. As the last wisp of blood mist was absorbed into the Asura demon sword, several small cracks appeared on the surface of the black light in the center of the sword. Clearly, the demon god's final awakening is very close. Juliana looked at Lu Chen, who had regained his usual expression, opened her mouth, but for a moment didn't know what to say. Just then, Lu Chen looked into the darkness ahead again. He squeezed the golden dragon claw and slowly said, "You beat the little one, but the old one is shameless enough to come looking for death. Amidst the surrounding pale red light, a dark golden light flashed. The creature was over 4 meters long, with each claw having a diameter of over 1 meter, and a pair of wings with a wingspan of 10 meters on its dark golden body. The most terrifying thing is that it actually has 3 heads. Roar! The central head of the dark gold 3-headed bat let out a cry, spread its terrifying wings, and suddenly pounced towards Lu Chen and Huliena. Lu Chen grabbed the rope around Huliena's waist with his left hand and, before she could react, pulled her behind him to hide. Huliena felt a tightening around her waist, and was lifted into the air by Lu Chen. The wind whistled in her ears, and the spot where she had just stood was now being torn into 3 deep grooves by the bat's more than 1 meter long claws. Huliena looked at the dark gold 3-headed bat king and said, "Lu Chen, put me down. This bat's strength is definitely above that of an ordinary 10,000-year-old soul beast." A glint flashed in Lu Chen's golden dragon eyes as he glanced at Huliena, a slight smile playing on his lips. The next second, the metal ropes around his and Huliena's waist suddenly tightened. The force of the metal rope contracting pulled Huliena close to Lu Chen in an instant. Their bodies almost seamlessly pressed together. She could clearly feel the steady and powerful heartbeat in Lu Chen's chest. "Hold on tight." As Lu Chen's voice fell, a pair of golden and red dragon wings appeared behind him. Then, the dragon wings flapped violently, and the dragon rushed towards the dark gold 3-headed bat king. Huliena instinctively reached out and hugged Lu Chen's neck. She looked at Lu Chen, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably, but before she could think further, Lu Chen carried her rapidly through the air. The 3-headed dark gold bat king flapped its wings, creating a whirlwind that whipped up a cloud of blood mist. Its 2 heads emitted sharp hisses at the same time, and its crimson eyes were fixed on the 2 fleeing figures. A ring of dark red ripples spread from its head, enveloping Lu Chen and Huliena. Lu Chen's golden dragon eyes surged with red light, his blood and chi gathered on his back, and his golden and red dragon wings flapped violently, creating a golden gale around him that forcefully blocked the ripples 3 feet away. A flash of crimson gold light appeared in Lu Chen's hand, and the Asura demon's sword instantly materialized. Before the dark gold 3-headed bat king could react, he gripped the Asura demon's sword and smashed it straight down on its head. Boom! With a deafening roar, the bat king's central head was blasted apart, and blood rained down everywhere. Hiss! Amidst a mournful cry, the dark gold 3-headed bat king, writhing in agony, flapped its wings and staggered backward, its eyes filled with resentment and terror. Trying to run. Too late. Lu Chen snorted coldly, his dragon wings flapped again, and he transformed into a golden streak of light, cutting through the blood mist. Grasping the Asura demon's sword, he charged towards the dark gold 3-headed bat king once more. As the dark gold 3-headed bat king watched Lu Chen fly towards it, its leftmost head suddenly emitted a golden light wave, which was not applied to its opponent, but to itself. The next moment, shrouded in a layer of golden smoke, the massive body of the dark gold 3-headed bat king suddenly exploded, transforming into hundreds of palm-sized golden bats that scattered in all directions, seemingly trying to escape. Lu Chen's 3rd and 5th chi and blood soul rings lit up simultaneously, and brilliant golden light instantly illuminated the surroundings as bright as day. Hold head high. Amidst a resounding dragon roar, a massive golden dragon head appeared before Lu Chen. The dragon's might is overwhelming, sweeping across all directions. The golden dragon's head opened its eyes wide in fury, its mouth gaping open, and dazzling golden light gathered as if it were a tangible substance. A deafening roar suddenly erupted, several times more powerful than when it shattered the ordinary blood bats. The golden sound waves, like a raging torrent, swept outwards from Lu Chen Tower. RDS the hundreds of scattered golden bats. Golden dragon shockwave. Lu Chen's roar followed immediately by the dragon's cry, and the light of his 5th chi blood soul ring suddenly surged. A power. Full and unparalleled explosive force spread out along the sound waves, forming a golden energy storm. Where the storm passed, the little golden bats that had not yet dispersed met with utter destruction. The golden light spread instantly, and with a whoosh, the golden bats instantly turned into a sky full of golden red blood mist. Huliena covered her ears tightly with both hands, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Chen. Her heart pounding uncontrollably. That golden energy storm, like an undying sun, tore open a brilliant rift in the darkness filled with blood mist. The blood mist formed from the golden bats did not dissipate. Instead, as if summoned by some invisible force, it converged once again toward the Asura demon sword in Lu Chen's hand. This time, the blood mist was even denser than before, with golden and red halos intertwined and swirling, surging wildly into the Asura demon sword's blade. Buzz! The Asura demon sword emitted a deep hum, and the cracks on the black light inside the sword expanded again. Fine blood-red patterns spread like a spider web, and the originally dark red sword body now shone with an eerie golden red luster. Lu Chen could clearly feel the aura of the demon god within the sword growing increasingly violent, and the heartbeat emanating from the sword becoming increasingly deep and powerful, even faintly resonating with Lu Chen's own heartbeat. Chapter 260 10-Headed Fiery Sun Serpent. One-hit kill. Lu Chen calmly retracted the Asura demon sword into his body. The golden red dragon wings on his back slowly retracted, and he landed steadily with Juliana in his arms. He looked at Juliana, who was still in shock, and slowly said, "You can let go of me now." Juliana finally came to her senses, her cheeks still flushed, and quickly released her arms from Lu Chen's neck. The moment her feet touched the ground, she instinctively took half a step back, creating some distance. "That was a dark gold three-headed bat, and you actually..." Lu Chen popped a pill to replenish his strength into his mouth, looked at Juliana, and said, "If you don't need to rest, let's continue." "Unnecessary." Juliana shook her head. She hadn't used up any energy at all. Lu Chen single-handedly annihilated a beast tide. Even Chrysanthemum Douluo probably wouldn't have it so easy here, right? 1 hour later, the air grew increasingly scorching, and gradually, even Juliana could vaguely see the dark red flowing beneath the abyss on both sides. The scorching heat entered my nostrils, and each breath felt like swallowing sparks, sending waves of burning pain through my lungs. "Would you like to take a break?" Juliana wiped the sweat from her forehead. Her hair was already damp with sweat and clung to her smooth forehead. "It's too hot. I'm losing energy very quickly." As Lu Chen looked at Juliana, who was covered in sweat, a faint blue light emanated from his fingertips. Upon seeing this, Juliana abruptly stepped back, tightening the metal rope between them. She looked at Lu Chen with lingering fear. I don't think it's necessary yet." The blue light emanating from Lu Chen's fingertips remained condensed and did not dissipate. Even from a distance of several meters, Juliana could feel a cool sensation that dispelled the scorching heat. He looked at the figure, slightly taut from being pulled by the metal rope, and said with a hint of helplessness, "This isn't an attack." Before he finished speaking, a wisp of icy blue soul power was released from his fingertips, and the moment it touched Juliana's wrist, it transformed into a string of ice crystal bracelets. A fine, cool mist spread upwards along her skin. The burning sensation receded quickly, like the tide going out, and the sweat on her forehead instantly condensed into tiny droplets, making her breathing easier. Juliana looked at the sparkling ice crystal bracelet on her wrist and exclaimed in surprise, "So elemental soul power can be used like this." As they were walking, a rustling sound suddenly came from ahead, dull and oppressive, as if a huge creature was wriggling in the shadows. Juliana and Lu Chen exchanged a glance, and 2 sharp swords immediately appeared in Juliana's hands. "Is this the 10-headed fiery sun serpent?" Lu Chen's eyes seemed to gleam with golden light. In his perception, right ahead on the narrow path, a dark red figure was crawling there, its fiery red eyes piercing through layers of blood mist and landing on him and Juliana's bodies. As the two went deeper, Juliana finally saw the appearance of the 10-headed fiery serpent. On the snake's head and back, there were 9 protrusions, each resembling a bright red mushroom, with what appeared to be blood flowing inside. Snake's abdomen was particularly large, bulging out on the narrow path, and its body length was at least over 10 meters. "Lu Chen, that's him." Juliana gripped Lu Chen's left arm tightly with her right hand. Her eyes filled with disbelief. She could sense from those golden red snake eyes that this snake monster was even more terrifying than the previous dark gold 3-headed bat king. It has probably reached the strength of a legendary 100,000-year-old soul beast. Lu Chen waved to Juliana and said softly, "Don't worry. I'm here." Upon hearing these 5 simple words, Huliena's trembling heart suddenly calmed down. She herself was unaware that, from some point onward, this always calm and composed figure had become her dependence. The 10-headed fiery sun serpent stopped 30 meters away from the two of them, and suddenly made a strange, croaking sound, like the crying of an infant, shrill and eerie. The 9 tumors on its back also began to emit a golden red glow. Quack! The 10-headed fiery sun serpent launched the first attack, a fiery red light suddenly spewing from its mouth, carrying a strong fishy smell, and quickly spreading towards the two of them. Playing with fire. You dare not! Lu Chen snorted coldly, and his right arm suddenly shone with a dazzling golden red light. The Golden Dragon King's right arm's soul bone is activated. With a loud dragon roar, golden red flames instantly ignited on Lu Chen's body, and an explosive dragon's might emanated from him. The poisonous fire had already reached the two of them when Lu Chen suddenly raised his right arm, and the golden red flames in his palm suddenly surged, transforming into a wall of fire that blotted out the sky. The moment the incoming poisonous fire collided with the wall of fire, it was instantly engulfed, like boiling oil meeting a raging fire, leaving not even a spark behind. Condense! Lu Chen let out a low shout, and the golden red flames around his body suddenly surged, transforming into a rain of fire that condensed in midair. Golden red flames quickly outlined the dragon's silhouette, its horns shooting skyward, its eyes like 2 miniature suns, radiating a world-destroying pressure. In the blink of an eye, a giant fire dragon over 20 meters long materialized and hovered behind Lu Chen, its roar shaking the entire abyss. The dragon's might was like a prison, pressing down on the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, causing it to pause in its movements. For the first time, fear appeared in its golden red snake eyes. The 9 fleshy tumors on its back shone brightly, and 9 thin pillars of fire erupted simultaneously, intertwining to form a blazing net of fire, attempting to block Lu Chen's attack. Go! With a flick of his finger, Lu Chen Unlia shed a deafening roar from the heavens and earth. Spreading its wings, the fiery dragon swooped down with the force to scorch mountains and boil seas. The attack of the 10-headed blazing sun serpent dissipated the moment it touched the fire dragon. The giant dragon's head crashed into the body of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. Its indestructible scales shattered like paper under the scorching heat of the dragon's flames and the impact of the giant dragon, and blood gushed out. Before the 10-headed fiery sun serpent could even utter a complete scream, the fiery dragon's claws had already pierced through its abdomen, tearing its massive body in two. The dragon flames swept across, instantly incinerating the snake corpse. Huliena stared at the dazzling scene, her mouth slightly agape, momentarily speechless. Her beautiful eyes gazed at Lu Chen's retreating figure. When did he acquire such formidable strength? No wonder the teacher looked utterly helpless when mentioning him. A golden red dot descended from the sky. With a wave of his right hand, Lu Chen lifted the golden red dragon flame, and the small golden red ball fell into his hand. What is this? Huliena's eyes showed a hint of doubt. Having grown up in the spirit hall since childhood, she couldn't recognize the identity of this ferocious beast. This is the inner core of a 10-headed fiery sun serpent. Seeing her puzzled expression, Lu Chen simply explained, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent is a primordial beast, considered the supreme among snakes, and incredibly venomous. Adults can reach N meters in length and control the most powerful fire poison among snakes. It takes 10,000 years of cultivation to condense an inner core, hidden among its 9 heads. When the inner elixir emerges, heaven and earth lose their color. If one obtains the inner elixir, even serpents will flee in terror. Was the flame you just summoned a soul skill brought by the soul bone? Lu Chen waved his right hand, and the remaining golden red flames around him instantly subsided, shrinking back into his body, leaving only a faint warmth. Yes. Chapter 261 The Demon God Descends. A second Lu Chen. As he progressed, Lu Chen's sea of consciousness had transformed into a purgatory, where countless demonic shadows were brewing before turning into nourishment and merging into the Asura demon sword. Huliena's body became increasingly hot, and the effect of the ice crystal bracelet on her wrist was extremely minimal. Because that heat comes from the surrounding atmosphere, not from external physical energy. There seems to be a special atmosphere in the air of this hellish road. The feeling of oppression grew stronger and stronger in Hu Liena's heart, causing the murderous intent within her to be released unrestrainedly. Anxiety gradually arose in Hu Liena's heart. As she grew more impatient, her murderous intent intensified, and everything in front of her seemed to become less clear. The scorching heat around her seemed to stimulate every cell in her body. Seeing Hu Liena's rapid breathing, Lu Chen didn't hesitate and immediately swept her into his arms. "Let me go." Hu Liena's voice trembled uncontrollably, not from fear, but from the pain of her body's power spiraling out of control. Her hands were scratching unconsciously, and a faint, eerie red light shone in her beautiful eyes. Looking at the faint dark red mist around Lu Chen, Hu Liena said in a deep voice, "Your killing intent is about to become uncontrollable. Put me down so you can focus more on suppressing it. You think your little disturbance can unsettle me?" Lu Chen smiled faintly, his eyes already tinged with a dark red. "Calm down." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen accelerated and sped forward. Hu Liena was right. He had to focus all his energy on suppressing the Asura demon's sword in order to suppress that demonic energy. He couldn't even spare the mind to activate the Golden Dragon King bloodline within his body. As Lu Chen went deeper, the surrounding air became noticeably hotter. In the abyss on both sides of the narrow road, dark red liquid churned and flowed. It was blood. Yet this bloody liquid had the temperature of magma. "Lu Chen, I can't hold on any longer." At this moment, Hu Liena's entire body was flushed with an alluring pink, and fine beads of sweat seeped from her exposed skin. Reflecting an eerie red light, she not only exuded a faint, seductive fragrance but also appeared smooth and tempting. Her eyes were tightly closed, her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, and the white killing intent on her body fluctuated violently, sometimes surging and sometimes weakening, clearly on the verge of getting out of control. "Be patient." Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Chen swiftly and accurately chopped the back of her head with his right hand. HMPH. With a clear, sweet moan, Hu Liena's eyes, which shone with an eerie red light, slowly closed. And her tense body suddenly went limp, collapsing into his arms. The soul-guiding ropes wrapped around their waists slowly tightened, wrapping Hu Liena's arms around Lu Chen's neck and raising her legs to wrap around his waist. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Chen charged straight ahead. In this hellish road, the high temperature and poison posed no threat to him at all. The remnant soul of the demon god within his body was the greatest danger. Moreover, he could sense a pair of murderous eyes staring at him from the shadows. If he wasn't mistaken, that killing intent came from Tang Chen. No. To be precise, it should be from that blood-red nine-headed Bat King. If the demon within him were to erupt, the blood-red nine-headed Bat King would surely take action and completely eliminate him. The greatest threat. The air grew hotter and hotter, and Hu Liena's panel had turned a rose-red color. The surrounding killing intent and bloodlust surged in to Lu Chen's sea of consciousness like a flood, and were devoured by the Asura demon's sword. The cracks on the black sphere of light had spread to the entire surface, with a faint dark red demonic light shining through. The demon god gestating within seemed ready to break free at any moment. Lu Chen's black robe was soaked with sweat, not from the surrounding temperature, but from Hu Liena in fro. NT of him and the violent killing intent within him. Hu Liena's body, though in a semi-comatose state, seemed to possess its own consciousness. Her arms, bound by the soul-guiding rope, tightened instinctively. Her fair wrists gripping Lu Chen's nape tightly, her legs wrapping around him even more tightly, pressing her soft body closer to him. "Ah, it's hot." Her cheek brushed against Lu Chen's chin. Her cherry lips unconsciously parted slightly, emitting soft and charming moans. The sound did not seem to be in pain, but rather carried an indescribable allure. He could clearly feel her soft curves pressed tightly against his body, and the jolts from each step made Lu Chen's heart heat up a little more. As if things weren't going to go wrong, even though he tried to be as gentle as possible. Hu Liena's delicate body would still rub against him as he ran, like adding fuel to the fire. Just then, he saw the exit in the distance. The exit was very obvious, with white light condensing into an oval-shaped light curtain. At that very instant, the Asura demon's sword within his body suddenly began to tremble violently. A sinister laugh, he, emanated from the demonic sword. The demonic shadow within his sea of consciousness instantly surged into the body of the demon god who was about to hatch. Oh no! Alarm bells rang in Lu Chen's mind, and he thought to himself, this is bad. Golden and red dragon wings instantly unfurled behind him. He no longer suppressed the killing intent within him, only thinking about leaving this place as soon as possible. But at that moment, a dark red demonic light suddenly shot out from the black sphere. The soul guide ropes around Lu Chen and Huliena's waists loosened instantly as the soul power was no longer injected. Lu Chen supported Huliena in front of him, and his right hand unconsciously stroked her incredibly elastic buttocks. With a flap of his dragon wings, the two of them instantly transformed into a streak of crimson gold light and rushed into the oval-shaped white light curtain. The instant he passed through the light curtain, Lu Chen suddenly threw down hundreds of soul-guided bombs. It's better not to set up an exit in places like this. Boom! A tremendous roar resounded, and Lu Chen, aided by the massive airflow, whooshed through the light curtain. The surrounding environment suddenly changed. Before him was no longer the darkness and bloodshed of Hell Road, but a vast expanse of white nothingness, and Huliena in his arms had vanished without a trace. Within this space, apart from his own soul power and spiritual power, he could not sense any other power. In an instant, a surge of white light quietly emanated from between Lu Chen's eyebrows. This white light originated from the Asura demon sword, but it quickly turned colorless. Immediately afterwards, a dark red aura spread outwards from him, and a terrifying killing intent that seemed to have condensed into mountains of corpses and seas of blood suddenly erupted. At the same time, the Asura domain surged out of his body. The moment the killing god domain and the Asura domain collided in the void, the scarlet killing intent surged like a sea of blood that had been ignited, with towering waves. The crimson killing intent crashed into the snow-white void like a tsunami, instantly turning the originally pure space crimson. Buzz! The Asura demon sword flew out on its own, hovering in the void. The dark red patterns on the sword blade surged, emanating an aura of world destruction. The black sphere shattered under the onslaught of the crimson killing intent, and countless black fragments scattered like meteors. A figure exactly like Lu Chen slowly emerged from the fragments. He wore a black robe with dark gold patterns, and his facial features, eyebrows, eyes, and even the curve of his hair were exactly the same as Lu Chen's. Only his eyes did not have Lu Chen's clarity and determination. Instead, they were a bottomless black, with dark red demonic flames dancing in his pupils. He. Finally, this demon god has seen the light of day again. The demon grinned, his voice similar to Lu Chen's, yet carrying a chilling bone-deep coldness, as if countless demonic shadows were whispering in unison. He raised his hand and bent his fingers, and dark red demonic energy landed on the Asura demon sword. Didn't expect that, did you, Lu Chen? The killing intent and bloodthirsty power within you have actually given birth to me, who shares the same origin and appearance as you. Chapter 262 4 Kills of Asura. Wrathful flames of Mount Sumeru, severing thoughts and cutting down demons. Lu Chen's pupils contracted sharply as he sensed the aura emanating from the other person, which as of the same origin as his own yet completely opposite. His heart pounded wildly. He suddenly realized that the Asura demon's sword had slipped out of his control, as if it had vanished completely. It seems you've already sensed it. The demon god chuckled and his figure vanished from the spot, appearing less than 3 feet in front of Lu Chen in the next second. Their noses almost touched, their identical faces facing each other. Yet it was as if light and darkness were locked in a standoff. I am the purest killing desire deep within your heart, the demon god born from your devouring of countless demonic shadows and absorbing endless bloodlust. We were originally one, but you are bound by so-called humanity, while I will break free of all shackles and rule this world. He raised his hand and touched Lu Chen's brow. Hand over control of your body and let me take complete control of this husk that carries the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King and the power of Asura. At that time, I can leave you with a wisp of your remnant soul to witness how I shatter the heavens and earth. Lu Chen's body shone with a burst of crimson gold light, and the Asura light sword immediately appeared in his hand. Then let's see if you have the ability. Before he finished speaking, Lu Chen did not hesitate. With a sharp whistling sound, the Asura light sword in his hand slashed down fiercely towards the demon god. Oh, the demon god gave an evil smile, his figure shifted to the side in an eerie way, and he instantly appeared next to the Asura demon sword. He gripped the hilt with his 5 fingers and slowly lifted the demon sword that was tightly wrapped in black demonic energy. Killing a living being leads to foolishness, devouring others and falling into the cycle of karma. Lu Chen shouted, and with a sudden burst of strength in his wrist, he slashed out with his sword. A crimson gold sword light suddenly detached from the body, stretching for several meters. HMPH, the same move. But you're pathetic. Humanity will only diminish its power. As the demon god laughed wildly, the black mist on the Asura demon sword suddenly condensed, transforming into a form Th. It was exactly the same as the crimson gold sword light. But the light was a dark purple that devoured everything, and the sword was wreathed in shrieking demonic shadows. Killing a living being adds to foolishness, devouring others and falling into the cycle of karma. The same incantation, when uttered by the demon god, carried a bone-chilling coldness. The dark purple sword light tore through the air, and wherever it passed, spiderweb-like black cracks appeared in the space, and even the surrounding light was forcibly absorbed and annihilated. 2 sword lights, each several meters long. One crimson gold like a blazing sun burning the sky, the other dark purple like an abyss devouring the earth, collided with a deafening roar less than 3 feet apart between the two. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and a blinding white light almost tore through one's vision. Taking advantage of this moment, Lu Chen moved like an arrow and suddenly rushed towards the demon god. The demon god's lips curled slightly, a flash of demonic light appeared in his eyes, and demonic energy surged from his body like a tidal wave. Double kill, hungry ghost. Throat acupuncture for abdominal fire. He took a step forward, his demonic body transforming into a blur as he lunged at Lu Chen, his voice like a ghostly wail, seeing food turn to filth, weeping in vain. With this sword strike, a malevolent demon formed from black mist suddenly appeared, its face blue and its fangs bared, drool dripping from its mouth, and a foul-smelling wind rushed towards Lu Chen. Snort. Lu Chen snorted coldly, his eyes burning with even more fighting spirit. 2 kills, hungry ghost. With a flick of his wrist, the golden light on the Asura light sword solidified instantly. And the sword's momentum became even more fierce and sharp. The golden sword light surged several feet again, like a spear of the gods, and fiercely slashed towards the evil demon's avatar. With a loud boom, the evil spirit's form slowly dissipated. Lu Chen left a crimson gold afterimage in place, then suddenly appeared in front of the demon god, slashing down the Asura light sword in his hand. The demon god's smile deepened, his eyes blazed with demonic light, and he swung the Asura demon sword at the Asura light sword. The Asura demon sword and the Asura light sword collided violently, and dark purple demonic energy and crimson gold light exploded instantly. Give up. You have absolutely no chance of winning. The demon god spoke coldly, his voice filled with undeniable arrogance. When your soul power is exhausted, that will be your death day. Lu Chen remained silent, his Asura light sword flashing in his hand, creating afterimages as he continuously struck the Asura demon sword. The clanging and banging sounds continued. At first, the demon god was able to deal with it with ease, but he soon realized that something was wrong. The power in the Asura demon sword was slowly being devoured by the light sword in Lu Chen's hand. Even the force of Lu Chen's strikes was gradually increasing, and with each strike, the demon god felt a slight numbness in his arm. The demon god's pupils contracted sharply, and the hand holding the Asura demon sword began to tremble slightly. Dark purple demonic energy surged toward the hilt of the sword like a tide, attempting to stop the loss of power. However, the violent demonic energy was instantly dissolved and devoured upon contact with the crimson gold light of the Asura light sword, without even a ripple. Impossible! The demon god roared, his eyes filled with incredulous madness. How could you possibly control pure killing power? Lu Chen still did not respond, and the Shura sword intent on his body grew stronger. He kicked the Shura demon sword hard. Bang! The force of 1,000 pounds was unleashed, forcing the demon god to retreat 5 steps before he could barely regain his footing. Triple kill hell. The Asura light sword in Lu Chen's hand was instantly covered by golden red and dark blue light, 8 hot 8 cold soul-shattering abyss. The sword energy, in shades of crimson gold, golden red, and dark blue, instantly coalesced and slashed towards the demon god. Seeing this, the demon god also imitated Lu Chen and unleashed a three-colored sword aura. Boom! The two forces collided violently, unleashing a cloud of smoke that completely enveloped Lu Chen. The demon god sneered at this scene. Even if you can absorb the power of the demon sword, so what? The stronger you are, the stronger I will be. The higher the righteous path, the higher the demonic path. Just then, a dazzling crimson gold beam of light suddenly shot up from the smoke, piercing the sky. 7 kills of Asura, 4 kill Asuras. Within the pillar of light, Lu Chen slowly stood in midair, the Asura light sword in his hand trembling slightly and emitting an excited buzzing sound. Behind it, 6 crimson gold rings suddenly appeared, condensing a murderous aura within them. 6 arms covered in Asura patterns slowly emerged from the rings. Each arm was covered in scarlet armor. With all 6 arms outstretched, the surrounding space was forcibly frozen. This is impossible, the demon god roared madly, his demonic body trembling violently, and dark purple demonic energy surging wildly behind him. For the first time, a hint of fear surfaced in his crazed eyes. The Asura demon sword in his hand began to tremble violently, as if it would break free from his control and fly back into Lu Chen's hand in the next second. Lu Chen raised the lightsaber in his hand, pointing the blade at the demon god. Thanks to you, I was able to master the 4th kill so quickly. With the support of the 6 arms, the Asura light sword instantly grew to over 10 feet in length, and the 6 Asura arms, covered in scarlet armor, simultaneously gripped the hilt of the light sword. Anger fuels Mount Sumeru, severing thoughts and vanquishing demons. Lu Chen's voice boomed like a bell, and with all 6 arms swinging in unison, the Asura sword descended with a harp whistling sound that seemed to tear the sky apart. Wherever the sword passed, it carried a righteous aura that could purify everything, forcibly forcing the surrounding dark purple demonic energy back several feet. No, I will never admit defeat. The demon god's eyes were bloodshot, and the dark purple demonic energy behind him suddenly condensed into a demonic avatar that blotted out the sky. While the Asura demon sword in his hand also grew wildly. The demonic shadows on the sword roared and lunged at the sword energy, trying to stop this earth-shattering strike. Sacrifice the demon, and you will fall from the heavens and behead the gods. The demonic sword was instantly enveloped in pitch-black flames, its blade twisting into a bizarre arc, unleashing a dark purple demonic flame sword aura carrying an aura of destruction, which collided violently with Lu Chen's 6-armed Asura. Boom! Just as the two swords clashed, a crisp, crack, sound rang out. A tiny crack AP, paired on the Asura demon sword that carried endless demonic energy. Chapter 263 The Asura God Test begins. Snap! Snap! A series of crisp cracking sounds rang out. The Asura demon sword in the demon god's hand. That fierce weapon entwined with countless demonic shadows and stained with endless bloodlust, now showed dense cracks. Dark purple demonic energy leaked wildly from the crack, but as soon as it came into contact with the surrounding crimson gold light, it was instantly purified into nothingness. The demonic shadows on the sword emitted a mournful shriek, as if sensing impending doom. They struggled desperately to escape the sword, but were firmly imprisoned within it by an invisible suction force. No, my demon sword! The demon god's eyes were bloodshot, his demonic body trembled violently. And the black mist around him surged even more violently. He frantically channeled all the magical energy within him, attempting to repair the cracks in the demonic sword. However, the violent magical energy that surged into the sword did not fill the cracks. Instead, it was like adding fuel to the fire, causing the cracks to expand even faster. Boom! With a deafening roar that shook the universe, the Asura demon sword shattered amidst the mournful cries of countless demonic shadows. Countless dark purple sword fragments scattered and flew everywhere. However, as soon as they flew out, they were firmly locked in place by the crimson gold light emitted by Lu Chen's Asura light sword. Fine golden threads extended from the lightsaber, like greedy tentacles, wrapping around all the sword fragments. Guided by the golden threads, the dark purple fragments flew rapidly toward the Asura light sword like weary birds returning to their nests. The dark purple demonic energy on the fragment was peeled away and purified layer by the golden light, eventually transforming into pure killing power, while the fragment itself lost its darkness and was stained with a warm reddish gold color. Lu Chen hovered in the air, his six-armed asura form becoming increasingly solid. The 6 crimson gold rings on his back shimmered with dazzling light, and his 6 arms, encased in scarlet armor, firmly gripped the hilt of the asura light sword. He could clearly feel the fragments and power from the demonic sword continuously merging into his lightsaber. The BL-8 of the asura light sword grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the original crimson gold patterns on the blade intertwined with the newly incorporated asura demonic patterns, forming an even more complex and profound design. Lu Chen steadily supported the asura sword with his 6 arms, its blade already pressing down to 3 inches between the demon god's brows. You will never be able to master the true power of asura. Just like you are nothing more than a demon that has grown in my heart. You have never truly understood the essence of the power of asura. Before the words were even finished, all 6 arms exerted force simultaneously, and the asura sword pierced into the demon god's chest. What exactly are you? The demon god's pupils contracted violently, and his originally ferocious face became distorted beyond recognition. Looking at the demon god's face, which was identical to his own, Lu Chen said calmly, "Don't worry. You will definitely not have a second chance. The asura demon sword martial soul has now been reshaped by the power of asura, or it would be more accurate to say that it has undergone a second awakening. The second awakening, unique to the asura demon sword martial soul. Goodbye." The moment he finished speaking, Lu Chen swung all 6 arms at once, and the asura light sword suddenly slashed upwards. Boom! Under the onslaught of the crimson gold sword light, the demon god's body completely disintegrated from its chest. Countless dark purple fragments of demonic energy scattered and flew everywhere, but they were all drawn into the sword by the suction force emitted by the asura light sword. The lightsaber in Lu Chen's hand reformed into the asura demon sword. At that moment, the asura mark between Lu Chen's eyebrows suddenly shone with a crimson gold light, which shot into the sky, piercing through the barrier of this space and reaching the heavens. A majestic voice rang out, causing the entire space to tremble. "Lu Chen, use your inner demons as fuel to ignite the soul of asura. In accordance with the path of asura, pass the test of the asura demon sword. This deity hereby bestows the asura divine trial. Open black lens bracket. The asura god's trial consists of 9 trials, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. First test, the heart of asura, close black lens bracket." Before Lu Chen could even rejoice, a deep and majestic voice resounded in his mind. "The first of the 9 trials of asura, heart of asura. Passed. The first trial is over. Asura god affinity has increased by 5%. The current overall level is 5%. The asura demon sword mark on his forehead emitted a dazzling light, and strands of crimson gold light slowly merged into Lu Chen's body, flowing throughout his entire being. The soul power consumed in the battle just now was instantly restored. Open black lens bracket. The second trial of the asura god, the path of slaughter. Slay all the soul beasts here. 6 months deadline, close black lens bracket. Suddenly, a map appeared in Lu Chen's mind, on which a crimson gold dot kept flashing. After Lu Chen activated the asura god trial, the surrounding space began to crumble inch by inch, as if this space had been created specifically for this purpose. Lu Chen only felt the surrounding scenery change, and his consciousness slowly fell into darkness. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when Lu Chen woke up, he felt like he had been in a dream. He rubbed the asura demon sword mark between his eyebrows, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The asura god's trial has finally arrived. Just then, a figure in emerald green stepped through the leaves, and as her skirt swayed, countless shimmering green lights scattered from the hem of her garment. Bai Ji, dressed in a shimmering, iridescent turquoise gown, landed in front of Lu Chen and transmitted her voice to him, saying, "It seems you've begun your divine trial." Lu Chen smiled faintly. He had long expected that Bai Ji would guess his purpose in coming to the city of slaughter, so he was not too surprised. Even if Ji Yuina knows that she has initiated the divine test, so what? In this era, even if you cause a huge uproar, there will always be someone to bail you out. Just then, an invisible, killing intent instantly attacked Lu Chen. Lu Chen turned his head and saw a pretty figure standing there a few dozen meters away. It was Hu Liena, her eyes fixed on Lu Chen, a complex emotion flickering within them. Hu Liena walked towards Lu Chen step by step, a faint smile on her pretty face, her voice soft. Lu Chen, I'm leaving. Lu Chen nodded and smiled. I hope we won't become enemies next time we meet. Hu Liena stopped in front of Lu Chen, stood on tiptoe, and her nose almost touched his chest. Before Lu Chen could react, she pursed her lips, then tiptoed slightly, and her warm, soft lips gently landed on his left cheek. The warm touch was fleeting, like willow catkins in early spring gently brushing the surface of a lake, creating barely perceptible ripples. Lu Chen's fingertips unconsciously touched his left cheek, where the soft warmth of the girl's lips still lingered. He looked up and saw that Hu Liena had already turned and left. Goodbye. A blush appeared Hu Liena's perfect face as she recalled everything she had experienced with Lu Chen in the Killing City, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Meanwhile, in the inner city of the Killing Capital, as soon as Tang San stepped into the inner city, he saw a group of fallen beings gathered outside the Hell Slaughter Arena, discussing amongst themselves. A hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. He quickly stepped forward and followed the gaze of the crowd. He saw a notice posted on the wall of the Hell Killing Field. Open black lens bracket. The exit to Hell Road has been destroyed. Hell Road is closed from today onwards. Close black lens bracket. Tang San stared at the notice on the wall, his pupils contracted sharply, his heart sank, and his mind was shaken. Without being able to go to the road to hell, he cannot obtain the killing domain. Nor can he leave this damned killing city. His fingers clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and a hint of anxiety and resentment flashed in his eyes. Was he going to be trapped here? Chapter 264 Yi Lingling's 9 Trials of Life. The Realm of Gods, the Temple of Asura. The palace is magnificent, with dark gold patterns flowing across the dome. A wisp of divine thought condensed at the fingertip of the Asura god king, repeatedly recalling the illusory image of Lu Chen slaying the demon god with his sword, and the smile in his eyes deepened. Seeing this, the god of destruction shook his head helplessly. You look somewhat unfamiliar to me. Ha ha ha. The Asura god king let out a hearty laugh. He looked at the dejected destruction god king beside him and said, Don't worry. Once he's strong enough, we'll let him go to the Stardow Great Forest and snatch that insect back. Upon hearing Shura's words, the god of destruction's gloom slowly dissipated. He looked at Shura and asked, Shura, when will you pass on the Shura blood sword to him? The Asura god king pondered for a moment, his gaze deep, and slowly said, Destruction, you know it. The more profound the technique, the harder it is to pass it down. A single candle cannot illuminate the entire night. Lu Chen still needs to walk to the end of that long night on his own. His talent is far greater than I anticipated. My Asura blood sword can only be an added bonus, it must not affect his own Asura path. The god of destruction nodded. Little Green has also descended to test the gods. I imagine that soon, the god realm will have a batch of fresh blood. Just as Lu Chen and Bai Ji were heading to the far north to search for Shui Ling. Far away in the heavenly Do Empire, at the Zhan Yuan Academy, a pillar of green gold light shot into the sky. At the center of the pillar of light, Yi Lingling, dressed in a simple white dress, had a look of astonishment on her face as life mark between her brows shone brightly. Behind her, the phantom of the holy healing fairy Tang slowly unfolded, and the golden light flowing on the petals sprinkled down, instantly bringing the withered grass and trees around her back to life. Lingling, what's wrong with you? Xiaowu came closer, her big eyes full of curiosity. Dugu Yan stood to the side, her beautiful eyes filled with envy. Her gaze towards Yi Lingling filled with longing. Just as the women were filled with curiosity, a gentle yet majestic voice resounded directly into Yi Lingling's soul. Yi Lingling, I am the goddess of life. Seeing that you possess compassion and bear the Tao of life, I hereby bestow upon you the 9 trials of life. Only by passing 9 trials can one assume the divine position of life. Open black lens bracket 9 tests of life. First test. Initial understanding of vitality. One must grasp the true meaning of the word life within 1 year. Close black lens bracket. The information about the divine exam was etched into her mind like a brand. And the astonishment in Yi Lingling's eyes gradually turned into determination. She raised her hand to touch the life mark between her brows, her white dress fluttering, exuding a gentle aura. I, Yi Lingling, accept the divine test. A crisp sound accompanied by the golden light of the holy healing fairy begonia spread throughout the entire academy. The green gold pillar of Li Qi slowly receded and finally merged into her brow. Meanwhile, far away in the temple of life in the realm of gods, a goddess dressed in a green dress with a gentle face nodded slightly, a relieved smile playing on her lips. Inside the heavenly Do Imperial Palace, Qian Runshui, having shed her disguise, was gazing absently in the direction of Zhanyuan Academy, her golden eyes revealing unreadable thoughts. Behind her stood a young man whose appearance and temperament were exactly the same as Shui Qinghei's. This place is now in your hands. Qian Runshui's voice was calm and indifferent. Yes, young master. The young man knelt down, bowed deeply, and accepted the order with utmost respect. He was a carefully trained assassin from the angel lineage, and he had been imitating Shui Qinghei's words and actions since childhood, and had already imitated him perfectly. This is a key piece that Qian Runshui has carefully prepared to break away from Tiando and take control of the overall situation. Qian Runshui nodded, stood up, and said to the two titled Douluo, Serpent Spear and Porcupine, outside the door, Uncle Shi, please stay in Tiando to protect him. Serpent Spear Douluo bowed slightly and cupped his hands, saying, please rest assured, miss, I will certainly not let you down. Qian Runshui took one last look at the magnificent palace, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes, before quietly disappearing into the shadows with the porcupine Douluo, vanishing from Heaven Do City. In the far north, the snow-covered plains stretch endlessly. Lu Chen's heart suddenly stirred, and he subconsciously looked up in the direction of Zhanyuan Academy, a strange look flashing in his eyes. What's wrong? Bridget asked softly, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Lu Chen shook his head and replied, it's nothing, let's hurry up and find Shui Ling. Upon hearing this, a hint of worry appeared in Biji's beautiful eyes. The dangers of the far north are no less than those of the Star Do Great Forest. Shui Ling must have ventured into the core area of the far north, otherwise she would never have failed to respond to my call. Perfect timing. I also want to see the true dangers of the far north. Lu Chen's lips curled into a smug smile, his eyes blazing with fierce fighting spirit. Last time he came here, he almost died at the hands of the blood mosquito. If he were to encounter a fallen of the same level now, he could probably kill him with a single sword strike. As the two were talking, the cold wind in the far north suddenly intensified, heavy snow fell. The ice on the ground began to crack, and a faint, low roar came from underground. Seeing this, Lu Chen grabbed Bai Ji's wrist with his left hand and said, Senior Bai Ji, be careful. The sound of the ice cracking grew increasingly piercing, and fine cracks spread like a spider web, tearing open a ravine several meters wide in the blink of an eye. Amidst the heavy snowfall, two ICBL UE figures suddenly sprang from the ground, their sharp icy claws carrying a chilling aura, rushing straight at Lu Chen and Bai Ji. Lu Chen exerted force with his wrist, flinging Bai Ji into the air. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his right hand blazing with crimson gold light, and the Asura demon sword appeared in response. Clang! The crimson gold sword light, like the flames of a slicing sun, collided with the icy blue claw wind, and the cold air exploded outwards. The heavy snow was blown away by the air blast, and the cracked ice layer was marked with several more deep marks. Two ice blue figures let out sharp screeks. They were actually a pair of ice nightmare beasts with wingspans of more than 10 feet. Emerald swan wings unfurled behind Bridget, and as she looked at the two soul beasts below, her tone suddenly turned cold. Lu Chen, don't hold back. This is the evil soul beast, the ice nightmare beast, bloodthirsty by nature. As soon as Bai Ji finished speaking, Lu Chen flashed and appeared on top of the ice nightmare beast in an instant. Before the ice nightmare beast could react, a streak of crimson gold sword light flashed past. If two heads, sculpted from ice crystals, were to burst forth, the gushing icy blue blood would be instantly frozen into tiny ice shards by the extreme cold of the far north, falling in a rustling sound with the howling wind. The ice nightmare beast's corpse fell onto the snowfield. Two jet black 10,000-year soul rings slowly emerged. With a light flick of his sword tip, Lu Chen's soul ring transformed into streaks of light and vanished amidst the surge of his soul power. BG slowly landed beside Lu Chen and said softly, "It seems I can no longer treat you like a junior." Lu Chen sheathed the Asura demon sword, smiled slightly, and squatted down next to the two ice nightmare beast corpses, skillfully rummaging through them. After Lu Chen finished examining the heads of the two ice nightmare beasts, a hint of regret appeared on his face. Unfortunately, neither of these two ice nightmare beasts produced a soul bone. Lu Chen stood up and went to Bai Ji's side, and slowly said, "Senior Bai Ji, can you sense Shui Ling's aura now?" BG gazed into the depths of the far north, where the wind and snow were even fiercer and a terrifying aura lurked. She slowly spoke, "If I am not mistaken, Shui Ling's show LDB in the core area of the far north right now." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's gaze gradually became serious. Chapter 265 Titan Snow Demon. A battle of strength. As Lu Chen and Bai Ji continued forward, the surrounding wind and snow intensified, and even BG, one of the 10 most ferocious beasts, could not withstand its onslaught. Her emerald wings curled slightly, she hugged her arms tightly, her jaw clenched unconsciously. And a hint of unconcealed coldness settled between her usually gentle eyes. Looking at Bai Ji, Lu Chen joked, "Senior Bai Ji, I didn't expect you to feel cold too." Bridget rolled her eyes at Lu Chen, annoyed. As a jade swan, she was not good at fighting, and her own blood and energy could not withstand this near-extreme level of coldness for long. A gold flame shot out from the tip of Lu Chen's right index finger. As soon as the golden flame appeared, the surrounding temperature instantly rose, and even the ice layer that had accumulated over tens of thousands of years beneath their feet showed signs of melting. He flicked his finger, and the golden flame transformed into a stream of light, gently landing on Brigitta's shoulder. Strangely, the flames did not burn her clothes. Instead, they transformed into a thin, golden red halo, like a delicate gauze, that spread from her neck to her entire body. The chill receded rapidly like the receding tide, and Bridget could even feel a gentle warmth flowing through her meridians, which eased her wings that had been stiff from the cold. She paused, looking down at the faint halo of light on her shoulder. Her voice tinged with surprise, "You can actually control flames to this extent." Lu Chen smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. The surrounding wind and snow intensified, but Lu Chen and Bai Ji seemed oblivious to the cold as they hurried toward the core area of the far north. Looking at Bai Ji's stunning profile, Lu Chen asked curiously, "Senior Bai Ji, is the far north really as terrifying as you describe?" BG nodded, a hint of solemnity flashing in her eyes. "The most terrifying thing about the far north is not this weather, but the 3 heavenly kings of the far north. Snow Empress, Ice Empress, and the Titan Snow Demon King. These 3 are all powerful individuals who have mastered the ultimate ice attribute. Especially the Ice Heaven Snow Maiden, the Snow Emperor, and the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. Even ZG would have no choice but to run away if she encountered these 2. Bai Ji glanced at Lu Chen and suddenly said, "Lu Chen, you don't mean to bring the far north into the Spirit Pagoda, do you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. The far north also contains many rare minerals. If they could join the Spirit Pagoda, it would be of great help to the future construction of the Spirit Pagoda. As the outline of the far northern core gradually became clear in the wind and snow, the ice beneath our feet suddenly began to tremble violently. Each landing causing the entire ice field to emit a dull rumble. Brigitta's expression changed drastically. She abruptly stopped, her emerald wings unfurling in front of her as she walked. Riley looked to her left at the icy plain shrouded in thick fog. "Not good. It's his aura." Before the words were finished, the thick fog was suddenly torn apart by a powerful blast of cold air, and a towering figure slowly emerged. It was a giant yeti that was over 50 meters tall, its entire body covered in thick ice crystal armor, from which flowed a ghostly blue aura of extreme cold. Its HEAD was in the shape of a ferocious savage, with incredibly bright eyes, and each breath it exhaled a white mist several meters long. It was a fully grown Titan Snow Demon. "Human intruder, die." The Titan Snow Demon let out a deep roar, raised its massive hand covered in ice spikes, and slammed it down towards the spot where the two were. Lu Chen reacted quickly, suddenly grabbing Bai Ji by He waist and throwing her towards a safe area. At the same time, he flicked his finger, and another layer of fiery gauze covered her body. He said in a deep voice, "Get away. Lu Chen, be extremely careful." Bridget steadied herself in midair, her voice filled with anxiety. The Titan snow demons are descendants of the ancient ice god and the Titan giants. In terms of racial heritage alone, They are arguably the most powerful beings in the far north. No sooner had Bridget finished speaking than the Titan snow demon's giant hand crashed down. The icy ground instantly cracked open, creating a crater several meters deep, with ice shards flying everywhere. A hint of human disdain flickered in the Titan snow demon's eyes as it sneered in a deep, gruff voice, "Foolish humans, daring to attempt to withstand my attack head-on." Before it could finish speaking, its pupils suddenly contracted. Its initial disdainful expression gradually turned into horror. Roar. With a powerful dragon roar, the Titan snow demon's palm, possessing immense strength, was forcefully lifted upwards. Under the horrified gaze of the Titan snow demon, Lu Chen, whose golden dragon king bloodline was pushed to its limit, suddenly pushed its palm away. Every diamond-shaped dragon scale on Lu Chen's body radiated a dazzling light, and his eyes transformed into brilliant golden vertical pupils, forcefully sending the Titan snow demon's massive palm flying several meters away. "Come." With a flap of his golden red dragon wings, Lu Chen transformed into a golden streak of light, rushing towards the Titan snow demon like an arrow released from a bow. The distance of several hundred meters was covered in the blink of an eye. With the aid of the dragon wings, he had already appeared in front of the Titan snow demon. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chen clenched his right fist and slammed it into the chest of the Titan snow demon with a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air. Bang! A deep, muffled thud. Lu Chen's fist sank half a foot into the Titan snow demon's chest. The immense force, enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, caused the Titan snow demon's massive body to arch violently. And a muffled roar of pain escaped its throat. It raised its arm and slammed it against its chest. Seeing this, Lu Chen not only did not dodge, but instead flapped his dragon wings and slammed out his right fist. Boom! The moment the second punch was unleashed, Lu Chen's body shone with a burst of golden light, and his dragon might became even more fierce. Snap! With a crisp cracking sound, the ice crystal armor on the Titan snow demon's arm shattered instantly. Its massive body staggered backward several steps, its heavy feet carving deep cracks, some over 10 feet deep, into the ice. And a deafening roar of pain escaped its throat. Are you even human?" Titan snow demon's eyes were filled with doubt. It couldn't understand why this human had such brute strength. And even the aura on its body was purer than that of this soul beast. "So what if you're not human?" Lu Chen's golden vertical pupils flashed with a cold light. "If the races of the three heavenly kings of the far north are only this weak, then they are truly weak." Roar. The Titan snow demon was completely enraged. Its roar shook the snowstorm, and it suddenly arched its body, its thick neck veins bulging. And its head, covered in icy mist, slammed into Lu Chen like a battering ram. Several chi and blood soul rings around Lu Chen lit up instantly, their golden and red soul light reflecting off the dragon's scales. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his golden scales shining even brighter, and his left arm bent into a shield, forcefully withstanding the impact. A deafening, metallic clang resounded. Lu Chen remained unmoved, while the Titan snow demon's forehead was covered in blood from the impact of the dragon's scales. "Damn crawler!" The Titan snow demon roared in pain and swung its left claw, the sharp claw covered in ice spikes carrying an extremely cold wind, aiming straight for Lu Chen's head. Lu Chen flapped his dragon wings and simultaneously lashed out with his right leg like a steel whip, striking the Titan snow demon hard in the back of the knee. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking mingled with the wind and snow. The Titan snow demon's knees buckled, and its massive body staggered to one knee, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the ice. Before it could get up, Lu Chen had already pounced on it, unleashing a barrage of punches like a storm. Bang! 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 3 punches landed squarely on Titan snow demon's face, chest, and abdomen. Roar. A shrill roar echoed across the far northern ice plains. The Massive body of the Titan Snow Demon trembled violently, and its other giant hand slammed towards Lu Chen like a madman. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen flapped his dragon wings and flew backward like an arrow, landing steadily on the ice several feet away. The Titan Snow Demon struggled to its feet, its eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. It gathered all its soul power, and a vast amount of power continuously converged in its hands. The originally dark blue palm was gradually enveloped by a dazzling white light, which grew brighter and brighter, like two stars about to explode, and the surrounding temperature plummeted to its lowest point. The next second, it thrust its hands forward, and two beams of energy, carrying extreme cold and destructive power, shot out like two falling stars, rushing toward Lu Chen with earth-shattering force. Chapter 266 Titan Meteor. Snow Spirit's Message. As Bridget gazed at the two dazzling beams of light that suddenly appeared in the sky above the icy plains, her expression changed drastically, and she cried out in alarm, "Lu Chen! Be careful, that's Titan Snow Demon's innate soul skill, Titan Meteor." Lu Chen's eyes remained calm, as if the act that could tear the sky apart was nothing more than ordinary wind and snow. A flash of golden light appeared between his brows, and a spear about 5 meters long, entirely golden and engraved with intricate dragon patterns, was already in his palm. The golden dragon spear. Kill one living being. Lu Chen's aura suddenly surged, and his crimson gold sword intent soared into the sky, instantly turning the sky crimson. The golden dragon spear in his hand was enveloped by the Asura sword intent, and the dragon's roar resounded throughout the surrounding area. The gun barrel extended and thickened at a visible speed, eventually transforming into a cold, gleaming golden heavy sword. The blade was covered with chilling dark red patterns, each pattern seemingly containing the endless killing intent of the Asura path. Foolishness devours each other, leading to the cycle of karma. Lu Chen spun his wrist sharply, and the golden heavy sword brought with it a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air. Atop the sword peak, crimson gold sword intent condensed into the shape of a dragon, with clearly defined scales and claws, and bared fangs. A sword strike was unleashed. The crimson gold dragon shadow, imbued with the chilling sharpness of the Asura sword intent, collided violently with two Titan meteors, each carrying the icy chill of the icy plains. There was no earth-shattering, continuous roar, only a short, extremely sharp sound of tearing through the air. The crimson gold dragon claws tore through the energy beams, and the dragon's head opened its blood-red maw, swallowing the Titan meteor that was powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. No! The Titan Snow Demon let out a deafening roar, its massive body staggering backward through the snow. A crimson gold sword mark suddenly appeared on its chest, which was covered in thick ice, and the ice armor on its body shattered inch by inch, revealing a gray panel covered with hideous wounds underneath. Bridget covered her red lips, her eyes filled with disbelief. Holding a golden heavy sword, Lu Chen stood tall and straight like a pine tree amidst the swirling ice shards, resembling an unshakable war god. A flash of crimson gold light appeared in Lu Chen's eyes, and the crimson gold light on the golden heavy sword suddenly surged. Titan Snow Demon tried to resist with its last bit of strength. But Lu Chen flicked his wrist and the heavy sword imbued with the aura of Asura turned into a streak of light and slashed out again. Where the sword light swept past, the wind and snow stopped abruptly, and space seemed to be instantly sliced apart. Boom! Amidst a deafening roar, the massive body of the Titan Snow Demon was smashed into the snow by the sword light, like a mountain being overturned. The thick ice layer instantly cracked into a spiderweb-like pattern, and snow flew everywhere. A deep, bone-revealing sword wound ran diagonally from its left shoulder to its right abdomen. Lu Chen hovered in midair, the golden scales gradually losing their luster, but his aura remained domineering. He looked down at the fallen Titan Snow Demon, whose chest was still heaving, and slowly said, "Are you convinced now?" Although Titan Snow Demon still wanted to be defiant, it ultimately chose to remain silent when it saw the murderous Shura demon sword in Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen approached the Titan Snow Demon, kicked its head, and said, "Hey, have you ever seen a jade-faced Snow Lord?" The Titan Snow Demon's large eyes were filled with doubt, and it asked in a deep voice, "What is the jade-faced Snow Lord?" Looking at the silly creature at his feet, Lu Chen said speechlessly. It's just a white lion with a cultivation level of around 90,000 years. As the words fell, the Titan Snow Demon murmured, a white lion that's 90,000 years old. Could it be the one that Ice Emperor captured a few days ago? Hyote. Upon hearing those two words, Bridget immediately stepped forward, her emerald eyes filled with urgency. Do you know where that lion has been taken? Titan Snow Demon pursed its lips, about to say it didn't know, when it saw Lu Chen's Asura demon sword already pressed against its brow. A chilling, murderous aura instantly enveloped its entire body, causing it to tremble. The words that were about to come out of its mouth changed instantly. I know. Of course I know. Titan Snow Demon tried to get up, but as soon as it exerted force, the wound on its chest caused excruciating pain, forcing it to lie back down heavily, wincing in agony. Upon seeing this, Brigette's emerald swan wings suddenly unfurled, enveloping the massive body of the Titan Snow Demon. She conjured tiny, shimmering particles of light from her fingertips, which gently landed on the deep, bone-revealing sword wound. BG frowned slightly. She glanced at Lu Chen and said helplessly, your sword intent is preventing me from healing it. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen lightly tapped his fingertip, and a crimson gold light was drawn back into his body. Bridget nodded slightly, mobilizing her healing power to allow the emerald energy to seep into the Titan Snow Demon's wounds. Wherever it passed, the hideous wounds healed at a visible speed, and the crimson gold sword marks gradually faded, replaced by a newly formed pale pink panel. At first, the Titan Snow Demon tensed up, its muscles stiff, as if afraid that there was something fishy hidden in this seemingly gentle energy. But as that warm power spread along the wound, the excruciating pain gradually faded away as if melted by ice and snow, replaced by a comfortable warmth. Its wide-open eyes slowly narrowed, and a low growl came from its throat. It unconsciously relaxed its guard. It was at this moment that Titan Snow Demon sensed a pure soul beast aura from Bridget. Recalling its recent ordeal, it muttered somewhat aggrievedly, why didn't you say you were soul beasts earlier? Otherwise, I wouldn't have attacked you. Lu Chen smiled slightly, patted its head, and without revealing his identity, laughed, you didn't give us any room to explain. Cheetah. Snow Demon scratched his head sheepishly and fell silent. Once its wounds had completely healed, its massive body suddenly pushed off the snow, causing the ice beneath its feet to groan under its weight. And the snow cascaded down its broad back like a waterfall. It shook its head, which was covered in ice crystals, and its originally ferocious face now had a bit of a Hanhu honest and simple look. It lowered its huge neck to Lu Chen and Bai Ji. Come on, I'll take you to the core area. Upon hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, and he looked at Bai Ji. Bridget folded her emerald swan wings, looked up at the towering back of the Titan Snow Demon, then glanced at Lu Chen beside her, and said softly, its size is so enormous. With it carrying us, we can not only save a lot of travel time, but also avoid the harassment of other soul beasts in the core area. It is indeed the best choice. Lu Chen nodded slightly, touched the ground with his toes, and leapt up as lightly as a willow catkin. Landing steadily on the broad back of the Titan Snow Demon. It was covered with a layer of fine short hairs, mixed with a few ice crystals, so it wasn't slippery to step on. He reached out and pulled Bridget up with him. The two stood side by side on it, and their view suddenly became much wider. The Titan Snow Demon felt the weight on its back and slowly stood up. Its movements were much more composed than before, clearly out of consideration for the two people on its back. Hold on tight. With that, it took heavy steps and sped off towards the north. Each step caused the ground to tremble slightly, and the snow was kicked up and splashed, forming two long tracks. The wind in the core area grew increasingly fierce, howling past with ice shards that felt like knives cutting into your face. But the Titan Snow Demon's massive body acted as a barrier, keeping most of the wind and snow out. Chapter 267 The Cheeky Ice Bear King. Titan Snow Demon is very fast. The colossal creature, over 50 meters tall, moved across the ice field, resembling a moving iceberg. When the soul beasts of the far north see it, they all retreat in fear. Who would dare to easily provoke such a top predator? The Titan Snow Demon and Lu Chen became acquainted through a misunderstanding. Lu Chen quickly learned about the general information of the Titan Snow Demon clan from it. In terms of racial heritage alone, the Titan Snow Demon race is considered top tier in the far north, with hundreds of members. Even the renowned Ice Jade Scorpion race is unwilling to engage in direct conflict with them. Atai is the patriarch of the Titan Snow Demon clan, ranking third among the 3 heavenly kings of the far north. He is over 100 meters tall, and even in the ocean, there are very few beings that can compare with him in size. Just as Titan Snow Demon and Lu Chen were boasting about how powerful the Titan Snow Demon clan was, an untimely bear roar rang out. Roar. The roar reverberated throughout the entire ice field, and tiny cracks began to appear on the millennia-old ice beneath their feet. Lu Chen's ears were ringing. When he looked up, he saw a white hurricane rising in the western sky. In the center of the hurricane, a giant white bear could be vaguely seen. Every step it took made the earth tremble as it rushed toward them. That beast is here again. You too, conceal your presence. With a roar, the Titan Snow Demon took a massive step, its 50-meter-tall body bearing the weight of the ancient ice with each stride, causing cracks to spread wildly like a spiderweb. The thick snow was violently lifted up, turning into a snow mist that filled the sky. You beast! I failed to subdue you 300 years ago, so today I'll break all 4 of your limbs. The Titan Snow Demon's roar shattered the clouds above, its voice filled with rage. As the white hurricane drew ever closer in the western sky, the Ice Bear King finally revealed itself completely. It was an exceptionally large ice bear, its massive body resembling a small hill, covered in thick white fur that shimmered with a faint silvery sheen. The Ice Bear King's IMBS contain the extreme cold of frozen air, and its pupils are a pale blue color resembling ice crystals. Ha, you'd be better off calling Atai over. The Ice Bear King's tone was laced with sarcasm. Standing atop the Titan Snow Demon, Lu Chen looked at the Ice Bear King and murmured softly, "Why do I feel like this Ice Bear King is a bit asking for a beating?" After hearing Titan's words, Bridget smiled slightly and explained, "If I remember correctly, although the Ice Bear King's cultivation is stronger than Titan Snow Demon King's, he is no match for Titan Snow Demon King in this far north." She paused, as if recalling an old friend, and said softly, "Besides, bear-type spirit beasts are all very vengeful." After hearing Bai Ji's words, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the Ice Bear King, who was confronting the Titan Snow Demon. Suddenly, the Ice Bear King raised its nearly 10-meter-wide giant claw, its pale blue pupils flashing with cold light, and the frozen air around it instantly boiled. Its fluffy white mane stood on end, its silvery sheen flared, and extreme cold gathered wildly around it, turning even the snowflakes falling around it into sharp ice spikes. Today I'll show you what true rage of ice is. The Ice Bear King roared and slammed down its giant claws. The icy blue energy gathered in its palm exploded outwards, transforming into a white storm that blotted out the sky. This storm was unlike any other snowstorm. It contained tens of thousands of ice blades, each as long as an adult's arm, with edges shimmering with a cold, eerie blue light. It howled and swirled up a sky full of snow mist, crushing towards the Titan Snow Demon. Wherever the blizzard passed, the surrounding ice and snow were instantly swept up and turned into part of the blizzard. The air crackled and popped from the freezing cold, and even the light seemed to be distorted by the extreme cold, leaving only a vast expanse of white desolation in the world. As she watched this scene, Bridget slowly said, "This is the Ice Bear King clan's innate soul skill, Ice Bear Blizzard. This Titan Snow Demon is probably no match for the Ice Bear King." Roar. The Titan Snow Demon roared, its 50-meter-tall body suddenly tensing, a faint snow-white halo emanating from beneath its dark gray fur. It suddenly spread its arms, its chest heaving violently, and spewed a mouthful of ice and snow power containing the origin of its race, which transformed into a huge ice and snow barrier in front of it. The ice blades struck the barrier with a dense clanging sound, sending countless ice shards flying. The ancient ice beneath the two beasts could no longer withstand the collision of the two extreme cold energies. Spiderweb-like cracks rapidly expanded, and accompanied by a muffled roar. Large sections of the ice surface began to collapse, revealing a deeper layer of permafrost beneath. Seeing this, the Ice Bear King roared in anger and slammed down with its giant claws again. The power of the blizzard suddenly increased, the ice blades became denser, and even condensed into several phantom ice bears, which roared and rushed out of the storm, tearing at the Titan Snow Demon. The chill in the air grew even more intense, and the sky was even tinged with a pale blue. Snap! Asterisk. A piercing cracking sound pierced through the roar of the blizzard, ice and snow barrier conjured by the Titan Snow Demon finally reached its limit. Under the tearing bites of the illusory ice bear and the barrage of dense ice blades, the snow-white halo on the surface of the barrier quickly dimmed. And spiderweb-like cracks spread from the center to the edges. Not good. Titan Snow Demon's pupils shrank sharply, just as it was about to unleash more of its ultimate power to reinforce the barrier. The barrier shattered with a deafening roar. A flurry of ice shards, carrying with them a violent chill, rushed towards them. The 50-meter-tall behemoth was violently thrown away by the shockwave and crashed heavily onto the collapsed ice behind it. With a dull thud, the permafrost cracked open, creating a ravine several meters deep. The Titan Snow Demo spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with ice crystals, and its dark gray fur was slashed open dozens of times by ice blades. Ha ha ha, easily defeated. The Ice Bear King laughed wildly upon seeing this. His pale blue pupils filled with excited light. It stomped its 4 legs on the ground, as if celebrating something. Lu Chen helped Bai Ji steady herself, then looked at the Ice Bear King and laughed. Why does this Ice Bear King look so much like a little kid? Titan Snow Demon got up from the ground, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction, and said, "He's just a scoundrel, acting recklessly. Because he has the Snow Empress backing him up." Lu Chen looked at the Titan Snow Demon. In fact, the Titan Snow Demon was no weaker than the Ice Bear King in terms of physical strength. It was only because it was overwhelmed by the Ice Bear King in its mastery of extreme ice that it could not defeat the Ice Bear King. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. He looked at the Titan Snow Demon, who was willing to be his mount, and said, "Do you want to teach it a lesson?" Titan Snow Demon suddenly turned its head to look at Lu Chen, its huge head nodding frantically like it was pounding garlic. Its eyes blazed with fury as it gritted its teeth and said, "I don't just want to. I dream about beating up this stupid fat bear every single day." Chapter 268 Getting Beaten Up. The Fawning Ice Bear King, Little White. A ghostly blue light shone from Lu Chen's left arm, and an extreme chill swept over him. The Titan Snow Demon's eyes instantly filled with shock, and even its gaping maw stammered, I. This. Lu Chen smiled slightly, his left hand gently landing on the Titan Snow Demon's mountain-like shoulder. A powerful surge of energy entered the Titan Snow Demon's body. The Titan Snow Demon's massive body stiffened abruptly, its mountain-like shoulders trembling uncontrollably, and snow cascading down its mane. It could feel the extreme ice energy. Why within its body instantly become active, as if it had undergone a transformation. Titan Snow Demon slowly opened its eyes, and 2 beams of dark blue light shot out instantly. It looked at the surrounding wind, snow, water, and ice. And an indescribable feeling filled its entire body. These seemingly lifeless, dead objects were now conveying clear thoughts to it, as if the ice elements of the entire ice field had become part of its body. At this moment, the Ice Bear King also noticed Lu Chen and Bai Ji on the Titan Snow Demon's shoulder. The Ice Bear King had already noticed the 2 people on the Titan Snow Demon's shoulder, especially after sensing the aura emanating from them that made its heart tremble. Its huge eyes darted around, and it feigned composure, shouting, "HMPH. The SN. Our Empress has called me home for dinner. We'll fight again next year." Titan Snow Demon leapt forward, blocking Ice Bear King's path, and said coldly, "Wait. Brother Bai, you haven't even seen Titan Snow Demon's innate soul skill yet." The Ice Bear King shrank its neck, staring at the Titan Snow Demon's eyes that shimmered with a ghostly blue light, and a thought of submission actually surfaced in its heart. This feeling is just like facing the Snow Emperor. The Ice Bear King's fur stood on end, and its paws instinctively slammed into the ground, instantly raising a thick ice wall that blocked its path. But the instant the ice wall took shape, the Titan Snow Demon's eyes flashed with a deep blue light, and it let out a roar. The surrounding wind and snow suddenly stopped, and then, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, they converged madly toward the right fist of the Titan Snow Demon. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding ice elements condensed on its fist, forming a th. Ick gauntlet covered with ice crystal patterns. Boom! Titan Snow Demon's fist, carrying the power to shatter mountains and split rocks, smashed straight into the newly formed ice wall. The seemingly indestructible ice wall shattered like glass the moment it touched the force of the punch. Bang! The fist slammed solidly into the Ice Bear King's chest, the dull thud causing the snow to collapse and create a huge crater. The thick ice armor that the Ice Bear King had just condensed shattered instantly, with countless cracks spreading like a spider web before turning into ice shards that scattered everywhere. Its mountain-like body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. A woo! The Ice Bear King let out a shrill scream, and the blood it spat out froze into blood-red ice beads in midair. It crashed heavily onto the ice 100 meters away, creating a large, human-shaped crater in the thick ice. However, this punch did not harm the Ice Bear King's vital organs. Just like the Ice Bear King's Ice Bear Blizzard before, neither beast had the intention of killing the other. The Ice Bear King lay on the ice, its limbs twitching, and let out a mournful howl. "I'm not fighting anymore. You cheated. You actually teamed up with humans to target me. I'm going to tell the Snow Empress." Seeing that things were not going well, the Ice Bear King suddenly leapt forward with its round buttocks sticking out. However, its short bare tail was grabbed by the Titan Snow Demon. The furry tail was slippery in its palm, but it could not break free no matter what it did. "Don't go. I'll take you to Shui Di's place in a bit." The Titan Snow Demon grinned, revealing its gleaming white fangs, and reached for the Ice Bear King's neck with its left hand. Just as the Titan Snow Demon's left hand landed on its neck, a dazzling blue light suddenly shone from the Ice Bear King's body. Then a blizzard suddenly erupted from its body. The blizzard, carrying billions of ice crystals, howled and tore through the air, instantly creating a snow and ice barrier tens of feet high around the Ice Bear King, forcefully repelling the Titan Snow Demon's hand. The Titan Snow Demon was thrown back 3 steps by the blizzard. It shook its left hand, its eyes filled with even greater delight. "You were hiding this trick." Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Ice Bear King leapt forward, its short tail slipping from the Titan Snow Demon's grasp. It used all 4 limbs to claw its way across the ice, not forgetting to turn its head and threaten, "You wait, you'll be sorry next time." Titan Snow Demon grinned and suddenly plunged his arms into the raging blizzard. A deep blue light surged in its palm, and the originally violent blizzard was forcibly torn open in the middle, creating a huge crack. Ice shards and snow particles receded to both sides like a tide, and the wind subsided instantly. The Ice Bear King's mouth was wide open, as if its jaw would drop at any moment. Its eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Titan Snow Demon slammed its legs into the ground, its massive body leaping up like an arrow. A gray-white figure swept over the Ice Bear King's head and landed steadily a few feet in front of it. The ice shards that splashed out when the Titan Snow Demon landed hit its face, finally pulling it back from its shock. The next second, before it could beg for mercy, a fist the size of a small mountain slammed into its head. The sounds of bang bang bang, accompanied by the screams of Ice Bear King Xiaobai, echoed throughout the entire ice plains. Half an hour later, the Titan Snow Demon finally stopped its revenge, pounding its chest with its arms and letting out a series of triumphant roars to the sky. "Awesome!" The Ice Bear King, clutching his bruised and swollen head, lay on the snow and sobbed, "Wah! Wu Tai, you've gone too far. You cheated, it wasn't your real skill at all." Seeing its tearful appearance, Bridget couldn't help but chuckle softly, her gentle voice like a spring breeze across the icy plains. "Ice Bear King, do you still remember me?" As Bridget spoke, the emerald swan wings on her back suddenly unfolded, and emerald swan feathers fell from the air, directly merging into the Ice Bear King's wounds. The stinging pain all over the Ice Bear King's body suddenly dissipated, replaced by a warm and gentle sensation that spread throughout his body along the places where the feathers had been absorbed. His bruised and swollen wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even his dazed mind cleared up considerably. It stared blankly at Brigitta's unfolded emerald swan wings, which shimmered with a lustrous sheen under the pale blue sky of the icy plains. The familiar scent caused its pupils to shrink abruptly, and its cries came to an abrupt halt. You are Bridget." The Ice Bear King suddenly sat up, his previously aggrieved appearance instantly turning into a respectful one. his short bare tail instinctively sticking to his buttocks. It seems you still remember me. Bridget slowly jumped from the Titan Snow Demon's shoulder to the Ice Bear King. How could I forget you? The Ice Bear King brought his head close to Brigitta's face, his bare face full of a fawning smile. Even the Snow Emperor speaks to Bai Ji in a gentle and amicable manner. Just as Soul Master World is willing to befriend powerful support-type Soul Masters, among these intelligent ferocious beasts, no one is willing to offend this strongest healing-type ferocious beast on the continent. After all, no one can guarantee that they will never encounter a life-or-death crisis. Chapter 269 Hayote. I'll let it go after it gives birth. Looking at the obsequious Ice Bear King, Bridget slowly said, "Where is the Ice Empress? I need to speak with her." Forehead. The Ice Bear King hesitated for a moment before speaking. The Ice Emperor has recently found a lioness from somewhere and is thinking every day about how to get her pregnant. Pregnant. Bridget grabbed the Ice Bear King's white fur and angrily demanded, "Where is that giant scorpion? Take me there." Looking at Brigitta's expression, the Ice Bear King instantly understood the purpose of Brigitta's visit to the far north. The Ice Bear King, his white fur flying everywhere from being pulled, nodded hurriedly. It's right over by the Snow Empress. Let go, I'll take you there right away." Bridget flapped her wings and landed back on the Titan Snow Demon's shoulder. "Follow it." Titan Snow Demon nodded and immediately stepped behind Ice Bear King. The Ice Bear King led the way, its thick paws crunching on the ice as it ran, its eyes fixed on Lu Chen on the Titan Snow Demon's shoulder, lost in thought. At the same time, the core area of the far north. This is a vast ice field, where the cold winds are far more biting than those on the outskirts. The ice, which has remained frozen for millennia, glows with a pale blue fluorescence. In the distance, dozens of ice peaks pierce the clouds, and the cold wind howls past, carrying ice shards like sharp blades. Apart from those with exceptional natural advantages, no living being can survive in this desolate place. In the center of the icy plain, a figure in emerald green stood there. The girl had a stunningly fair and delicate face, with 4 emerald green magic patterns winding along both sides of her cheeks, like the most exquisite jade carving patterns. Her long, dark green hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Swaying slightly in the cold wind, her skin was as white as snow, so translucent that one could almost see the emerald luster flowing beneath it. It was none other than the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, one of the 3 heavenly kings of the far north. At this moment, in front of Hayote, a white lion was looking at her with a helpless expression. "Hey, when are you going to give birth?" Hayote bent down and poked Yuki-kun's round belly, her tone urging him with a hint of urgency. A woo! Jade-faced Snow Lord let out a helpless howl. Just as Hayote was about to say something, a pure white figure landed quietly beside her like a snowflake. Snow Empress, dressed in a white dress that was even whiter than snow, with her long, white hair reaching her ankles, looked like a fairy sculpted from ice and snow. Pure and untouched by the dust of the world, her sky-blue eyes held a hint of indulgent helplessness as she gently patted Hayote's shoulder. "All right, Hayote. It carries the aura of Bridget, so it must be a cherished companion of hers. You should release it quickly." Ice Empress turned to Snow Empress, her eyes pleading. "Snow Empress, this is the jade-faced Snow Queen. You won't find another one like her even in the far north. And look how big her belly is, she's definitely pregnant." Shui Di's long, white hair cascaded down her back to her feet, her slender and delicate body was flawless. And her white dress made her appear so noble and beautiful. Snow Empress's sky-blue eyes held a hint of helplessness. Looking at Ice Empress's gaze, she said with a headache, "I've already examined its body. There's no trace of any other living being inside it. Simply put, it's just pure fat. Purely fat." Hayote stared wide-eyed at the emerald green, ND incredulously reached out her slender finger to poke the round belly of the jade-faced Snow King. As the soft touch came, Yu Mi and Shui Jun comfortably squinted his eyes, letting out a low purring sound. Completely unaware of the collapse in Bing Di's heart at that moment, Hayote abruptly withdrew his hand, his tone tinged with frustration. "Impossible. I've clearly seen it lying around doing nothing lately. Its belly getting bigger and bigger every day, how could it be fat?" Snow Emperor shook his head helplessly, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Binger, it's in the nature of Jad. E-faced Snow Lord to be inactive and accumulate fat in winter. This belly of its has been accumulating fat for at least half a year, it can't be carried overnight. As she spoke, a wisp of pale blue, cold air condensed at her fingertips and gently brushed across the abdomen of the jade-faced Snow Queen. When the cold air dissipated, it was clear that inside that round belly, there was only an evenly distributed layer of fat. Without any signs of life. Hayote stared at the spot where the wisp of cold air had dissipated, her lips slightly pursed, clearly still unwilling to accept this fact. She crouched down, rested her chin on her hands, and stared intently at the jade-faced Snow King. But I also want it to have a little lion cub so it can play with me. Her emerald green hair fell on either side of Hayote's face, making her look particularly aggrieved. Jade-faced Snow Lord seemed to sense her dejection, stretched out its furry head, gently rubbed against the back of her hand, and made a coaxing whimper in its throat. Just then, Jade-faced Snow Lord suddenly stood up, his icy blue lion eyes filled with joy. Roar! With a roar, Jade-faced Snow Lord sped off forward. At the same time, thick snow fog rose from the distant horizon, and two mountain-like figures came stepping through the snow. Snow Empress sensed the familiar presence, her brows furrowed slightly, her gaze first fell on the shoulder of Titan Snow Demon. When she saw Lu Chen standing next to Bridget, a hint of surprise flashed in her sky-blue eyes. This human was so weak and insignificant when they met a few years ago. Why does he now exude such a terrifying sense of oppression? Lu Chen's gaze also happened to fall on Shui Di, and he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Under the pale gray sky, even the wind and snow seemed to be gentle for her. The young girl was dressed in white, her figure graceful and her eyes exuding a cool and otherworldly aura. Her jade-like bones are not afraid of the miasma, and her icy beauty has its own fairy wind, as the perfect description for her. However, he seemed to have no connection with this Snow Empress, so why did her gaze carry a hint of inquiry? When Hayote saw Bridget, she quickly hid behind Yukite and muttered softly, "Sister Bridget. I just think she's cute, and I want her to have some babies to play with." Bridget Tay's emerald wings trembled slightly in the cold wind, and her gaze, like a sharp sword, pierced through the snow mist, fixing directly on the Ice Emperor. Hayote, playing. You sure know how to play. What, should I also kidnap you and take you back to the Stardew Great Forest so you can give me a little scorpion to play with? Hayote was startled by her sudden question and instinctively shrank behind Yuki. Lu Chen looked at Yumi and Shui Jun, and in a flash, landed in front of Yumi and Shui Jun. Jade-faced Snow King kept rubbing its big head against Lu Chen's drooping hand, making a purring sound that was both aggrieved and joyful, and its round belly rose and fell with its breath. There's not a trace of pregnancy on her, she's clearly been fattened up by Hayote. Lu Chen looked down at the adorable jade-faced Snow Lord, then looked up at the Snow Emperor, a faint smile playing on his lips. It seems it's gotten quite fat while Bai Ji and I were away. Shui Di looked at Bai Ji and sighed, "It's been a long time, Bai Ji." Biji nodded to Shui Di, "It seems your strength has improved quite a bit." The Snow Empress smiled faintly, turned her gaze to Lu Chen, and slowly said, "Bai Ji, who is this?" Chapter 270 Snow Empress, "I'll go with you if you win." Lu Chen. Bai Ji's voice was concise and clear, as also the incarnation of the Golden Dragon King. As soon as she finished speaking, a hint of surprise flashed in Shui Di's sky-blue eyes, and her gaze toward Lu Chen instantly became serious. But she didn't ask any further questions, only nodded slightly as a greeting. Upon recognizing the group, Titan Snow Demon bowed respectfully to the Snow Emperor, saying, "Respected Lord of the Far North, now that you know each other, I shall take my leave." Snow Empress nodded slightly to Titan Snow Demon and said softly, "Give my regards to Atai for me." Titan Snow Demon solemnly agreed and then left the icy plain. Golden Dragon King. Ice Emperor looked at Lu Chen, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. She had never heard of such a soul beast in the Stardew Great Forest. But when she saw Lu Chen's face clearly, her pupils suddenly contracted, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Shui, he." Hayote was about to blurt it out, but Yuki stopped her. Seeing the Ice Emperor's reaction, Lu Chen understood. The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor must have met him before. Just then, Shui Di's gaze towards Lu Chen suddenly changed. She could sense a purer ice elemental power emanating from Lu Chen, a power that had surpassed its limits. Shui Di moved with light steps, her skirt brushing the ground and stirring up tiny ice crystals, which turned into soft white mist the moment she approached Lu Chen. "Your ice," she parted her lips slightly, "seems a little different." Before she finished speaking, she had already moved close to Lu Chen's side, her fingertips almost touching his sleeve. Her cool aura was mixed with a very faint plum blossom fragrance, lingering around Lu Chen's nose. Shui Di tilted her head slightly, her eyes clear as if carved from ice crystals, and she was gazing intently at Lu Chen, his figure reflected in them. Shui Di raised her right fingertips and gently placed them on Lu Chen's wrist. The next instant, Lu Chen's left arm lit up with a ghostly blue light. "Hold head high." A dark blue dragon soul flew out from Lu Chen's left arm. The moment the azure dragon soul soared into the sky, a bone-chilling pressure swept across the entire core area of the far north. The dragon's soul and scales were shimmering with interwoven gold and blue patterns. When the dragon raised its head, an even colder chill descended like ancient ice, suppressing the wind and snow in the world. The far north was originally a frozen and rigid region that had been frozen for thousands of years, but at this moment, the chill released by the dragon's soul was like a king holding court, causing the original cold air of the entire far north core area to bow down and submit. This chill. Hayote swayed slightly, instinctively clenching his hands. Shui Di's fingertips stopped on Lu Chen's wrist, her clear eyes churning with turbulent waves. A thought that she was unwilling to believe but had to accept took shape in her mind. Lu Chen's control of the ice elemental power was already close to the level of a god. As the leader of the three heavenly kings of the far north, the Snow Emperor was born with unique advantages. She was a being formed from the purest ice attribute elemental energy in the core of the far north. After countless years of nurturing, she finally developed her own thoughts and wisdom and became an intelligent being. Yet, when faced with the ice element emanating from Lu Chen, she found herself unconsciously feeling a sense of submission. The Ice Bear King lay to one side, its enormous head drooping. Shui Di looked into Lu Chen's eyes, her clear, cold voice carrying an undeniable pride, and said, "May I challenge you to a fair duel? I will suppress the soul power within my body to the same level as yours." Lu Chen looked at Shui Di and said without hesitation, "But I have one condition." "Okay." Before Lu Chen could finish speaking, Shui Di immediately agreed. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. "If you lose, I want you to come with me into the human world." Shui Di nodded slightly, "All right." Upon seeing this, Biji spread her swan wings and gracefully landed on the back of Yumi and Shuijin. Jade-faced Snow Lord flashed away, directly leading Baiji to retreat, creating a safe distance between himself and Lu Chen and Snow Emperor. Just as Hayote was about to say something, Yukite silenced her with a look. The Snow Empress looked at the Ice Empress and said slowly, "You know, although I have already survived the heavenly tribulation of 600,000 years, I am not confident that I can survive the next heavenly tribulation. If I can break through on the path of extreme ice, I can protect the far north for tens of thousands of years." Upon hearing this, Hayote said no more, picked up the Ice Bear King Xiaobai, and flashed to land next to Bridget. The Snow Empress looked up at Lu Chen, and a clear, cold voice echoed in Lu Chen's mind, "You are human. I've seen you before." Lu Chen smiled slightly and nodded. The Snow Empress's gaze swept over the dragon soul on his left arm. "But at that time, you didn't possess this dragon's might, nor did you have the aura of the Golden Dragon King. Human, who exactly are you? Why did the Golden Dragon King's incarnation and this ice power appear on you?" Her voice remained cool and aloof, yet it concealed an undeniable confusion. As the Lord of the Far North, she had seen countless soul beasts and human soul masters, but she had never seen such a contradictory existence. The human body, the Golden Dragon King's essence, and the extreme ice power that even she had to bow down to, these three should have been completely unrelated. Yet they were perfectly integrated in Lu Chen. "If you win, I'll answer your questions." Lu Chen's eyes were full of confidence. If he were to fight Shui Di at full strength, he might not be her match. But among those of the same rank, he is invincible. The Snow Empress nodded, and with a wave of her hand, ice and snow instantly surged around her. Make your move. I will keep my strength at the same level as yours. As she spoke, several crystal-clear chains of ice condensed around her. Lu Chen's gaze narrowed slightly as he watched the ice crystal chains wrap around the snow. Emperor's limbs and bones as if they were alive. A faint silver light flowed across the chains, and every inch of ice crystal was engraved with intricate runes, which were condensed by the Snow Emperor with her own source power. Specifically used to suppress cultivation. The chill around Shui Di suddenly subsided, and the originally boundless soul power fluctuations receded at a visible speed. The overwhelming pressure of the 600,000-year-old soul beast receded like a tide, replaced by a soul power aura comparable to Lu Chen's. The ice crystal chains transformed into specks of light and eeped into Snow Empress's body the moment they touched her skin. Her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, and a fleeting discomfort flashed in her cool eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. All right. Shui Di's voice remained calm. She gently raised her right hand, and the surrounding wind and snow gathered in her palm. The crisp sound of ice crystals colliding was like jade striking each other, and gradually condensed into a long sword that was completely translucent. The sword is 3 feet and 7 inches long, with a blade as thin as a cicada's wing, and it shimmers with a silvery blue luster like moonlight. Be careful. Shui Di's cold voice fell, and with a slight twist of her wrist, the ice crystal longsword slashed towards Lu Chen with a sharp arc of light. Wherever the sword passed, fine ice cracks appeared in the space, and countless tiny ice blades burst out from both sides of the sword's path, enveloping Lu Chen like a meteor shower. Chapter 271 Emperor's Sword, Unparalleled Ice Extreme. Lu Chen looked at the approaching sword energy, but his expression remained relaxed. With a wave of his left arm, the Azure Dragon Soul let out a stirring dragon roar. And the golden and blue dragon might swept out like a tsunami, directly pulling the ice and snow of the entire far northern core area to move against the current. The chilling energy that had Origi Nally submitted to the Snow Emperor now seemed to have found a new sovereign, surging wildly into Lu Chen's palm. This is. Shui Di paused slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She clearly sensed that the ice element she was controlling was being forcibly diverted by Lu Chen's power. The suction force was so domineering and unreasonable that it seemed as if even the extreme of the world was being drawn away by him. A dazzling golden-blue glow emanated from Lu Chen's palm. The ice and snow of the far north transformed into galloping ice dragons, roaring as they burrowed into his palm. The deafening cracking of the ice resounded one after another. The ice, which had been condensed over tens of thousands of years, was forcibly lifted up, and countless fragments of ancient ice gathered in the air, gradually outlining the shape of a heavy sword. This sword is completely different from the Snow Emperor's ice crystal longsword. The sword is 7 inches wide and over 3 inches thick, covered with scale-like ice patterns, each scale shimmering with golden and blue light. The hilt of the sword is carved from an ice crystal dragon's head, with jagged horns and eyes that gleam with a cold, eerie blue light. Condense. Lu Chen let out a low shout, and the dragon soul in his left arm slammed into the sword embryo in his palm. With a deafening roar, dragon soul transformed into countless golden and blue specks of light, all of which merged into the heavy sword. In an instant, the heavy sword unleashed a devastating pressure, its blade reflecting countless rays of cold light under the sunlight, directly annihilating the ice crystal sword energy that the Snow Emperor had slashed down. Such powerful ice element, and this dragon's might! Ice Emperor exclaimed in shock from afar, instinctively taking a half-step back. Brigitta's swan wings tightened slightly, and her eyes held a hint of something intriguing. This guy actually had such a trick up his sleeve. I'm afraid the Snow Empress will have a hard time winning. Upon hearing Brigitta's words, Hayote immediately retorted, in my opinion, it's Lu Chen who will have a hard time beating me. Shui will definitely crush Lu Chen and win. Biji glanced at Bingdi and said coldly, I haven't settled the score with you for what happened to Jade-faced Snow Lord. Upon hearing this, Hayote shuddered, and in a flash, she nimbly hid behind the massive ice bear king, only revealing half her head, muttering, that was all an accident. The Ice Bear King gazed at the two figures facing off in the center of the icy plain, its thick paws clenching unconsciously. Though it didn't want to admit it, it also believed Lu Chen would win. The ice crystal longsword in Shui Di's hand trembled slightly under the pressure of the heavy sword, and the silver-blue luster on the blade dimmed a bit. But there was no fear in her cold eyes. Instead, a burning fighting spirit ignited, and the extreme ice power around her surged, forcefully withstanding the pressure of the heavy sword. With a flick of her wrist, Shui Di's ice crystal longsword drew a perfect arc, instantly shattering He frozen sword energy into countless ice needles that shot towards Lu Chen at an even faster speed. At the same time, she flashed, leaving a white shadow in place, her sword pointing directly at Lu Chen's brow. Lu Chen held the frost greatsword, neither dodging nor evading. Although the heavy sword was heavy, it felt as light as a feather in his hands. The immense power bestowed upon him by Golden Dragon King's essence made it effortless for him to wield the heavy sword. With a flick of his wrist, the heavy sword swept out with immense force, the sword wind carrying a chill that instantly pulverized the incoming ice needles. Clang! The two ice swords collided with a deafening roar. A dazzling white light appeared, and Shui Di felt a surge of immense power flowing through the sword's edge. Her arm went numb, and she was forced to take 3 steps back. Lu Chen stood motionless, the golden and blue patterns flowing across the heavy sword, instantly dispelling the chill. Such powerful strength, Shui Di said slowly, looking at Lu Chen. That's natural. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen stomped his foot on the ground, and the ice surface instantly cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. He shot towards the Snow Emperor like an arrow, his heavy sword whistling through the air as he unleashed a golden blue ice flame that spanned several meters, freezing even the wind and snow into ice crystals wherever it passed. Shui Di lightly touched the ice with her toes, retreating while swinging her long sword. An icy blue light flew from the sword's edge, slashing directly at the golden blue ice flames. Boom! The two energies collided, cancelled each other out, and dissipated. The resulting ice and fire forces caused a white mist to suddenly spread. Seeing this, Lu Chen was secretly amazed, as expected of the Snow Empress. Although her ice element level is not quite up to par, her control over the ice element is enough to make up for it. Just as Lu Chen was feeling sentimental, a blue light suddenly shone brightly from within the white mist. In an instant, all the raging wind and snow stopped in an indescribable way. The next moment, it began to rotate violently in a strange clockwise direction. In an instant, the white mist dissipated, and the surrounding wind and snow gathered in the Snow Emperor's right palm to form a huge and terrifying ice and snow tornado. As the ice and snow tornado condensed, the Snow Empress's right hand instantly turned as white as jade. Emperor's palm. Great cold with no snow. The Snow Emperor's voice was clear and cold, yet carried an undeniable authority. The moment she finished speaking, she appeared in front of Lu Chen in an instant. The surrounding wind and snow instantly condensed into a blue and white palm print tens of feet in size, which pressed down hard on Lu Chen. Faced with the Snow Emperor's palm, which was imbued with extreme cold, Lu Chen's relaxed expression finally faded, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. He could clearly feel that the soul power within his body had become stiff. What a domineering emperor's palm! Lu Chen let out a low shout, and the azure dragon soul on his left arm reappeared. This time, it was no longer a phantom, but an extremely solid one, with the golden and blue light on the dragon's scales surging. He gripped the frost greatsword tightly with both hands, and the ice crystal dragon head on the hilt emitted a deafening roar. The scale-like ice patterns on the sword instantly lit up, and each ice scale seemed to come alive, frantically devouring the surrounding dissipated ice elements. Kill the hungry ghost twice. A crimson gold light shone from Lu Chen's body, and the Asura sword intent instantly enveloped the entire ice sword. The phantom of a demon, formed from sword intent, roared on the sword, baring its fangs and exuding a ferocious aura. Lu Chen swung his hands with all his might, and the heavy sword, carrion terrifying sword intent and dragon might, fiercely slashed at the pressing blue-white imperial palm. Boom! The moment the sword and palm clashed, time seemed to stand still once again. Shui Di frowned slightly, and the coldness in her palm suddenly surged. The ice crystals on the blue and white palm print began to shatter inch by inch, but under the control of the Snow Emperor, they were constantly reborn. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with crimson gold sword intent, and crimson gold soul power surged into the heavy sword along his arm. The Asura sword intent that was originally wrapped around the sword suddenly surged, transforming into a ferocious ghost phantom that opened its blood-red maw and bit at Emperor's palm. Snap! The blue-white Emperor's palm has developed numerous cracks. Before the Snow Emperor could stabilize her extreme ice power, with a bang, the blue and white palm print shattered instantly. The moment the palm print shattered, ice shards flew everywhere like meteors. The Snow Emperor was forced back 3 jong, and a trace of bright red blood, like ice crystals, spilled from the corner of her mouth. Her fair, jade-like hands trembled slightly, but the fighting spirit in her clear, cold eyes burned even more fiercely. Chapter 272 Asura 7 Kills vs Snow Emperor 3 Absolutes. Holding her ice crystal longsword, Shui Di calmly looked at Lu Chen and said, "You are very strong." Lu Chen smiled faintly and said nothing. "Next, I'm going to unleash my strongest attack. Watch out." As Shui Di finished speaking, an icy blue snowflake mark suddenly appeared between her brows. As soon as the icy blue snowflake mark appeared, it seemed to come alive, spinning and blooming, with wisps of icy mist overflowing from the Snow Emperor's brow. Buzz! A deep humming sound came from between heaven and earth, and the space within a radius of 100 feet centered on Shui Di suddenly distorted. The once clear sky was instantly covered by dark gray clouds. Snowflakes fell without warning, but were pulled by an invisible force as they fell, turning into swirling snow vortexes that enveloped the area layer upon layer. Emperor Hantian, snow dance shines in the sun, rise. Quote, Shui Di's voice was as cold as ice. As she finished speaking, the snowflake mark between her brows shone brightly, causing the temperature within 100 feet to plummet and the air to freeze, surpassing even the brilliance of the sun. Lu Chen's smile gradually faded. He could clearly feel that within this domain, the Snow Emperor's power had been amplified to the extreme. Snow Empress hovered in the air, her beautiful eyes devoid of any emotion. Bai Ji, who was watching from the sidelines, had her heart in her throat. She murmured to herself, "SW. Ord and Palm command heavenly ice and snow, Emperor Sword and Emperor Palm Emperor Frost Heaven. This is the Snow Empress's strongest killing move. You should know that even Shang Jun could only run away with his head in his hands when facing the Snow Empress's 3 ultimate moves." Lu Chen, will you win? Bridget kept murmuring to herself. Meanwhile, Hyote, seeing Brigitta's expression, curled up the corners of his mouth slightly and said arrogantly, "Brit, how about we make a bet?" Looking at Hyote's smug expression, Bridget said coldly, "What are we betting on? If the Snow Empress wins, the matter of jade-faced Snow Lord will be wiped clean." The Ice Empress said confidently. Biji said calmly, "All right. But if Lu Chen wins, you will stay by Lu Chen's side as a maid d. During the time the Snow Emperor is in the mortal world." "All right," Hyote replied without hesitation. "Then let's make a soul oath. Soul masters can swear an oath using their martial soul, and so all beasts can naturally swear an oath using their own power. If they break the oath, their souls will be scattered." As Ice Emperor confidently swore an oath with his Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, Bridget Tay gazed at the black figure in the snowstorm, lost in thought. Within the domain of Emperor Hantian and Snow Dance shining in the sun. Asura domain. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, crimson light surged out from between his brows like a tidal wave, instantly sweeping across the entire Emperor Cold Heaven domain. It was a completely different kind of aura. Only pure, extreme slaughter and tyranny. As if from the depths of hell, forcefully tore a blood-red world apart in the icy blue wind and snow. The moment the Asura domain unfolded, crimson gold patterns spread along the space. Within the crimson domain, Lu Chen's figure seemed to be enveloped in a layer of crimson gold light. As the Asura mark appeared between Lu Chen's brows, his black hair slowly turned white. The Ruse aura surrounding him was almost tangible, directly confronting the Snow Emperor's icy blue sword light. Domain clash. This kid's domain can actually rival the Snow Emperor's Hantian. The Ice Emperor raised an eyebrow, his confidence waning slightly, and his tone revealing a hint of surprise. A hint of surprise flashed across Shui Di's eyes for the first time. The next second, Shui Di, empowered by the domain, finally moved. Emperor's sword, peerless ice. The clear, cold voice seemed to come from beneath the ancient ice layer, and the Snow Emperor's sword-wielding hand suddenly slashed down. The deep blue light drew a fan-shaped pattern in the air, changing from deep blue to light blue, then to pale blue, and finally turning white. Where the terrifying sword light passed, cracks appeared in the air, as if all the air had been frozen into ice and then sliced open by it. As Lu Chen faced Shui Di's full-force sword strike, the Shura seal between his brows shone with a dazzling light. 4 kill Asaurus. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the space behind him shattered instantly, and 6 arms covered in hideous demonic armor suddenly emerged. The fiery Mount Sumeru. The frost greatsword in Lu Chen's hand instantly surged with crimson gold demonic flames, and the wrathful fire rose wildly along the patterns on the frost greatsword. At the same time, a Shura demon sword appeared in each of the hands of the 6-armed Shura Dharma image behind him. Cut your mind and kill the demon. Lu Chen slashed at Shui Di's figure with his sword, and as his demonic arm swung, 6 scarlet sword energies condensed on the main sword. A torrent of sword energy, interwoven with crimson gold and scarlet, carrying the fury that burns all things and the killing intent that tears space apart, crashed into the Snow Emperor's ultimate imperial sword light. Boom! A deafening roar tore through the northern sky, and the dark gray clouds were hurled thousands of feet away by the shockwave from the collision of the 2 extreme forces, revealing the frozen, dark sky behind them. Ice blue and crimson gold energies intertwined and annihilated wildly in midair. The goose feather snow in the Emperor's cold heaven domain was instantly evaporated into a sky full of white mist, and then refrozen in the blink of an eye by the extreme cold of -1,000 degrees, turning into billions of sharp ice shards that splashed out in all directions. Spatial rifts spread like a spider web, teetering on the brink of collapse as they were pulled apart by the forces of the 2 domains. Puff! The Snow Emperor swayed slightly, the snowflake mark between her brows dimmed by 3 points. Fine cracks appeared on her ice crystal longsword, and a rare solemnity flashed in her clear, cold eyes. Lu Chen was also in bad shape. The 6 demonic arms hummed in the instant of the collision, and 2 of them disintegrated into blood-red energy. The flames on the frost greatsword were suddenly extinguished, leaving only the cold blade trembling slightly. His long white hair danced wildly behind him, a trace of scarlet blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and the crimson light of his Asura domain faded considerably. The 2 stopped in midair at the same time, facing each other from a distance. The turbulent energy currents between heaven and earth gradually subsided, and the originally distorted space slowly healed, leaving only the lingering extreme cold and murderous aura in the air, which lingered for a long time. This is a draw. The Ice Bear King's eyes were filled with shock. Bridget shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. Just as everyone fell silent, the ice crystal sword in Shui Di's hand suddenly shattered. The Snow Emperor slowly withdrew from her stance, the snowflake mark between her brows gradually fading in light. I lost. Impossible. How could the Snow Empress lose? Hyote cried out, Hi's voice filled with disbelief and a hint of barely perceptible panic. Seeing Hyote's exasperated state, Brigette's previously tense nerves finally relaxed, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Hyote, a bet is a bet. The oath has been made, and you should fulfill your promise. Hyote opened her mouth, wanting to say something in rebuttal, but was interrupted by a sharp pain from between her eyebrows. Fine, I'll do it. It's just being a maid, what's the big deal? Hyote stomped her foot and glared fiercely at Bridget. She then turned to look at Lu Chen in midair, her eyes filled with complex emotions, including resentment, anger, and a hint of curiosity that she herself was unaware of. Chapter 273 Soto City. The missing Yu shouting. The Ice Bear King was completely stunned, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word for a long time. The Snow Empress actually lost to a human boy, and the Ice Empress, who was always arrogant and haughty, had to become a human's maid. All of this was beyond its comprehension. The Snow Empress slowly descended onto the snow. She walked up to Lu Chen, leaning slightly forward, and said, Lu Chen, I lost. From now on, I will enter the human world with you. She adopted an extremely humble posture, without the slightest reluctance, but rather with a kind of open-minded acceptance of defeat. A bet's worth a bet, upright and honorable. Truly befitting the Snow Empress. Lu Chen's voice was calm yet penetrating. His gaze swept over the Snow Empress's stunningly beautiful face, and his heart suddenly tightened. Just then, Hyote stormed over, stopped beside Lu Chen, crossed her arms, and said arrogantly, "Hey, human, I'm honoring my bet. From today onwards, I'll temporarily follow you. But remember, I'm only fulfilling my promise. Not truly submitting to you." Her voice was clear and crisp, yet it carried a deep sense of resentment. Bridget also came over, and seeing Hyote's appearance, she couldn't help but tease, "Hyote, since you're a maid, you should act like one." Hyote glared at Bridget, but couldn't find a reason to refute her, so he could only angrily turn his face away. Quote? Lu Chen and Shui Di exchanged a glance, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. The Ice Bear King slowly approached Lu Chen and then recounted the bet between Bai Ji and the Ice Emperor. Lu Chen looked at the arrogant Ice Emperor and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Well, Snow Empress looked at Ice Empress and sighed, then slowly said, "In that case, Ice Empress, come with us into the human world. It'll be a good opportunity to temper your character." Originally, the Snow Empress wanted to keep the Ice Empress in charge of the far north, but she didn't expect the Ice Empress to be so unreliable. Shui Di looked up at Lu Chen, seemingly seeing through his thoughts, and said calmly, "Although Bing Di is arrogant, she is quite strong. Having her by your side is an extra help." Lu Chen nodded and took out 2 bracelets, one blue and one white, from his spatial storage soul tool. He slowly said, "These are soul tools open black lens bracket ice concealing aura bracelets close black lens bracket, specially made for the 2 of you. They can not only hide your aura, but also convert the soul power fluctuations unique to soul beasts into the soul power characteristics of human soul masters when you use your soul power." Lu Chen handed the white bracelet to Shui Di and then placed the blue bracelet in Bing Di's hand. The moment the white bracelet touched Shui Di's wrist, it transformed into a stream of light that wrapped around her, with a faint icy blue halo that accentuated her already aloof temperament, making her appear even more ethereal. She raised her wrist and gently stroked the bracelet. "Thank you." On the other hand, when Hyote took the blue bracelet, she deliberately avoided Lu Chen's touch with her fingertips and said stubbornly, "HMPH, I don't need this kind of thing. I just don't want you, a human, to be attracted to unnecessary trouble by our aura." Even so, she still awkwardly put the bracelet on her wrist. The moment the blue bracelet touched his skin, a cool sensation spread, and the surging ferocity of the beast subtly subsided, even weakening its arrogant aura. Biji looked at the 2 soul tools, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. She remembered all the soul tools made by the Spirit Pagoda. So where did this bracelet come from? Moreover, she hadn't seen Lu Chen forge any soul tools during this time. Snow Empress turned to look at the Ice Bear King beside her and said, "Little White, while I'm away, you stay here and absolutely must not provoke Atai and his tribe." Xiao Bai nodded vigorously. He looked at Lu Chen, who was about to leave, and a GHT smile appeared on his lips. "Lu Chen is gone. Let's see how those Titan snow demons can suppress me now." Shui Di took in his subtle actions and understood. This guy hadn't taken her words to heart at all. Fortunately, she had already warned Atai beforehand, so Xiao Bai would at most get a beating, but his life would be safe. After Shui Di finished explaining everything that had happened in the far north, she turned to Lu Chen and said, "Let's go." Lu Chen nodded and naturally sat on Shui Ling's back, next to Bai Ji. As for Shui Di and Bing Di, with their cultivation levels, they could easily keep up with Shui Ling's speed. 3 more months passed, and Lu Chen's cultivation level had reached level 77. Lu Chen, Bai Ji, Shui Di, and Bing Di did not rush back to Tiando City. Instead, they traveled slowly and deliberately, choosing to go through dangerous places that were rarely visited by people. Although Lu Chen now possesses divine inheritance, those around him do not, the power of divine inheritance is more conducive to the rapid rise of the spirit transmission tower. Unfortunately, after 3 months of searching, they still couldn't find any trace of the place. where the gods passed down their lineage. On this day, the four finally arrived outside Soto, the capital of the Barak kingdom. The four were cloaked, concealing their stunningly beautiful faces. Looking at the three large characters, Soto City, above the city gate, Lu Chen murmured to himself, "If I remember correctly, Shrek Academy is located in this city. Since we're already here, let's go see if Shrek is still here." With a thought, Lu Chen led Bai Ji, Shui Di, and Bing Di straight into the city. Hayote glanced at the human shops around her, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Why does Soto City look so run down? Seeing her like this, Lu Chen slapped Hayote on the head without hesitation. "I told you, once you enter the human world, you have to abide by the rules of the human world. Stop putting on your imperial airs. You." Hayote staggered from the slap, clutching the back of her head and glaring at Lu Chen, her eyes filled with shame and anger. "Human, how dare you hit my head? What, you're not convinced?" Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of lazy intimidation. Hayote fell silent instantly, her cheeks flushing slightly. Just as she was about to retort, a sharp pain shot through her brain. She knew this was the soul oath reminding her. She could only turn her face away angrily and mutter, "HMPH, I'm just too lazy to bother with you, not because I'm afraid of you." She turned to look at Shui Di, her eyes filled with grievance. "Shui, he." Shui Di rubbed her brow helplessly. "Lu Chen is right. We came out for that glimmer of opportunity, not to cause trouble. Restraining our tempers is better for both of us." Having been by Lu Chen's side for the past 2 months, she could feel the extreme ice power within her body becoming more active, showing faint signs of transformation. Although Soto City wasn't a top-tier metropolis, it was still quite prosperous, with shops lining both sides of the streets, and shouts and calls of vendors rising and falling. Among the passers-by were many people dressed in various Soul Master costumes, their auras varying in strength. Just as Lu Chen was pondering where Shrek Academy was located, suddenly, a familiar figure walked by. Lu Chen frowned slightly. "Yu Shaogang." He sneered inwardly. How dare this kind of person, who misleads and harms Tang San, appear so brazenly in Soto City? The Clear Sky sect is truly a waste. Chapter 274 Shrek Academy's tragic current situation. Tang San's blue-silver grass falls. Lu Chen stared coldly at Yu Shaogang's back, his steps involuntarily stopping. Bridget noticed the change in his aura and asked softly, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, just a joke." Lu Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. Upon hearing this, Hayote immediately moved closer, asking curiously, "What joke? Is it funny?" "Of course it's funny. Come with me." After Lu Chen finished speaking, he concealed his aura and followed behind Yu Shaogang. Biji, Shui Di, and Bing Di exchanged a glance, then concealed their auras and followed. Yu Shaogang was unaware of the tail following him and deliberately chose to travel through secluded streets and alleys. The scenery along the way gradually changed from bustling to dilapidated. The bluestone road was full of potholes, and the houses on both sides were mostly low adobe houses with peeling paint. Occasionally, you could see a few skinny stray dogs running around the street corners. Hayote wrinkled her nose and used her mental power to transmit her thoughts to the other three. "This place is so dilapidated." After walking for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yu Shaogang finally stopped at the entrance of a more secluded alley. There were no signs at the entrance of the alley. Only a dilapidated wooden gate with a faded wooden sign hanging above it, bearing 3 large, crooked characters, Shrek. The wooden sign was cracked at the edges, and some wood chips had even fallen off, indicating that it had been exposed to the elements for many years. The gate was also dilapidated, with scratches and wormholes all over the door panel, and the nails at several joints were rusted and loose, as if it would collapse with the slightest push. This is the place he's looking for." Hayote's eyes widened, her voice filled with disbelief. "This lousy place can be called an academy. Besides, that beggar is such a waste." Hayote's eyes were filled with disdain. Even an ordinary person could walk such a short distance faster than him. Lu Chen nodded. Yu Shaogang was supposed to be a great soul master. So how could his physical condition be so poor? He was really getting more and more useless. Yu Shaogang knocked on the door, then opened it and went inside. Soon, Flanders' surprised voice came from inside, "You Shaogang. How dare you come looking for me again?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately unleashed his mental power, gaining a clear view of the situation inside the room. Flander pointed at Yu Shaogang and angrily shouted, "Yu Shaogang. Haven't you hurt me badly enough already? I only found out when I returned to Soto that you had actually stolen the city lord's family heirloom." Flanders' face turned ashen. He pointed his finger at Yu Shaogang's nose, his chest heaving violently. "If you hadn't stolen that treasure, why would the city lord's mansion have shut down my old shop? All the wealth I've painstakingly accumulated is gone, and yet you have the nerve to come to Shrek Academy." Yu Shaogang froze, his face turning pale instantly. He instantly recalled his previous harrowing experience and hurriedly waved his hands in protest. "Flander, you've misunderstood. I didn't steal it. I was framed and falsely accused." "Frame you? What do you have that would make someone want to frame you?" Flanders' face was full of disdain, and the contempt in his eyes was undisguised. "A useless soul master who can't even break through level 30 in soul power. Would the city lord's mansion go to such lengths to target you?" These words struck Yu Shaogang like a sharp knife, causing his body to tremble violently. His face turned from white to pale, and his hands clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, yet he could not utter a single word in rebuttal. Flander pointed at Yu Shaogang's nose and shouted sternly, "Get out of here. Otherwise, I'll notify the city lord's mansion immediately." Upon hearing this, Yu Shaogang was about to speak when he was immediately silenced. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and without saying a word, he turned and left. Once Yu Shaogang had walked out of the alley, he could no longer maintain his feigned composure. He staggered back 2 steps, slowly sliding to the ground, clutching his head tightly with both hands. His voice filled with chilling resentment, "Useless, useless again. I'm not useless. My theory is correct." He suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. His once gentle face now twisted into a hideous and terrifying expression. Why is everyone targeting me?" he growled in a low voice, his voice as hoarse as a broken gong. "You all wait." Yu Shaogang slowly stood up, patted the dust off his body, but the sinister aura that emanated from his very bones could not be shaken off. "The humiliation you have inflicted on me today, I will repay 100-fold, 1,000-fold. In the future." From the shadows, Lu Chen took in all of this and couldn't help but feel speechless. "You're a great soul master, and you can even fly into the sky." Lu Chen glanced at the Shrek Academy sign and sighed inwardly. The once glorious Monster Academy was now reduced to just 2 lonely old men, Flander and Zhao Wuji. The name Shrek has fallen from grace. You reap what you sow. Lu Chen sighed and left Soto City with Bai Ji and the other 2. Inside the city of slaughter at this moment, Tang San, dressed in a gray robe, was still struggling in the city of slaughter. At this moment, his eyes had turned completely blood red, and a faint aura of blood swirled around his body. He was almost completely consumed by the murderous aura emanating from him. His research revealed that the air in this killing city contained a mysterious toxin that could affect people's minds and stimulate their killing intent. If he can't find a suitable solution, the murderous intent within him will explode completely, and he will die from his own body exploding. The only way to suppress our murderous intent now is to take Bloody Mary. A resolute glint flashed in Tang San's eyes. He knew that the poison in Bloody Mary would excite people, and once the deadly poison was activated, probably no one could resist it. But if he doesn't drink the blood, he'll probably die suddenly in 3 days. Tang San reached out with trembling hands and picked up a wine glass from the table. Inside was the Bloody Mary, which had an eerie, crimson glow. The strong smell of blood hit him, making his stomach churn and causing him to instinctively want to resist. But the tearing pain from within instantly overwhelmed all the discomfort. The resolute look in Tang San's eyes completely overwhelmed his hesitation. He tilted his head back and drank the Bloody Mary in his glass in one gulp. The warm liquid slid down my throat, and instead of the unbearable fishy smell I had imagined, it had a strange sweetness. At the same time, the deadly poison contained in Bloody Mary began to take effect, stimulating his nerves and making his eyes turn increasingly bloodshot. Tang San let out a painful roar, his body curled up on the ground, his hands gripping the rubble tightly, blood seeping from between his fingers. The blue-silver grass martial soul spontaneously appeared in the palm of his right hand, and the originally pure blue-green light was gradually stained with a thick layer of black-red. The illusory blue-silver grass phantoms swayed in the blood-red mist. The edges of their leaves began to sharpen, and fine black barbs sprouted from their once soft stems. Chapter 275 The Heavenly Struggle Changes, News of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. The city gates of Tiando City resembled a colossal beast, and the gray-blue city walls soared into the clouds. As soon as Lu Chen and Bai Ji appeared outside the gates of Tiando City, he, captain of the taxi guards on duty, immediately came forward, knelt on one knee, and bowed, saying, "Your subordinate greets Tower Master Lu." Lu Chen nodded slightly, and with a slight movement of his fingertips, a heavy bag of gold soul coins flew out from his spatial storage soul tool and landed steadily in the soldier captain's palm. Lu Chen asked, "Has anything major happened in Tiando City recently?" The soldier captain gripped the money pouch tightly, thought quickly for a moment, and respectfully replied, "Reporting to Tower Master Lu, there seems to be only one important matter. Emperor Shui has not attended court for a long time." Lu Chen nodded slightly upon hearing this, thinking to himself, "It seems that Emperor Shui's days are numbered." Biji watched Lu Chen from the side, and she always felt that Lu Chen seemed to have foreseen the matter of Emperor Shui. "Let's go." Lu Chen turned to look at Shui Di and said, "I'll show you around the spirit transmission tower." Seeing Lu Chen's expression, Hayote's alarm bells went off. She immediately grabbed Yuki's arm and asked warily, "What do you want to do?" Lu Chen looked at Hayote's expression and was somewhat speechless. "Don't worry. A soul contract requires the consent of both parties. I won't turn you into soul spirits." Snow Empress gently patted Ice Empress's hand. "Sir, you're overthinking it." Yote still didn't let go of Yukiteri's arm, only letting out a cold snort. "HMPH, go ahead and watch. If you dare to play any tricks, I'll make sure you regret it." Lu Chen smiled, not wanting to argue with her, and turned to walk into the interior of Tiando City. The taxi drivers at the city gate had already gotten up and retreated to the sides, heads bowed, not daring to peek in the slightest. The interior of Tiando City was far more prosperous than the outside. The streets paved with bluestone slabs were wide and flat, lined with shops on both sides, and the sounds of vendors hawking their wares rose and fell. Perhaps because the emperor had not held court for a long time, the faces of the pedestrians showed a hint of worry, and the usual liveliness was tinged with a sense of oppression. Lu Chen led Bai Ji and the other two straight toward the location of the Spirit Pagoda. A few minutes later, the four appeared outside the mansion of the Force clan. Entering the mansion, Hayote looked at the small courtyard and said with a hint of disdain, "The Spirit Pagoda you're talking about isn't just in this small place, is it?" Lu Chen was not angry upon hearing this. Instead, he smiled slightly and walked towards the ferocious beast statue standing to the side. "The essence of the Spirit Pagoda is not in its superficial scale. Hayote might as well take a look for yourself before making a decision." As he spoke, he gathered a wisp of crimson gold soul power at his fingertips and gently touched the groove in the center of the ferocious beast statue. The groove instantly lit up with a soft light, and the patterns seemed to come alive, spreading along every feather until they covered the entire surface of the statue. Hayote instinctively pulled Yukitsugu behind her, watching the statue's changes warily. A faint chill emanating from her body. Shui Di, however, pressed down on her arm, calmly gazing at the scene before her with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Bridget, however, remained calm and indifferent. Buzz. After a slight tremor, a blue light shone from beneath everyone's feet. The blue light spread like ripples, instantly covering the entire tower. T-yard floor and forming a complex and intricate array pattern. A hint of surprise flashed in Shui Di's eyes. She could clearly sense the spatial fluctuations contained within the formation. Hayote stood beside Yuki Te, arms crossed, looking at Lu Chen. "I'd like to see what you're really up to." As a gentle pulling force came, the scene before my eyes suddenly distorted. In the midst of the dizzying spinning, the sound of the wind was cut off, replaced by a melodious resonance of soul power. In the blink of an eye, the traction dissipated, and the four landed steadily. What lay before them was no longer a cramped courtyard, but a vast and boundless secret realm. The sky was not the usual blue, but was shrouded in a pale golden halo. Sunlight shone through the halo, turning into countless tiny specks of light that fell on the grass on the ground, refracting into a dazzling array of colors. A majestic golden dragon statue stood before the crowd. Hayote looked at the golden statue and felt a deadly sense of crisis. Her body surged with emerald light, instantly entering battle mode. Shui Di looked at the statue with curiosity. After spending these days with Lu Chen, she knew Lu Chen would never use such insidious means to deal with them. Rest assured. With a thought, Lu Chen unleashed a surge of crimson gold soul power, pointing it towards the golden dragon statue of suppressing spirits. The golden dragon statue slowly opened its eyes, shooting out two golden beams of light, drawing a trace of energy from the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress respectively. Then, the dragon's eyes slowly closed, and the suffocating pressure around it instantly dissipated, as if it had turned back into a lifeless statue. Is this also a soul tool? A rare hint of doubt appeared in Shui Di's usually cold gaze. This statue is called Thea-Suppressing Spirit Golden Dragon Statue, and can be considered a soul tool. Because of its special material, it is probably the only Golden Dragon statue on the entire continent. Lu Chen nodded and continued, moreover, with this statue here, the Spirit Pagoda is definitely the safest place on the continent, bar none. This time, Hayote, unusually, did not refute. She looked at the golden dragon statue that suppressed the spirit, her eyes filled with apprehension. As soon as he finished speaking, a crimson figure appeared in front of Lu Chen. He was tall and straight like a mountain, with long, reddish-brown hair like the fur of a mastiff swept by a fierce wind, hanging loosely to his shoulders and neck, carrying a wildness that had not yet faded. It was none other than the long-absent Crimson King. Lu Chen looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, cupped his hands and said, "Senior Crimson King, it's been a long time." The Crimson King nodded. As long as Lu Chen didn't try to bring the Imperial Beast to the human world, it still had high hopes for him. It quickly noticed the two unfamiliar faces behind Lu Chen. After sensing their presence, a hint of surprise flashed in the Crimson King's eyes. "Snow Empress, Ice Empress, what brings you here?" Seeing this, Shui Di briefly explained what had happened between her and Lu Chen. After listening, the Crimson King nodded. It looked at the arrogant Ice Empress beside it and sneered, "I never thought you, a scorpion, would have this day. But it's real. Why a good deal for you to be by Lu Chen's side." Upon hearing this, Hayote immediately retorted, "What? You red-haired dog, do you want to fight?" Upon hearing this, the Crimson King was not angry. "I won't fight with Lu Chen's maid. Lu Chen will come after me." "You." Hayote was so angry that she trembled all over and was about to rush forward, but was pulled back by Yukite. Lu Chen looked at the two bickering. His eyes filled with helplessness. Upon seeing the Snow Empress, the Crimson King respectfully greeted her, then looked at Lu Chen and said, "Lu Chen, the Lord has sent me with a message. The dark demon evil god tiger you inquired about has appeared." Upon hearing the words, "Dark demon evil god tiger," Lu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. "You mean, the dark demon evil god tiger?" Chapter 276 Plotting against the dark demon evil god tiger. Upon hearing the words, "Dark demon evil god tiger," Bai Ji's pupils contracted sharply in surprise. Does this kind of soul beast actually have offspring that have survived? Quote. Upon hearing this, a hint of seriousness flashed in Shui Di's eyes. Looking at their expressions, Hayote asked in confusion, "Is this dark demon evil god tiger very strong?" The dark demon god tiger is a special magical beast, even rarer than the human-faced demon spider, and is a nearly extinct soul beast. Seeing that she didn't understand, Biji explained. These soul beasts improve their cultivation by devouring other creatures. A 10,000-year-old soul beast can challenge a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Because of their devouring nature, they are often besieged by groups of soul beasts. The Crimson King nodded at Lu Chen. "It is indeed it. This beast is really good at hiding. We only discovered its whereabouts a few days ago, and it has already grown into a 10,000-year-old soul beast." Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. Has this guy finally appeared? The bead inside its body is a rare treasure. He cupped his hands in greeting to the Crimson King and said, "I will set off for the Stardow Great Forest tomorrow. Just as Lu Chen was thinking of going to Zhan Yuan Academy later, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Lu Chen. You're finally back. Lu Chen turned his head and saw a pink and white figure running quickly towards him, her skirt fluttering like a pink cherry blossom blooming in the wind, charming and beautiful. The figure was incredibly fast, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Before Lu Chen could react, a sweet, grassy scent enveloped her soft body and rushed into his arms. Xiaowu wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, nuzzled her cheek affectionately against his shoulder, and said in a voice full of joy and a hint of barely perceptible grievance, Lu Chen, you're finally back. Lu Chen felt a warmth in his heart and subconsciously opened his arms to catch her steadily. He gently stroked her soft, long hair and said softly, I'm sorry for making you worry. Iao Wu was very light and nestled obediently in his arms. That familiar sense of dependence made Lu Chen's tense nerves relax a bit. Before Lu Chen and Xiaowu could exchange more words, another black K figure with a cold aura followed closely behind, darting closer like a nimble cat in the dark. Unlike Xiaowu's exuberant and flamboyant movements, Zhu Zuqing's actions were somewhat urgent and restrained. But she did not hesitate to turn to the side and rush into Lu Chen's other side, gently wrapping her arms around his waist and pressing her cheek against his back. Lu Chen, it's good that you're all right. The sudden double weight startled Lu Chen slightly. He adjusted his posture, his left hand still gently patting Xiaowu's back, while his right hand went behind him and gently patted Zhu Zuqing's shoulder, saying softly, I'm fine, I'm sorry to have worried you. After 2 years apart, Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing have undergone a complete transformation. The most obvious change was in Xiaowu in my arms. She had shed the immaturity of 2 years ago, and her stunningly beautiful face was fair and captivating. Her eyes were exceptionally bright and lively, and her whole being was elegant and charming. When she leaned against Lu Chen's chest, the soft touch came through the fabric, no longer as thin as before, but with a touch of mature woman's charm. On the other side, Zhu Zuqing still prefers black outfits. Her figure is becoming more and more upright and slender, her waist is slender but she is still powerful. The tight-fitting outfit accentuated her smooth, taut lines, creating a beautiful silhouette that made her figure even more voluptuous and curvaceous. Lu Chen sensed the fluctuations of soul power emanating from the two. Xiaowu was now a soul emperor, Zhu Zuqing was just one step away from reaching level 60. Seeing this, the Red King and the Jade Princess, sensibly, turned away, leaving the three of them alone. Hayote raised an eyebrow and immediately joked, Lu Chen, not bad. So many girls are eyeing you. Xiaowu blushed and reluctantly lifted her head from Lu Chen's embrace, but still held onto his sleeve and refused to let go. Zhu Zuqing slowly straightened up, a faint blush rising on her cool cheeks. She quietly loosened her grip on Lu Chen's waist, but still stood beside him, her gaze fixed on him. Looking at the stunningly beautiful Shui Di and Bing Di, and then into Lu Chen's eyes, Xiaowu exclaimed, Lu Chen. They are. Lu Chen introduced to Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing. This is Senior Shui Di, whose strength is above that of a peerless Douluo. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing quickly bowed and said, Greetings, Senior Snow Emperor. Shui Di nodded slightly, her gaze remaining fixed on Lu Chen. Lu Chen then looked at Hayote, who immediately puffed out her chest, waiting for Lu Chen to praise her. This is Hayote, my maid. Lu Chen gave Hayote no kind look whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Hayote instantly bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His emerald green eyes widened as he stared intently at Lu Chen, his voice trembling slightly, not out of fear, but out of anger. Lu Chen, you bastard, who's your maid? As she shouted, she couldn't help but clench her fist, but as soon as she had a thought, a sharp pain would come from between her eyebrows. Finally, he could only stomp his feet in anger, his body radiating a faint green light, clearly indicating that he was extremely angry. Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing were both startled by Hayote's intense reaction. They exchanged a glance and respectfully said, Greetings, Senior Hayote. The two of them weren't fools. They could naturally see that Hayote was far more complex than Lu Chen had described. Xiaowu tugged at Lu Chen's sleeve, then, as if remembering something, looked up and asked, Lu Chen, what were you talking about earlier, the dark demon evil god tiger? It sounded really powerful. mentioning the dark demon evil god tiger. Lu Chen's smile faded slightly, and he said softly, "It's a 10,000-year-old soul beast. I'm going to the Stardow Great Forest tomorrow to deal with it." A 10,000-year-old soul beast. A hint of worry flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes, and she immediately said, "I'll go with you. I can help." Zhu Zuqing also nodded immediately, her clear and cold voice filled with determination. "I'll go too. More people means more protection." Lu Chen looked at Xiao Wu and immediately refused, saying, "The dark demon evil god tiger has a soul-binding skill that can drag opponents into another dimension and force them into a life-or-death duel in their juvenile form. At that time, I may not be able to protect you." "Okay." Xiao Wu pouted and agreed. He then looked at Zhu Zuqing beside him, about to refuse with the same words, when suddenly he seemed to think of something and said, "Zuqing, if you can break through to Soul Emperor tonight, you can come with me to the Stardow Great Forest." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, a hint of joy appeared in Zhu Zuqing's usually cold eyes. "It's a deal. It's a deal." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Zuqing no longer hesitated and turned to walk towards the quiet room of the Spirit Pagoda. Her soul power had already begun to surge quietly, and her clear, cold eyes were full of determination, clearly indicating that she was about to immediately begin her attempt to break through to the Soul Emperor realm. Xiao Wu watched Zhu Zuqing's retreating figure, then turned to look at Lu Chen and muttered softly, "Lu Chen, you're being unfair. Why can Zuqing go after breaking through, but I can't?" Lu Chen gently patted her head and said softly, "You know how I feel." Chapter 277 Goodbye Gu Yuina. Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. The next morning, Lu Chen left Tiando City with Zhu Zuqing. Judging from the fluctuations in Zhu Zuqing's soul power at this moment, she had already reached level 60. Zhu Zuqing looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Are we really not going to tell Xiao Wu and the others before we leave? I know her better than you do." Lu Chen paused for a moment, then said, "If she finds out we're leaving, she'll definitely follow us." Zhu Zuqing nodded, suppressing the last trace of worry in her heart, and followed Lu Chen's steps lightly. The morning mist had not yet completely dissipated, and the cool air, when inhaled, invigorated the spirit. But just as the two walked about half a mile out of the city gate, at the misty intersection ahead, two figures slowly emerged, breaking the tranquility of the early morning. One of the figures was agile and graceful, her pink skirt stained with morning dew. It was Xiao Wu. She stood with her hands on her hips, cheeks puffed out, and her beautiful pink eyes stared straight at Lu Chen as he approached, clearly having been waiting there for quite some time. Beside her, the Snow Empress, dressed in pristine white, stood quietly, her aloof demeanor blending seamlessly with the surrounding mist, her exquisite face devoid of any superfluous expression. When Lu Chen saw the two of them, he subconsciously stopped in his tracks, a hint of helplessness flashing across his face before turning into a relieved smile. Zhu Zuqing was also somewhat surprised and subconsciously looked at Lu Chen, her eyes carrying a hint of, "I knew it." "Lu Chen, you really were planning to sneak away." Xiao Wu was the first to rush over, running up to Lu Chen and looking up at him. "Silly girl." Lu Chen reached out and gently rubbed Xiao Wu's head. Zhu Zuqing chuckled softly, "It seems someone understands you better than you understand yourself." Lu Chen shook his head helplessly, glanced at Xiao Wu and Shui Di, and sighed softly, "Fine, since you're all here, let's go together. But you must follow my instructions and not act on your own." Xiao Wu nodded vigorously immediately, "Okay. I'll do whatever you say." Shui Di nodded slightly. The four traveled together, heading towards the Stardow Great Forest. Half a month later, they finally arrived at the edge of this gathering place of soul beasts. As soon as I stepped into the Stardow Great Forest, a rich life force wafted over me. Looking around, Shui Di sighed softly, "Since my last visit, the Stardow Great Forest has shrunk considerably." Upon hearing this, a faint sadness flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes. Lu Chen gently patted Xiao Wu's head and comforted her softly, "Don't worry, we'll find a way to resolve this someday." Xiao Wu looked up at Lu Chen, the sadness in her eyes gradually fading, and nodded heavily, her eyes full of trust. Just as everyone was heading towards the Lake of Life, a crack suddenly appeared in the space in front of them. An immense, suffocating pressure poured out from the crack, like thousands of mountains pressing down on everyone's shoulders, causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble slightly. The surrounding trees swayed wildly, their leaves falling in a flurry, and the rich life force was instantly dissipated by this domineering dark energy. As Shui Di gazed at the man emerging from the crevice, she murmured, "Beast God." DTN. As DTN's figure fully appeared, the previously torn space slowly closed. DTN was dressed in black, his face was cold and stern, and his golden eyes stared at everyone. Exuding an aura of dominance over the world, DTN swept his gaze across the crowd, his eyes landing on Lu Chen. He felt the dragon might emanating from Lu Chen, comparable to that of the Silver Dragon King. And a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "You've come. The Lord sent me to receive you." DTN reached out with his right hand to grab at Lu Chen in the air. Lu Chen felt a powerful suction force coming from the other's palm, and his body flew uncontrollably toward DTN. Lu Chen. Seeing this, Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing rushed forward without thinking, but were bounced back by an invisible barrier and staggered back a few steps. "No need to panic." DTN's cold voice rang out, his gaze sweeping over the anxious Xiaowu and Zhu Zuqing. "The master has ordered that only he be brought. You may wait here. No soul beasts will harm you." DTN said no more. A glint flashed in his golden eyes, and the space around him twisted again. A new spatial rift appeared out of thin air, carrying Lu Chen as he stepped into it. "Take care of yourselves." Lu Chen turned to look at Xiaowu and Shui Di, leaving them with these words of advice. The moment the spatial rift closed, the suffocating pressure dissipated. Shui Di stared at the spot where DTN had disappeared and said in a deep voice, "DTN's strength has become even greater. And he just seemed to mention the Lord." Lu Chen felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a mysterious space. In the distance, a golden sphere of light floated above this space. Inside the sphere of light, a white ice silkworm was curled up. The 7 beams of light were continuously drawing power from the ice silkworm, and strands of golden light escaped from its body along the beams. Looking at the ice silkworm, Lu Chen immediately realized that it was the heavenly dream ice silkworm that would successfully create a god 10,000 years later. His gaze swept over the several enormous creatures at the source of the pillar of light, and he thought to himself, "It seems the rumors are true. These ferocious beasts are indeed hiding at the bottom of the lake of life, helping Jiu Yuina to heal her injuries." "Lu Chen, you're here." A familiar purplish-black figure ran towards Lu Chen. The purplish-black figure moved with a graceful gait, her skirt tracing a beautiful arc as she ran. It was none other than Ziji, whom we hadn't seen in a long time. With a gentle, fragrant breeze, Ziji's figure unexpectedly rushed into Lu Chen's arms. She wrapped her arms tightly around Lu Chen's waist, burying her face deep in his chest, as if she wanted to melt all the longing and anxiety of the past few days into the warmth of their embrace. Lu Chen slowly raised his hand and gently placed it on Ziji's back, patting her soft, long hair gently, and said softly, "Long time no see." The two remained tightly embraced until DTN let out a soft cough. Ziji slowly raised her head, her purple eyes glistening with tears, her long eyelashes still glistening with undried tears, yet this did not diminish her beauty in the slightest. "Let's go quickly. The master is urging us," DTN said, heading directly into the mysterious space. Ziji watched DTN's retreating figure and grumbled irritably, "A lonely old dragon." It should be noted that now, after being nourished by the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, Ziji's own foundation is no weaker than that of DTN, and the fear of DTN in her bloodline has also disappeared. Looking at Ziji's appearance, Lu Chen laughed and said, "Here. Jiu Yuina didn't do anything to you, did she?" Ziji shook her head. "After the Lord found out that I was with you, he didn't punish me. Instead, he told me to cultivate diligently." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's heart stirred slightly. Jiu Yuina's attitude surprised him. He had thought that the Silver Dragon King would be angry because Ziji had betrayed her clan and become close to him, but he did not expect her to be so tolerant. Ziji seemed to see through Lu Chen's thoughts. She took his hand and quickly followed God Tian, lowering her voice, "My lord." It is because of the destruction of the dragon clan and her own injuries that she has no choice but to raise all her defenses. Chapter 278 Asura God Test. Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Lu Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding space. There are no sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, grass, or trees here, only a chaotic gray mist swirling around, and the air is filled with pure yet obscure dragon power. It is clearly a hidden domain opened up by Jiu Yuina with her own power. The source of the 7 beams of light was not far ahead, and in the center of the beams, a figure dressed in a purple dress was quietly floating. Her figure was surrounded by a faint purple-gold halo, and her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Even from a distance, she was enough to make one's heart flutter. Sensing Lu Chen and Ziji approaching, the figure slowly turned around. It was an absolutely beautiful face, with eyebrows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn waters. But deep within those purple eyes lay a sense of vicissitude and weariness that did not match her age. Jiu Yuina's gaze fell on Lu Chen, carrying a hint of scrutiny and a subtle sense of familiarity. "You've arrived." Jiu Yuina's voice was soft yet penetrating, and the purple-gold aura around her rippled slightly, a gentle yet powerful force quietly spreading out and gently enveloping Lu Chen. Lu Chen did not resist. He could clearly feel that there was no malice in this power, but rather a resonance deep in his blood. The Golden Dragon King bloodline within him seemed to sense the power of the same origin and quietly awakened. Strands of golden dragon power overflowed from his limbs and bones, intertwining with Jiu Yuina's purple-gold dragon power. There was no conflict. Instead, there was a harmonious and complementary relationship. "My lord." Upon seeing this, Ziji subconsciously took half a step forward, looking at Jiu Yuina with slight nervousness, fearing that she might harm Lu Chen. Jiu Yuina raised her hand to signal Ziji not to be nervous, her gaze still fixed on Lu Chen. "It seems you have already gained a basic grasp of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline." Lu Chen smiled faintly and said nothing. Jiu Yuina looked at Ziji beside Lu Chen and said slowly, "Ziji, you should stay here and focus on your cultivation for the time being. Do not go out." After saying that, without waiting for Ziji to speak, a purple-gold light shone from her fingertips. Jiu Yuina twitched her fingertips slightly, and the light suddenly surged, instantly weaving into a complex rune. Jiu Yuina gently touched Lu Chen with her fingertip, and runes slowly enveloped him. Lu Chen felt a gentle yet irresistible force enveloping him, the space around him suddenly distorted, and the chaotic gray mist swirled rapidly before his eyes, turning into blurry light and shadow. The Golden Dragon King bloodline within his body intertwined with Jiu Yuina's purple-gold dragon power, unleashing a warm halo that protected his meridians, sparing him from the tearing pain caused by spatial distortion. A dazzling beam of purple-gold light shot into the sky from Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen's figure gradually blurred in the pillar of light, and all that could be heard was the whooshing sound of space shattering. The next second, the pressure of the space slowly disappeared, replaced by a dense, nauseating aura of malevolence. Lu Chen swayed and landed steadily in a valley filled with pebbles. He subconsciously activated the Golden Dragon King bloodline, and the golden power of the bloodline formed a protective aura around him, isolating him from the erosion of the surrounding evil energy. Looking up, the sky over this valley was a dark, blood-red color, to be precise. The valley was shrouded in a blood mist. Dried, dark red bloodstains remained among the rubble underfoot, and a faint, fishy stench could be faintly smelled. Lu Chen squatted down and picked up a broken piece of shell from the ground. It had a distorted human face pattern on it, with blurred features. "Human-faced demon spider." Lu Chen's eyes flickered slightly as he murmured to himself. He stood up and surveyed the scattered limbs and remains around him. Combining this with the lingering scent in the air, he murmured, "It seems that a group of human-faced demon spiders used to inhabit this place. But they were all devoured by that dark demonic tiger." Just then, the Asura demon sword mark between Lu Chen's brows suddenly lit up, and a majestic, profound, and emotionless voice resounded directly in his spiritual sea. This place was originally the site of the second trial of the Asura god trial. The dark demon evil god tiger devoured the soul beasts here, disrupting the order of the trial. The content of the trial has now been changed to deal with the dark demon evil god tiger. Lu Chen's expression turned strange. Could it be such a coincidence? Is the dark demon evil god tiger directly pointed at by the king of hell? Just then, a snowflake slowly drifted down from the sky. Immediately afterward, a graceful figure dressed in white descended from the Vo. It and stood lightly in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at the Snow Empress in front of him and asked in confusion, "Snow Empress, how did you find me?" Shui Di didn't speak, but simply raised her finger and pointed to Lu Chen's left arm. Then, she looked at the crimson gold mark between Lu Chen's eyebrows, as if she was pondering something. Just as Lu Chen was about to say something, he suddenly felt the surrounding light dim. An extremely cold and ferocious aura swept in from the depths of the valley. Golden dragon scales appeared between Lu Chen's brows, and his eyes instantly transformed into golden dragon pupils. With golden light flowing within them, countless golden dragon scales emerged from his body and quickly covered his entire body. Roar! A deep roar resounded. He immediately saw a huge soul beast suddenly stand up from its prostrate position, staring fiercely in the direction of him and Shui Di. It was a giant black tiger, completely black without a single blemish. Its red eyes were filled with a sinister aura. It was over 8 meters long, with bulging muscles all over its body. It probably weighed over 3,000 pounds. The king character on its forehead was also black. But unlike the black of its fur, the black of the character, Wang, is a somber, misty black. Most peculiar is its tail. Compared to ordinary tiger-type spirit beasts, its tail is much longer and stands upright. Composed of countless bones, with a huge barb at the very tip, gleaming with a sinister light. Dark demon evil god tiger. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. Legend has it that an evil god descended upon a white tiger, causing it to mutate and transform its original light attribute into a dark attribute, giving it black wings that represent corruption, as well as a scorpion tail like evil god Hook. As for whether it was that evil god king, Lu Chen had no idea. When the dark demon evil god tiger sensed the dragon's might emanating from Lu Chen, its blood-red eyes suddenly lit up. Facing Lu Chen and the Snow Emperor, it showed no intention of fleeing. Roar! Its roar was filled with excitement as it slowly raised its paws and approached Lu Chen and Shui Di step by step. Upon seeing this, Shui Di was about to kill the soul beast, but Lu Chen stopped her. "I'll do it." A golden light flashed between Lu Chen's brows, and the golden dragon spear appeared directly in his hand. Shui Di nodded slightly and flashed to land on a large tree to the side. The enormous evil hook on the back of the dark demon evil god tiger slowly rose and swayed gently behind it. With each sway, it would create a series of distorted and strange halos in the air. Its body was black, but the energy fluctuations it emitted were gray, a gray energy full of evil. With each step forward, the temperature within the Douluo Great Forest drops by 1 point. It is an evil, icy chill. This coldness is completely different from the feeling brought by ice elements. Chapter 279 Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Fiery dragon emerges from the sea. In the Douluo Great Forest, Lu Chen and the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger stood facing each other, locked in a standoff. The Dark Demon God Tiger stopped 50 meters away from Lu Chen. It no longer roared, and its cold, blood-red eyes looked terrifyingly calm. As expected, it is a soul beast that can rival the six-winged angel martial soul. Although this is a dark demon evil god tiger that is about 40,000 years old, it is no less intelligent than a 100,000-year-old soul beast like Daming. The gray aura around the dark demon god tiger's body quietly spread out, while the cold evil energy was firmly blocked by the golden dragon scales on Lu Chen's body. Hold head high. Lu Chen let out a resounding dragon roar. ND5 crimson gold blood spirit rings appeared behind him. Just as Lu Chen was about to make a move, the dark demon evil god tiger finally launched the first attack. A foul stench swept over him, the surrounding air rippled violently. And a fierce wind howled. The figure of the dark demon evil god tiger vanished before his eyes. Lu Chen's golden dragon scales glowed, and the golden dragon kin Ji's perception instantly filled the entire valley. A dark shadow flashed by and disappeared. Lu Chen bent down almost instinctively, the sharp tiger claws nearly grazing the back of his neck, the foe. RCE of the wind they generated colliding with the golden dragon scales and sparking. The tiger's claws landed on the ground, instantly shattering the hard rock and sending fragments flying. Such speed! Lu Chen was secretly alarmed. He took advantage of the momentum to lunge forward, while his right leg swept backward like a steel whip, with the power of the golden dragon flowing into it, causing the air to crackle and pop. The dark demon god tiger flashed, easily dodging the attack, and landed on a boulder not far away. Gray evil energy swirled around its claws, and its blood-red eyes were filled with vigilance. It glanced at the Snow Emperor, who was standing on the treetop and concealing her aura, with its scarlet beast eyes, a hint of disdain flashing in its eyes. How dare you underestimate it like this? After you devour this creature, you'll be the next one to eat me. Thinking of this, the dark demon god tiger licked its blood-stained paws, the cold light at the tips of its claws becoming even more terrifying in the shadows of the forest. Normally, it would flee immediately in this situation, but this time is different. It has a premonition that once it swallows the creature in front of it, it will reach a terrifying level, even becoming a god. Thinking of this, a red light flashed in the eyes of the dark demon god tiger, and its wings suddenly spread out and flapped forcefully. Instantly, countless black lights surged out, transforming into dozens of sharp blades over a foot in size that soared into the air and attacked Lu Chen. The Asura sword intent condensed at the tip of the spear, and Lu Chen swung the golden dragon spear in his hand fiercely, sending a crimson gold sword aura colliding with the dozens of black light blades. Using a sword to such an extent as Lu Chen, when sword intent reaches its highest level, it is no longer bound by the form of the weapon. As long as it can bear the sword intent, it can unleash earth-shattering power. Boom! The crimson gold sword energy and the black light blade collided violently, and a violent energy shockwave spread out instantly. The surrounding trees were snapped in half, and rubble shot out in all directions. Upon seeing this, the dark demon evil god tiger suddenly slammed its right forepaw into the ground, and a black light shot straight towards Lu Chen, skimming the ground. Wherever the black light passed, plants withered and disappeared. Almost instantly, the attack reached Lu Chen's feet. Snort! Lu Chen snorted coldly, and golden light suddenly exploded beneath his feet. Crimson gold blood energy surged into the ground through his legs, colliding violently with the strange black light. Sizzle! A piercing corrosive sound rang out instantly. The black evil energy and the power of blood devoured each other, and a trench half a foot deep was scorched into the ground. Using the force of the recoil, Lu Chen's figure soared into the air like a startled swan, the gall. Den dragon scales on his back swirling in the light and shadow of the forest, and his 5 crimson gold blood soul rings shone even brighter. Golden dragon body. Golden dragon overlord body. Chi first and second chi blood soul rings on Lu Chen's body lit up instantly. The crimson gold soul rings shone like 2 small suns, constantly flowing around Lu Chen. Each golden dragon scale radiated a dazzling luster, its defensive power increasing several times over. The golden aura surrounding Lu Chen became increasingly condensed, and even faint dragon-shaped phantoms could be seen moving among them. A woo! Upon seeing this, the dark demon god tiger let out a low roar, its blood-red eyes showing a hint of solemnity. Before Lu Chen could regain his footing, the dark demon evil god tiger flapped its wings violently again. This time, instead of releasing the black light blade, it suddenly retracted its wings and pounced straight at Lu Chen like a cannonball. During the journey, its body suddenly twisted, and gray evil energy instantly enveloped its entire body, transforming into a blurry black shadow in midair with an unpredictable and elusive trajectory. Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. He knew that the dark demon evil god tiger had a special dash skill that could be used on the ground or in the air. Its speed was so fast that it was comparable to teleportation. At the same time, it could also shatter the enemy's mental energy detection. However, in the perception of the Golden Dragon King, this attack was full of flaws and utterly ridiculous. The Golden Dragon King's perception does not rely on mental power, but originates from his bloodline. Lu Chen gripped the golden dragon spear and thrust it fiercely towards the top of his head. The massive body of the dark demon god tiger was directly above his head. Its huge, evil hook at the end of its tail moved silently, and the hook, devoid of any luster, struck directly at Lu Chen's head. Clang! The shish! Arp clang of metal clashing pierced the forest as the tip of the golden dragon's spear precisely struck the tip of the evil god's hook, sparks flying. A violent force surged down the gun barrel, but Lu Chen remained relaxed. Then, Lu Chen's right arm instantly lit up with a golden red light, followed by a crackling sound, and his right arm was completely covered by a layer of crimson gold armor. Flame Dragon. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, golden red flames suddenly surged from his left arm. The flames instantly condensed at the tip of the spear, winding and climbing up the shaft like a living thing. And then instantly gathered at the tip of the spear. Hold head high. The flames at the tip of the spear suddenly surged, transforming into a ferocious, clawing phantom of a fiery dragon. The dragon's entire body is composed of golden red flames, with clearly visible scales, and its eyes are like two burning crimson gold pearls. With a slight twitch of Lu Chen's arm, Flame Dragon let out a roar that reverberated throughout the valley. The dark demon god tiger's pounce suddenly stopped, and for the first time, intense fear appeared in its blood-red eyes. Too late. Lu Chen's eyes were sharp as knives, his crimson gold blood surged wildly, and his body shone with an extreme golden light. He gripped the golden dragon's spear tightly, thrust his arm forward with a mighty roar, and shouted. The fiery dragon emerges from the sea. Boom! The illusory dragon at the tip of the spear instantly detached from the shaft, transforming into a massive, solid fire. Dragon that pounced towards the dark demon god tiger in midair with an aura of earth-shattering destruction. Terrified, the dark demon god tiger suddenly spread its wings, and countless gray evil energies surged out from the evil god hook, condensing into a huge shield of evil light around its body. Chapter 280 Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's Last Stand. Sizzle. The golden red phantom of the flaming dragon collided violently with the gray shield of evil light, producing a piercing sound like cloth being scorched by fire. The gray shield melted away at a visible speed under the flames, its surface covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and the originally solid evil energy collapsed wildly as if it had encountered its nemesis. Roar. The dark demon god tiger sensed a great crisis. It finally realized that the human before it seemed to be beyond its ability to fight. The golden red flames surrounding Lu Chen filled it with a chilling sensation, as if it would be incinerated into ashes in the next second. At this moment, the dark demon evil god tiger unleashed its formidable power, and the evil god hook behind it suddenly swung up, with distorted ripples rapidly swirling around it. At the same time, the gray aura emanating from its body turned into gray light, which instantly bloomed and spread over a range of hundreds of meters, enveloping itself in Lu Chen. Domain. A chilling aura swept over him. And even Lu Chen felt a chill. He could clearly feel that evil power was about to erode his body. Golden Dragon's Rampage Domain. Lu Chen's fourth chi blood soul ring lit up, followed by a golden halo that burst forth from his body. The intense bloodline aura and the magnificent halo instantly enveloped the entire valley. Hold head high. A series of full dragon roars emanated from Lu Chen's body. The golden dragon berserk territory could stir up Lu Chen's own golden dragon king bloodline, directly putting him into a berserk state. This caused his golden dragon king bloodline to surge and boil, directly entering a berserk state. In this state, his strength, defense, and speed all doubled. Moreover, allies within his domain could also receive a 30% bonus from his golden dragon king bloodline, with their offensive and defensive strengths rising simultaneously. The golden halo and the gray evil light collided violently, without a deafening explosion, but forming a visible energy fault. Within the fault line, the golden red dragon flames and the cold, evil energy were locked in a stalemate, distorting the air into wave-like shapes. Seeing this, Shui Di, who was watching from the sidelines, had a strange look in her eyes. So he has another domain. It seems that this domain will become stronger as his strength increases. Lu Chen stomped his left foot hard, and golden red dragon wings unfolded behind him, whipping up a fierce wind as the wings flapped. Another dragon roar resounded through the valley, and Lu Chen's figure transformed into a golden red streak of light, charging fiercely towards the dark demon evil god tiger. Roar. The roar of the dark demon god tiger suddenly became even stronger, and layers of gray light condensed into a sphere around its body, heading towards Lu Chen. Boom 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 boom. 9 consecutive booming explosions rang out, like rolling thunder. A dia. Fenning roar echoed deep within the starry sky forest, and the terrifying explosion destroyed a large amount of surrounding vegetation. Facing the oncoming gray ball of light, Lu Chen's eyes sharpened. And he suddenly exerted force with his wrist. The golden dragon spear, wrapped in blazing golden red dragon flames, pierced through the surface of the ball of light with a single point. Boom! Golden and red afterimages flashed, and the incoming dark demonic lightning exploded with a bang. The scattered evil energy was instantly swallowed up by the golden and red dragon flames, turning into countless sparks that fell from the sky. With a flap of his golden red dragon wings, Lu Chen instantly appeared in front of the dark demon evil god tiger, sweeping out his golden dragon spear. Dark demon god tiger's pupils shrank suddenly, and he hastily held the evil god hook behind him in front of him to block. Clang! The moment the golden dragon spear collided with the evil god hook, he dazzling golden red light instantly overwhelmed the dark, evil light. The dark demon god tiger felt an overwhelming force surging through the evil god hook, and the fur on its entire body stood on end from the force. Before it could react, the sweeping force had already sent its massive body flying. Bang! The dark demon god tiger's body flew through the air like a boulder, tracing a dark arc and crashing through several giant trees that would require several people to encircle. The cracking sounds of trees breaking echoed everywhere, and branches and leaves flew everywhere. Bang! The dark demon tiger slammed heavily against the mountain wall hundreds of meters away, producing a dull thud. The impact carved a huge crater into the mountainside, and debris continued to tumble down. Large gulps of gray liquid gushed from the mouth of the dark demon god tiger. Its blood-red eyes seemed to have dimmed slightly as it lay prostrate in the distance, panting heavily. With each breath, gray liquid flowed from its 7 orifices. Strike while the iron is hot and kill him. Lu Chen's 3rd and 5th chi and blood soul rings lit up instantly. Golden dragon roar combined with golden dragon shockwave. Hold head high. A deafening dragon roar suddenly erupted. Golden sound waves emanated from Lu Chen in a ring and spread outwards in all directions, instantly dissipating the surrounding evil energy wherever they passed. The golden sound waves, like a tangible hammer, slammed heavily into the body of the dark demon god tiger. Already severely injured, it let out a shrill wail. Its massive body trembled violently under the impact of the sound waves, and the gray, evil light on its body was shattered inch by inch, revealing the scarred fur underneath. With a series of sharp cracks, several of the dark demon evil god tiger's ribs were broken by the sound waves. It lay in the deep pit, its limbs twitching uncontrollably, its blood-red eyes filled with fear and resentment. Seeing its appearance, Lu Chen did not rush to approach the dark demon evil god tiger. Because he could sense that the dark demon god tiger still contained a surge of energy within its body. The dark demon god tiger struggled to its feet from the pit, and the energy within its body exploded. Its beastly eyes were filled with madness. The previously dormant evil god hook silently swung up from behind it. The evil god hook turned black again, and its shape changed. The curved hook body straightened up instantly, like a long thorn. Roar! The dark demon god tiger roared to the sky, and then its eyes suddenly changed from blood red to dark blue. Its previous fatigue vanished, the gray aura turned completely black, and it propelled its body like a dark cloud as it rushed towards Lu Chen. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen flapped his dragon wings and retreated rapidly behind him. However, the moment it pounced, it used its special sprint skill again, and its figure disappeared from Lu Chen's sight once more. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Chen, relying on his fighting instincts, thrust the golden dragon spear forward with all his might. When the golden dragon spear and the evil god hook, which had transformed into the long tail of the evil god spike, collided, and a point of black light instantly appeared at the tip of the evil god spike. A burst of NSE black light erupted from the dark demon god tiger, and that point of black light instantly transformed into a massive black hole with a diameter of 3 meters. The dark demon god tiger and Lu Chen stared at each other. Their dark blue beastly eyes filled with cruelty and greed. Lu Chen remained calm, as he was eager to test the dark demon evil god tiger's strongest soul skill. Just then, Shui Di, who had been watching the battle, moved. A pure white hand gently landed on the dark demon evil god tiger. The dark demon tiger, which had just become energetic, suddenly let out a miserable cry, and the layer of black light surrounding its body shattered instantly. To be continued.